Oh, we're live right now. Oh, what's happening, people? That's not Claudia. Fran, what are you doing here? Did you go to the CW party?
Yeah, it was rubbish.
I had quite a good time.
I'm gonna lie. It was fun, but not that fun. I think I'll shut up now.
Oh man, what's happening, people? My name is Dan Lewis. This is Fran. She is the head of video production. She wanted a cuddle before we went live today, and well, we just kind of got comfy, really. But boy, listen, right? We had a brilliant night last night, thanks to the CWU. They are well, Fran didn't. She got a pizza though, and I think she really enjoyed the pizza. I really enjoyed the dancing. Most specifically, I was very impressed by the fact that Zara Sultana has got the rhythms. She was on those decks, and when she hit that silver triangle, the floor got busy. Oh my days. Like, have you ever imagined seeing Nadia Whittam and CW postal workers just on the dance floor getting down a massive to the Macarena? I was in awe of everything. It was a great time. But what has been more amazing than the parties, which always add to the fun and good vibes,
I think they're waiting to be let in.
Is just seeing people coming together here at the World Transform. Like, looking back over the last 2 years, 3 years, it's been a really hard time. Like, the last 10 years has been hard, but the last couple of years have been really hard. We put a lot of work into 2017 on the left in the UK, and we were so close. And the establishment were rocked. They were shaken to their core. They were like, damn, these motherfuckers can do something. They actually saw that our policies were connecting with people. Our ideas were tuning into people's minds. And that's all down to things like the World Transformed and all the other kind of events that go on in and outside of it all around 365 days a year. And when the media establishment, when the big people with the money, the bankers, when they start to wake up and realize that we can change the world, then I think Fran's being called off set now.
I'm exiting, but I agree with everything he's saying. People are rumbled. The future is coming.
The future. I've never heard a more true statement. The future is coming. But seriously, like, when the establishment is rocked to its core and they see that socialism is connecting with people, that's when they start to put the burners in and they start to go hard. They start to attack. And that's what's happened. And they haven't just attacked the MPs, because they've gone as hard as they can on the likes of Jeremy and other Socialist Campaign Group MPs. And I'm going to focus on the Socialist Campaign Group MPs on that point, because, they're the ones who have stood solid. They've stood by the members of the Labour Party that have been attacked. They've stood by socialists in our community, people in our community that have been fighting to try and make a better world in the name of socialism. And those MPs, they've been attacked. And they've started to go for the individuals. They've started to go for the everyday mums and dads, brothers and sisters that we see all around our lives. They've really started to attack them. And they're going to keep going. And we've got to be there for each other. We've got to make sure that we're putting our arms around each other, just like I did Fran, because her pizza didn't cure the hangover enough. But I mean, when the media attack our people, when the politicians attack our people, we need to come together. And that's why when you're here at the World Transforms, it's a beautiful thing. People are putting their arms around each other, sometimes socially distanced, but they're making sure that we're prepared for the next battle ahead. It's going to be a long journey. Socialism doesn't come about through parliamentary elections. Socialism isn't won through council elections. Socialism is won through the everyday actions that we take to change the world, to transform the world. And that's why we continue to do what we do here at the World Transforms. So hit up that donate link that's going to appear on your screen in just a moment and donate what you can to the World Transforms. Because when we say we're going to transform the world, we mean ultimate socialism. We mean we will do everything we can to educate every single person we can on how the world can be a better place. Universal basic services, fighting capitalism. And that means taking on racism at every single street corner it turns up. Whether it's like when we were talking to Eleanor yesterday about the eco-fascists, or like me when it's just the fascists outside the pub. Because the pubs are the people's, not the fascists. And that's what I'm talking about. We need to think about all of these individual ways in which we can bring about these changes. We think about how the government right now is spending £64 million just to do up Big Ben, while children are going hungry to school in school. We look at the fact that they're spending over £100 billion on a railway that doesn't really serve the regions that it's going through. Like, it's literally just going past a load of cities into the north, the HS2, HS3, and it's like 60 billion over its original budget. Yet for, I think it's like 84 million a year, over 4 years, we could end homelessness. Men and women who have gone out and fought for our freedoms in war are sleeping on our streets, freezing cold. And yeah, there's great people out there who go out and try and help them and do all they can, but this government have the power to be able to actually do something. And if that kind of stuff doesn't make you angry, then you might as well just join the Tories and do what they're doing. But if it does make you angry, check out our website, theworldtransformed.org. We've got loads of sessions that are online on our YouTube channel as well. We've got loads of information about how you can start to set up your own kind of transformed events in your area. In fact, if you're in Brighton here today at 5:30 in the Festival Gardens area, there's a session on how we can set up a Brighton Transformed that runs political education throughout the year. So get on down to it, find out what's going on. Make sure you're a part of the change, guys, because change is coming and we're ready for the fight. We're really ready to take it on. Now, we've got some great people coming on screen in just a moment. I've gone way into chatting that I've totally forgotten the name of who they are. So while I get that up on screen, on my screen, I need you guys to hit that donate button. Make sure you are donating to the World Transformed. Support what we're doing. We've got Akram, who is going to be speaking about the Palestinian uprising. I'm going to let Akram do the introductions to exactly who's speaking, but Akram's streaming in from Jerusalem. So listen, we've got that quality juice for you guys, man. We got people streaming in from Jerusalem to talk about this. Like, donate right now. Anyway, I'm going to get off the screen. I'm going to drink my inside out and get rid of my hangover. Peace, love, and socialism, my people.
Hi everyone, I think we're live now. My name is Akram Salhab. I'm going to be chairing today's wonderful event for the World Transformed Festival. And I'm going to be introducing our fantastic speakers and guiding us through the discussion that we have afterwards. So today's event is part of a series of events that have happened this year at the World Transformed and have happened over the past few years at the World Transformed about the occupation in Palestine, the situation as it's been unfolding on the ground, and the solidarity work that's happening in Britain, and of course the crackdown on Palestine activism that's happening within the Labour Party and in society at large. And I know there have been two events already at this year's festival talking about the legal work around Palestine and the enormous international solidarity response that took place during the uprising this year. What today's event will be, and we're very fortunate to have two brilliant speakers joining us, is a discussion about what happened in May, June, July of this year, what the nature of the uprising that took place was, the general strike that took place on the 18th of May, the origins of that, and the future possibilities for mobilizing and organizing amongst Palestinians. So hopefully we'll complement the stuff you've already heard, and we can get a chance to hear from two people who've been really heavily involved in promoting and pushing the cause of Palestine back onto the international stage after these long-standing attempts to silence and marginalize Palestine, the cause of Palestine, and the voice of Palestinians. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Muhammad Al-Kurd to speak first. Muhammad, someone many of you may have seen online and speaking publicly over the past few months, and has really very boldly and brilliantly defended and spoken about the rights of his family in Sheikh Jarrah, the cause of Palestine, and the cause of Jerusalem more generally. Muhammad is an award-winning writer and poet from Jerusalem, and he's written about dispossession resistance and the Palestinian fight for liberation. His work's been featured, as I mentioned, in many different international outlets, and he's currently, and I think newly, the nation's first ever Palestine correspondent, the Nation magazine that is in the United States. And Muhammad's first collection of poems, Rifka, is to be released in October 2021. Over to you, Muhammad.
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be on with you and with Raya. So yeah, I think a lot of people are familiar with my face because of the Sheikh Jarrah cause, but for those who are unfamiliar, I can give a little history about Sheikh Jarrah, where about 500 Palestinians are facing displacement and have faced displacement for decades, for 49 years to be exact. Our neighborhood, Sheikh Jarrah, was built as a refugee camp in the 50s by the Jordanian government and by the United Nations. And both of these entities kind of failed to fulfill their promises to the Palestinian refugee communities that continue to inhabit the neighborhood until today. All of our families were thrown out of our homes in 1948 upon the destructive establishment of what is referred to as the State of Israel on Palestinian land and on the rubble of Palestinian villages. And for years, settler organizations, largely based in the United States, largely backed by billionaires, like actually the owner of the UK football club Chelsea, Roman Abramovich. These organizations that are backed by billionaires have been scrutinizing our communities, fabricating land documents and land claims, and saying that our lands are theirs, and we have been battling them in a judicial system, a judiciary that is inherently rigged against us, that is inherently built by settlers and for settlers to protect settlers. I could say a little bit more about this, but I don't necessarily think Sheikh Jarrah, the nuances of the Sheikh Jarrah case is relevant or important or unique to the fact that the reality that we have faced today is the same reality that Palestinians have faced for decades, and Palestinians continue to face in areas that do not receive the same media attention that Sheikh Jarrah received. For example, just a neighborhood over, you have Silwan, where over 1,000 people are facing homelessness, over 1,000 people are facing demolition of their homes, and over 1,000 people are facing similar plans of ethnic cleansing, of similar plans of dispossession. Only the difference is that it's not actually at the hands of settler organizations only, but it's also at the hands of the Israeli municipality, the occupation government, and all of these entities. So Sheikh Jarrah, Silwan, Aisawiya, all of these places in Jerusalem and in the surrounding areas, even in other places in Palestinian land that was occupied in 1948, all of them were, create this kind of microcosm of the Israeli settler colonialism that we have been encountering for decades. I think what made this summer unprecedented, if I can use that term, I think what made this summer new for a lot of people, what made it feel new is that the vocabulary, among many things, the vocabulary that we chose to use changed significantly. We no longer spoke about human rights violations under the Israeli occupation, but we began speaking about the illegitimacy of the Israeli state. We began speaking about the nature of Israeli settler colonialism, talking about what does it mean to create a regime that is supremacist, like the Israeli regime, to work actively to displace an entire population. And we began calling things by their name. Ethnic cleansing. This is in no way to say that Palestinians have not done so for decades and have not continued to do so for decades, but this time around there was this very stubborn sentiment to refuse any kind of censorship, to refuse any kind of co-optation, to refuse any kind of toning down of reporting the events on the ground. And there was this accountability that we were demanding of international media outlets, all media, but specifically American and British media outlets that would obscure the reality. Many instances actually were like with BBC, with the New York Times, where the reality, the lived experience, the truth that you would see on the ground did not at all adhere or did not at all reflect what was being reported in the papers. But contrary to this, and harnessing the power of mass media, social media, there were hundreds of thousands of people, I think, that were woken up to the Palestinian cause or were reminded of the Palestinian cause. And there was an entire new generation that managed to also recognize their role, right? We have millions of Palestinian refugees in the diaspora, in exile, in refugee camps all over the world. And today we are reminded, and they are reminding us of their pivotal and their integral role as a driving force of Palestinian resistance. We are also reminded of the power they yield living outside the parameters of the Israeli occupation, and the power they yield being able to push their governments forward to end their complicitness with the Israeli occupation. I think another thing that was really important this time around is that we kind of managed to break out, or we're still trying to break out of this cycle of, there's constant Israeli violence against Palestinians. We report on the violence and we are seeking justice. And then there's another form of violence, there's another episode of violence, and we're reporting on that violence. And there's nothing, there's no recourse. Nowadays, we're able to not only report on the violence that happens to us, but we're reporting on the victories, be they symbolic or small or big. I think a few years ago, 6 Palestinians breaking out of an Israeli high security prison would not have had the amount of wonderful feedback in the world that it has had today. And it's because we are referring to these 6 Palestinians as freedom fighters, as political prisoners, as people that are fighting an illegitimate entity and that are really legitimate within their own resistance. And just to conclude here, another thing that I've noticed recently was that, as you said, like we're seeing this in the Labour Party because of the motion that was passed yesterday, but we have seen this is a constant theme, right, in Palestinian history, is that whenever the Palestinians make any comments or whenever Palestinians make any kind of steps forward, there's these constant red herrings that are thrown at them, these accusations of certain bigotries that are thrown at them. And not only do these accusations and allegations never address the issue at hand and serve as a destruction and a stifling of the Palestinian people and our resistance, but they also are not interested in our genuine feelings or our genuine sentiment, right? They're not trying to interrogate whether the Palestinian people are quote unquote bigoted or not, but they're just trying to stifle the Palestinian plight for liberation. And this time around, I was so inspired by my people's refusal to fall into the trap of these red herrings, to address these red herrings, to be distracted and to continue to focus on the issue at hand. So I would like to end with this, because I think for me that was the biggest lesson I personally was able to learn, is that, you know, not to fall for the red herrings, not to take the bait. Thanks so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Muhammad. And I think what, you know, really comes out of what you said, and what comes out of what happened in Jerusalem, and what came out of the uprising that happened, was you know, a refusal to adhere to this two-state understanding of individual human rights abuses under occupation, and talking about the apartheid nature of the Israeli state, and recognizing that everything that's happening today is part of an ongoing Nakba, which began in 1948, if not before, and was part of this attempt to dismantle and fragment the Palestinian people. So in 1948, millions of Palestinians were made refugees, and half of Jerusalem was ethnically cleansed with brute force and violence and massacres in Deir Yassin, in a village nearby. And many of the things we see today in Sheikh Jarrah and everywhere else are a continuation of that. They just have some legal niceties thrown on top of them. And one of the really dangerous outcomes of 1948, and what Israel really exploited, was the fact that it divided Palestinians and assigned them different legal rights. And Palestinians in the West Bank, Jerusalem, 48, and those were kicked out and were made refugees. And what was really important about the uprising that happened was that the Palestinians expressed that they continue to be one people despite attempts to divide them. And that was really shown in what happened inside 1948 Palestine, in which are deemed by Israel or referred to sometimes as Palestinian citizens of Israel, but who considered themselves part of the Palestinian people, and who rose up at the same time as things were happening in Jerusalem to support the uprising that took place all over. So to speak a little bit more about that, I'm going to introduce Raya, who is a Haifa-based organizer and the director of the Who Profits Research Center. And she's going to speak a little bit about kind of how things then developed from what took place in Jerusalem and how things happened in other areas where she was. Thanks, Raya.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for organizing this, for having us here. And thank you for that, Akram and Muhammad, for all your super inspiring work. It's an honor to be with you both here. Just kind of building on really what Muhammad was saying about the political importance of what was taking place, or what took place in Palestine throughout May and continues to take place today, because I think there is a kind of a shift on the level of exposure and articulation of what was going on the ground. But not only, actually, what was going on the ground marked a deep shift that then, in my opinion, reflected kind of the discourse and how we engage with it on international or local stage even. But certainly the nature of resistance, the spread of it, the inclusion of it marks a political shift that I think we will continue to kind of feel and experience the repercussion, and we have a kind of a duty to think about how we build on it. But just, I guess, taking people back a little bit to how things unfolded on the ground, and why in a way, why did it develop at that moment in time? What did that mean, and kind of, and what did the participation of Palestinians in 48, what did it signify, and what shape did it take? And I think one of the first events, one of the first things that kind of made us feel and amplified how different that political moment was the 8th of May. So very, very early on, when Palestinians from 48 were getting on buses, going to Jerusalem to practice what we call ribat, which is kind of being in a space, protecting, defending that space, and regularly communities from 48 go to Jerusalem to engage in that form of struggle. And on a regular basis, their buses and their convoys get kind of stopped, and they have to go go home. But on that day, people didn't go home. People got off the buses and they marched to the city of Jerusalem. And they were met kind of by people from the city, taking them to Jerusalem. And that really was quite significant in what it did in people's mind, and shaped the struggle after that, in the sense of kind of breaking the isolation and confinement of resistance to particular geographies, and kind of involving the whole Palestinian body in that process of resistance. And post that, you had kind of demonstrations being organized in different places in 48 that were brutally repressed. But I think the shape of resistance in Jerusalem, the power of it, the kind of heroism of it, and the agencies that was displayed in Jerusalem really inspired a lot of people. Like, that's not something to kind of sideline in a way or take for granted. And that was kind of, it marked a shift in kind of what people can do and what are the possibilities of resistance, and kind of the victories that were being mounted in Jerusalem. So, for example, like the cancellation of the Jerusalem Day March on May 10th, that kind of galvanized people to act and to resist and to come out on the streets. But people talk about it often in the kind of sense of solidarity, but May was different than, for example, the Second Intifada, where people were coming out against kind of military bombardment of the West Bank and Gaza and so on. Of course, what was going on in Jerusalem was the impetus for people to kind of come out, but slowly things evolved, and that evolution is significant, and marks a shift in and of itself. And so people were coming out, they were being brutalized, being attacked in very similar ways that people are regularly in Jerusalem and across the West Bank and in Gaza. But it was a bit different for Palestinians in 48 that haven't experienced that over the past 10 or 15 years. But suddenly people were being attacked at their homes, rubber bullet was used, no ammunition was used, stun grenades, tear gases, mass arrest campaigns, mass brutalization. And that experience really shattered the kind of the myth of differentiation that Israel has been for so long trying to entrench, like you were mentioning, Akram, about kind of different systems of governmentality that are meant to further fragment the Palestinian community, not only geographically, but also socially, politically, and so on, and give people a sense that your daily lived experience is different, and therefore your struggle is different, and therefore your future is different. But that experience of suddenly understanding at the core level, the basic element, that you are a colonized people and you are part of a broader colonized people, was in a way a political victory, because it kind of broke the the backbone of the settler-colonial project that is meant to create the sense of differentiation. Suddenly, there was a much more sense of unity and affinity and connectiveness between the various elements of the Palestinian people, and that sense of unity amongst the Palestinian people and extreme separation from the settler-colonial project shaped the nature of the struggle on the ground, and it shaped the kind of the feeling of it, but also what were they doing as part of the struggle. So it was much more about self-agency and self-reliance. So people would self-organize medical care groups that would go and deliver service to people. People would organize mental health support groups. People would organize delivering parcels to communities that were in need. Just to kind of give people a sense that at the time, whole cities like Lid, that's very close to Tel Aviv, was imposed under military curfew. For the first time since 1966, Palestinian communities in Israel were facing military rule, and so people were organizing support for communities there, truckloads of food, parcels, and nappies, and whatever it is that communities needed to survive and to endure at that moment. And those kind of spaces, self-organizing spaces, were politically important because for so long, those have been absent. For so long, you've been pushed and pushed and pushed into the orbit of the settler-colonial project and kind of developed as part of it. And that moment of saying, no, we're not part of that project, and we have to develop mechanisms of self-reliance and self-agency and self-dependency, are politically important. For us, there were political victory for the Palestinian people and a defeat for the Zionist project. And of course, compounded with all of that is the classic colonial tactic of brutal force, repression, and mass arrests. And that continue until today. Thousands of people were arrested. Hundreds of people were faced with kind of life-transforming injuries. People were killed. And as part of all of that process and self-organizing and self-dependency, there were legal teams that were organized to defend those who were arrested and incarcerated at that time. So at every single police station, you would find volunteer lawyers going and defending and giving pro bono legal support to people that needed it. And those kind of experiences and those infrastructure that started being developed throughout May continue with us till today. So, for example, out of that, there is now a legal fund to defend political detainees. It's called the Dignity and Hope Detainees Fund, which we will show at the end of this, and hope that you can kind of help us and contribute by donating. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that the kind of the infrastructure and the politics that was developed throughout that period wasn't just it didn't just end there. It carries with us until today, and it will carry with us to the future. And I think I want to end on this, which is something that is extremely that for me was one of the most significant points and things that happened throughout May. And it was the ability of the struggle to not be, for our struggle as Palestinians against Israeli settler colonialism, not to be confined, to a particular practice of resistance, but also not to be confined to a particular kind of issue. It is a realization that our existence is diverse. The issues that we face are diverse, but at the same time, they're not disconnected, and they're not disconnected from the broader struggle. So we saw, for example, in Palestine, 48 people attacking police stations because, fuck the police, but also like that is the the impetus, like that is the structure that, people had direct vengeance against. People were burning real estate agencies, because those are the same real estate agencies that are stripping people in Akka and Yafa from their homes, and kind of displacing communities in that particular way. So those kind of elements of class dynamics, of the way in which your lived experience is shaped, wasn't seen as that, as if, I'm facing this in a separation from the broader struggle, but actually enriching our broader struggle against Zionist settler colonialism by all of these diverse elements. And I think that was powerful, because for long it's always been about one issue or another issue, and sidelining kind of those elements of elements that shape our daily lives. And the power of May was bringing daily life, centering daily life, but connecting those struggles, social and political struggle, to our broader struggle against Zionist settler colonialism. And I think that scared Israel a lot. and I think that also shaped the way that the international solidarity movement suddenly saw Palestinians as humans, and we weren't subjects of kind of just dispossession and oppression, but we were agents of our own collective destiny, and agents of change, and so on. And I think that, in addition to Palestinian boldness, shaped the way that the discourse was around May Uprising, what happened post-May, and what continues to happen in Palestine today.
Thank you so much, Ray. And I just want to pick up on that, on that last point, which is, this is the argument that lots of people, Muhammad and others, began to make when things were really picking up in Sheikh Jarrah, which was, this isn't just about one neighborhood. This isn't just about one sector. There might be strategic focus by the Israeli state to colonize particular areas, but there's nothing exceptional about the kind of ethnic cleansing policies that are taking place in specific neighborhoods. But actually, there's part of a wider whole of what the Zionist movement and then the Israeli state has tried to, enforce on Palestinians. And I just wanted to discuss a little bit in terms of, Sheikh Jarrah became this symbol of the resistance alongside what was happening at Al-Aqsa, alongside what was happening at Damascus Gate. And anyone who's lived in Jerusalem for any period of time know that it's actually quite a revolutionary city, that at some periods of time it feels like the entire city is up in arms and standing up with, standing together in the most extraordinary and incredible way. And I know, Muhammad, you've been in Sheikh Jarrah your whole life, and, speaking and organizing and being involved in things like that. I wonder if you could say a little bit about, in your understanding, what kind of, when things picked up, how it felt, because I know in the demonstrations, there were all kinds of people there. I know in the solidarity initiatives, there was all kinds of cross-section of society, people being involved and coming out and standing together. So I wonder if you could say a little bit about that moment in time and how it felt and what it meant to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think similarly to what Raya just said, I think a defining factor in the past few months was the dissolving of these colonial borders that the Israeli authorities have created for us across the years. Not just, the cement barriers still stand, but within our minds, these colonial borders, this fragmentation of reality, the fact that Raya lives 2 hours away from where I live, yet her experience is starkly different from my experience. That I don't think is the case anymore, right? The experience is still different, but we are making the connections, we are doing the parallels, and we are reminding ourselves that we are a Palestinian people, regardless of geography, and actually in spite of this man-made geography. So the fact that you had the resistance fractions in the BC's Gaza Strip responding to oppression in Jerusalem was unprecedented. The fact that you had Palestinians in different areas, you had Palestinians in Lyd responding to what was happening in Jerusalem was unprecedented, because in my, memory, in my short memory of being, a 20-something-year-old, it's always been a city is facing something on its own, and then other cities will march once or twice. But this wasn't the case. People were offering sacrifices. People were giving, putting everything they have on the line. Like Raya said, their health, their lives, their prospects, their livelihoods. And that isn't just about Sheikh Jarrah being a symbol of resistance. It's about all of these people coming to the realization that this machine of Israeli colonialism is affecting them as well. It has been expelling them as well, and will continue to expel them. And it's not just for us, like in our neighborhood. It was very clear that it wasn't just about the houses. The focal point was not the houses. To me, I love my house. I care about my house. I'd like to grow old in my house, but that's not the end all be all point. And if my house if the taking over of my house was a price of a bigger political victory, then so be it, right? And I think the fact that we were kind of put on the spotlight, and people, the Palestinian people at large, we constantly have this tendency to think of our siblings elsewhere in Palestine, to refer to our siblings elsewhere in Palestine. The fact that we were doing this under so much spotlight, and we were unafraid of referring to the resistance by its name. We were unafraid to celebrate the resistance. We were unafraid to call for help for others. I think inspired others in a lot of ways. So to the degree of what you said about this not being just about Sheikh Jarrah, it will never be just about Sheikh Jarrah. This campaign that we've been doing all my life. This is like my 12th year doing this. This is just the year it managed to pick up. And I think that has offered the world a lens into the day-to-day struggle of the Palestinian people, but also, like Raya said, the refusal of the Palestinian people today to only be victims for gazing eyes, to only be subjects of for TV pundits to kind of ponder about and then glance over. Today, Palestinians were shaping the conversation, and they should shape the conversation because for so many years, it's funny, today marks the 21st anniversary of the Second Intifada. For so many years, Palestinians have given so many sacrifices for their land, for their people, and have not reaped any political agency in the world stage. And that is changing. And that is the work of not just the unity and the unity uprising that happened in the past month, but it's the work of so many decades of resistance and so many decades of boldness and stubbornness and refusal to assimilate and refusal to normalize. And I only hope, among the many things this Unity Intifada accomplishes, is that we also do not forget about the people who sacrificed so much of their lives for Jerusalem. I say this selfishly because one of my dear friends, Murad Atiyah, is actually in prison today for his role in organizing for Sheikh Jarrah. He's being accused of literally terrorism, right? This is the degree to which the resistance in Sheikh Jarrah, which was not at all like out of bounds, terrifies the Israeli occupation to the point where you get fabricated charges against you. And I only hope that we keep those people who paid the price of the Unity Intifada in mind, and we keep fighting for them, because this is not just symbolic, and it's not just a moment in time which passed, but this is something that will be remembering fondly and proudly for many years, but will also be suffering from the consequences and the collective punishment for resisting colonial violence for many years as well.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that felt as though there was a shift in it was as you said at the beginning, Muhammad, was the kind of language that people were willing to use after having many years of the main spokespeople on the side of Palestinians being people who were only using very, very limited language, or only supporting Jerusalem in very limited ways through, a funding project here or there. But actually we was able to be picked up, and everyone felt the national cause, and they felt the responsibility to be active and to be struggling together and to be standing together. And I think that, one of the moments that really became very public was around the general strike that happened on the 18th of May. In both what the general strike represented, that it was another method of struggle that Palestinians have used for decades to assert their rights, but also the way that it was called and the way that it was brought about, who was leading on that, the spirit in which it was done, the statement about the unity intifada that came out, and the fact that so many people were struggling and being spokespeople and going out publicly and arguing in the media, and so many others were also behind the scenes organizing and building and constructing these incredible networks that really carried a lot of the struggle at that time. So I was going to ask you, Raya, about the strike itself, and also about the shift in Palestinian politics. If there's anything you want to say about that moment, that particular action, and how and kind of what it means in your eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we constantly say, and another important thing and another powerful thing, there was quite a lot of powerful things that were going on. But I think, an important element of what was going on is that politics, organizing, and who was setting the agenda was not confined to the realm of officials, either official parties or official organizations or all of that. And that in and of itself marked how defunct those structures are for Palestinians, and how defunct that political discourse that they have been pushing for decades is, both on the level of kind of sheer kind of submissiveness to the discourse of international law, or the kind of discourse of statehood and state building, rather than centralizing resistance, freedom, dignity, those kind of very basic elements of what it means to be a Palestinian and what our struggle is really about, and confining it to this kind of world of statehood and kind of internationally sketched rights, and that then have kind of for so long defined our discourse of how we talk about our struggle. And the fact that May was not led by those people is actually what meant that May was different in both the level of political discourse, but it also showed the weakness of those structures in Palestine, and gladly so. That maybe we can start shaping and building something different. And so this meant that it was normal people, organizers on the ground, were the ones that were shaping the discourse. They were the ones that were pushing forward in terms of political demand and articulating what was going on. And it wasn't some suited guy who's been in his position for 30 years and is materially benefits from the oppression of the Palestinian people that was shaping our discourse, and kind of what was going on. And this was very clear when it came to the strike, in the sense that it wasn't a strike called for from above, but it was a strike that was pushed for and demanded for by popular demand, and by kind of normal activist people on the ground were calling for the strike well before it was actually announced. And in Palestine 48, there is the Committee for Arab, there's a committee that kind of represents the Palestinians in 48, and it was pushed to declare and announce a strike. And they often call for strikes, but the strikes that they call for are often adhered to or implemented only in the Palestinian communities. But in 48, Palestinians, the mass majority of Palestinians work for Israeli businesses and Israeli bosses. They work in the hospitals, they work in transport, and so on. And so they didn't call on that section of Palestinian workers to adhere to the strike, but it was popular demand from below that put that forward of saying this strike is going to be different. We're not only going to shut kind of local stores in our community and not go to school, but actually we're going to exercise our power to do something different. And so the strike was shaped by the political moment, but also by the level of organizing that was already taking place before the strike itself. And then, other sections, kind of trade unions in the West Bank also felt the pressure, and so they had to call for it, and in Jerusalem, and so on. And so it became a much bigger then it became a general strike of the whole of the Palestinian people, not just Palestinians in 48. And it was significant because it kind of reinserted the tactic of political strikes as part of our resistance. So this strike isn't kind of an economic, like what people would know as general strikes. It's not necessarily, it doesn't play out like that when you're in a settler-colonial context. This was primarily and predominantly a political strike that had economic implications, but it wasn't a general strike for economic rights and so on. It was a much more kind of against settler colonialism, more broadly. And so that context shaped the strike itself. It shaped the level of participation, but the nature of it. So people were having picket lines at the entrance of their villages and their towns, calling on people not to go to work. Events were organized in communities and so on. And it was a day where you could feel the power that political strikes can actually have, both in kind of organizing communities and galvanizing communities, but also how strikes can be spaces of political kindness and political healing, and where you can kind of develop your sense of agency. And so I think it will have a significant implication for how we perceive of strikes and how we use strikes as part of our broader resistance.
Yeah, and I think for one of the most incredible things that seemed to happen was that I think the public call for the strike went out on the 17th. And then the strike itself was on the 18th, and it was adhered to everywhere. And you got these photos from across Palestine, from the very north to the very south, of shops closed, of people not going to work, and you got some, beginnings of measuring the impact that had, and it seemed quite incredible.
It was called before, like a few days before the 17th, so there was time to kind of organize around it, but the way of organizing was different. So people would create kind of booklets and posters and things like that of like what you could do on strike day. But again, that wasn't organized for by the official institutions that called for the strike, right? They just called for it and that's it, but they didn't organize for it. And then organizing took place on the ground. I mean, Ramallah witnessed one of its biggest demonstrations since kind of the second Intifada. A huge mass adherence to it. Kind of the Israeli construction sector is highly dependent on the exploitation of Palestinian labor, both Palestinians from 48, but also tens of thousands of Palestinian workers that cross checkpoints on a daily basis to kind of build homes and build kind of this colonial infrastructure. And it was, and on that day, it was said that only between 200 and 150 Palestinian workers crossed the checkpoint on that day to work in construction, which was kind of a massive, it shows just the level of adherence to the strike, and it shows the level of kind of political awareness that was taking place and the levels of struggle as well.
Yeah, thank you, Raya. And the speed with which news seemed to spread and was picked up, I think, suggests definitely there's amongst Palestinians, there has been a shift in terms of an ability to express this people and our ability to organize in that way as well. And a lot of the things that have happened since, whether it's the arrest and, the murder of Nizar Banat, or it's the escape of the Palestinian freedom fighters from prison, digging themselves out with a spoon, it is rumored. Many of these moments seem to have galvanized huge protests once again, huge solidarity actions once again, and represent in a different kind of way a continuity of that same spirit that was existing in May, June, and July, that is finding new forms of expression and moments of articulation in terms of how we come together and who we stand with and how we mobilize as a people. So I was wondering if either of you would want to touch on kind of some of the things that have happened since May, June, and where you see things as being now in terms of some of the routes forward, some of the spirit that continues, some of the ways in which struggle is finding new forms.
I can just answer a little bit briefly, and I also think it's worth talking about the Dignity Fund also here. But I've said this before, but I think that we have a lot of political gains to revel in, but we also have a lot of consequences. We have a lot of people that did not get the type of visibility some of us got, that did not get the type of protection some of us got from being, hyper visible, that are currently behind bars, that are currently facing consequences, that are currently being punished, and brutally at that, by the colonial regime that has made it clear time and time again that if you resist colonial violence, you will be met with more and more colonial violence. So ever since, there are dozens of people in Akka, for example, occupied Palestine 48, who were in prison or who are just now coming out of prison. And all of those things. I also think, there are two fronts that I think I'm seeing a lot of hope in. Like we talked about before, this uprising was non-hierarchical, and it was really amazing to me to see my people, turn into translators and turn into photographers and turn into journalists and people. Just volunteered their time constantly and did what they can to translate the news. So you combat and you bypass the gatekeeping of mass media, and you kind of force mass media to talk about you in the vernacular that you wish you be talked about, in the words you wish to be talked about. And I think that was very vital to what happened, and I hope it continues. We saw this in the sense that there wasn't good protesting and bad protesting. There wasn't good resistance and bad resistance. You don't shit on another form of resistance in order to amplify yours. No one was saying that, oh, you should rally behind us because we're actually quote unquote non-violent resistance, as opposed to the other scary violent resistance, right? There's this dividing and conquering that happens even in our resistance that this time around did not happen. We did not allow it to happen. We know that Palestinians are entitled to all forms of resistance against this brutal Israeli regime of colonial rule, and we made it pretty clear. Another thing that I think is continuing to show after this is the role, the vital role that Palestinian communities in the diaspora can play in this big geopolitical equation, and the pressure they can place on their governments. And I hope that is explored further and it's done further. And I think, and I don't want to sensationalize what's happened. And I don't want to walk around pretending that we have liberated the land. But thus far, I think there is something unprecedented about what happened, at least in the past 20 years. Now, I think the era of Palestinians being shoved into a corner is over. Because so many of us who were in the spotlight, so many of us, actually all of us that were in the streets, did not have these organizational ties with funders, with international actors, with international diplomats that muzzled our mouths and muffled our speech. In fact, most of us didn't have these things and did not care, and we did not benefit materially from this. So we say things and we call things as they are, and that has allowed a new realm of people, a new generation of people to join our struggle, because really, not to oversimplify things, but really, this is something that has been communicated for years as nuanced and complicated and extends over the stretch of thousands of years, when in fact, when you just communicate the facts on the ground in a way that reflects reality, people seem to get it, because it's quite simple. You have an aggressor and you have a person that's resisting that aggression, and the equation goes from there. So I think those are the things that's happened since then, and I hope we continue building on them. And I understand, that a struggle for revelation is not one of momentum, but it's really one of accumulation.
Yeah, and I think I want to touch on that. The main point, which was that for a period of time, people knew when Palestinians spoke that there was some kind of institutions, there was some kind of representation, and there was some ability for the lives of people's lives to be represented internationally. And I think that simple message that came across was one that people were very receptive to, the reality of a people struggling for liberation against the Israeli occupation. And the response to that was people coming out on the streets and people being very serious about extending solidarity to the people, to Palestinians in the short term, but also understanding that we have these structures of solidarity internationally, and we have a framework of two states that allows people to say, oh, we care about the rights of the Palestinian people, but then when it comes to it, to not actually do anything. Or we have a Palestine getting to a stage where people feel they need to publicly support Palestine, but when it comes to taking action, some of those actions are not yet forthcoming. And it seemed like what happened also accelerated all of that, in that it moved people on from saying we can just express solidarity just verbally to say that we need to cut the ties that our governments and our institutions have with the Israeli regime, and they're encouraging and facilitating their ethnic cleansing. I just wondered, Ray, if there's any part of we've got 4 minutes left, of the kind of thinking about the world transformed, thinking about the Labour Party, thinking about some of the unions that are tied to it, what kind of key messages around this need to take action, this need to be serious about our solidarity work, do you think are worth mentioning before we close?
There's a couple of things. I think first, just to reiterate the point that Mohammed said about the detainees and dignity and hope detainees fund, that it's important that activists and solidarity activists hear calls from the ground, and you put your money where your mouth is. And so support the dignity and detainees fund, because that's really important. And it's not about charity, it's about political solidarity, because Israel uses mass incarceration as a discipline mechanism, and support for detainees is political solidarity. So please support the fund. Go back to your institutions, go back to your trade unions, do collections, organize around the question of detention and mass incarceration in Palestine. So use the Dignity and Detainees Fund as an organizing tool, but also to be in solidarity. And the other thing is that I think there's a tendency to kind of abstract Palestine and abstract Israeli settler colonialism from a global system. Israel doesn't exist in an abstract. Our oppression doesn't happen in an abstract from global capitalism, global order, your governmental policies, and so on. So the kind of there's a tendency to kind of practice semantic or verbal solidarity, but I think semantic and verbal solidarity needs to kind of be put in the drawer, and to understand that there are ways in which people can practice active solidarity. And I think one of the first ways to do that is to stop dehumanizing Palestinians, start listening to Palestinian voices, but also understanding the linkages between your locality and what your government is doing, your positionality, your trade union, and oppression in Palestine. And that means cutting ties. That means cutting the tap of financing this settler-colonial project by direct financing, by direct funding, but also by contracts, by contractual agreements, by the British government buying Israeli weaponry, by the British government allowing Israeli companies to develop weaponries like Elbit system, for example, to develop those weapons on Britain in the UK. And fundamentally, that's not about Palestine. It's not about just our life and our existence and our future, but it's much more about shaping the world for all of us, shaping all of our futures and shaping all of our destinies, because our reality is not that disconnected from yours. And that has to be at the heart of solidarity. Solidarity goes both ways, and it's a circular kind of thing. It is not about a one-dimensional form of act. So acting to change, to transform, to end Israeli settler colonialism is fundamentally also about transforming the world. And that's what the World Transform is about. So.
I mean, that's a great slogan to end on. But I think we're going to have to close now because we're just on 1 o'clock. But the link should have gone out in the YouTube for the Dignity and Justice Fund. So if you can find that and click on it and give a donation, that would be very welcome. And thank you to Muhammad and Raya for speaking, and for everyone who joined us, and for everyone at the World Transform, the Labour Party, who stands with Palestine and the Palestinian people. And hopefully see you next year, perhaps. Who knows? Thank you very much.
We can cut the down now, please. Yeah.
Oh my days. Big up Akram, big up the people them. They're fantastic. The work they do is amazing. You know what, yeah? Studio guys, free Palestine! Free Palestine! You guys could not be on a rap video. It was meant to be a bit more energetic. Free Palestine! That doesn't matter. Anyway, listen guys, thank you so much for tuning in to TWT TV. This is not the end. This is not where it stops. First of all, the link is still in the chat. Go donate to the campaign there that Akram's been speaking about. Those guys do some amazing work, and it will be fantastic to have your support. I'm not asking you to donate to TWT right now. Donate to them guys if you can. That would be fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, listen, I am only going to be with you for a couple of seconds. We're about to move things around in the studio. We've got some special recordings going on. We've got some exciting stuff coming up in our podcast. There's still a lot going on here in Brighton, in the Festival Gardens and in a couple of our venues. So if you can make it down, head on down and join in. Be a part of the fun, be a part of the socialism. If not, then what are you doing at the Labour conference? Dead. Anyway, listen, guys, we're going to be back at 4 p.m. So 4 o'clock, we will be back live on this stream. We will keep the stream open. There'll be a holding card there. We can't wait to see you. We've got some exciting stuff going on. We've got stuff with Young Labour. We've got a special fundraiser going on. Don't forget, we've got that Keir Starmer is a used wet wipe exclusive t-shirt that has so far been signed by Ian Byrne, Owen Jones. Like, you know, it's been signed by a few names, you know. I can't really remember because I was drunk while I was getting some of the signatures. Drink safely, drink responsibly. But yeah, it's going to be back in the studio soon, and we're going to be getting people to sign it live on camera so that you guys can donate. So make sure you're back at 4 p.m. for our normal scheduling, and then also at 6 p.m. we will have our very special TWT fundraiser with a load of our TWT friends from across the movement, activists, organisers, speakers. You know what? TWT FM better come later as well. I heard that Rob Howart's going to be there. He's a sick guy, trust me. I heard that Ribs is going to be there. I'm just naming people in the studio that I like. Everyone in this studio is going to be there. So definitely tune in. Ribs, am I all right to end this now? Wicked. Big up the bad man thing. Keep it real. Keep the vibes. Keep the times. You know what it is. It's TWT TV, and we'll see you at 4 p.m. people. Mwah.
Hey.
Oi. Come on, guys. What's good? What's good?
What's happening?
Have you enjoyed your afternoon? Oh, my days. The crowd is so excited.
Yes. Come on, guys. A little bit of energy.
Let me hear the TV studio. Come on.
Woo!
Yes, you'd think we had loads of people in here. They're just really good hype people. We love them all.
Amazing.
Like, big up all the volunteers. You know, we've just been at the food stall. We had
Yes.
some nice little vegan brownies.
Yes, that was lovely,
Oh.
actually.
Oh.
Who made it? They did tell us.
AJ.
You are a G. That was like the best brownie I've had in a while.
Trust me. The whole cooking team, like providing vegan food for the many. It's
Yes.
that, like, there's a whole model behind this. This is what I love about it, right? Is that, like, you know, when yesterday Ian Byrne was here talking about free school meals.
Yeah.
Here at the festival, you know, we provide thousands and thousands of meals
Yeah.
at literally cost. Like, you know, we don't try and make a profit out of them.
Yeah.
And it's doable. There's so much food and it's so good. Like, you don't have to do massive portions because the food's healthy. It's giving you what you need. And when you need a little bit more, there's always some left over. It's so good. I love it.
Socialism.
How have you enjoyed the festival? Like, I know there's been a highlight last night for you.
Yes, there was. Let's just have a moment, like, because I've still got shivers. It was epic. So, Senator Nina Turner, who's like the woman behind Bernie Sanders' campaign, was at, what was the party, Darren? Was it an
It's
after
the
party?
Communication Workers Union Party.
Big up to the
CWU.
CWU. That was an epic party. And she was there and she gave this speech and shivers. It was just honestly amazing. It was just so passionate and it was all about kinds of collective action and like empowering grassroots activists. And, you know, as a grassroots activist, I was stood in the front like pure fangirl, and I went up to her afterwards and I was like, I'm from BLM, can I have a picture? And she was just like, come on, Queen. And I was like, oh my God, she was amazing. See, I went all high pitched and I'm like, ah! Yes.
Hey, what
She
was
epic.
it she was trying to get? It's very American in the style of speech. What was it she kept trying to get everyone to say?
I think it was Together or something. I've got it
She
somewhere.
did something at the beginning. And
It was
quite
a
funny because in America, like, that's a very American thing, getting the crowd to
Yeah.
participate, especially in community organizing. But you've got a very, well, it was a trade union rally, really.
Yeah.
And you've got all these posties, and she's trying to get them to shout, and they're going,
I've
huh?
got it. Keep going. We're going to
Keep
keep
going.
going.
Keep going.
We're gonna keep going. I was like, yeah, I'm going to keep on going.
And they're all
I
like,
loved it.
keep drinking.
Yeah, it was good. It was very Obama. Yes, we can. And I
Yeah.
was like, I like it. I haven't had that energy for a while. It was good.
American rally style. We need that in
Yes.
the UK, definitely.
Yes.
Like, I think also, given everything that's going on in the UK, with, you know, around the Brexit shortages, the pandemic and all of that, I think, especially since 2019, I mentioned it earlier on the stream, like, people are feeling worn out. People are feeling,
Yeah.
you know, where do we go next? And
Yeah.
having that kind of energy is so necessary in our kind of campaigning right now, or everything that we do. One of the things that we wanted to pick up on today is the £15 minimum wage. Obviously, we're aware that the Wet Wipe crew have decided that they're not going to support that. I mean, the cabinet, shadow cabinet. Andy McDonald's has resigned from the shadow cabinet, which is
Solidarity, Andy.
like, I respect him 100%. But what a horrible shame that we've further lost representation
Yeah.
in one of the highest teams in the Labour Party. More reason for people to take action and do work on building our ideas, ground up. And, you know, imagine basically that we're starting afresh in regards to the Labour Party, really, in how we find ourselves getting in there. There's a recent rule change of 20% of MPs now have to support a leader before they can get onto the ballot to be able to contend. And then on top of that, today, a turn in events, the Right to Food campaign, which we had Ian Byrne on about yesterday,
Big up Ian Byrne.
Darno.
Absolute G.
voted through. Like,
Yes.
and I think that's a great example of, really, there's a lot of community organising, but I think something for us to learn in that as well, that he didn't just set this campaign up 2 weeks ago or in 2019 when he got elected. He said the other day, I think 2006 was it or something? You know, he started this many, many years ago. And it started with him and his mate outside Anfield and Goodison, you know, a red and a blue every week, and a wheelie bin. They just had a wheelie bin and they were collecting food, and they started to learn more. And that's what community organising is about. It's about listening. It's about learning.
Definitely.
And then starting to look at how you can take action and build change.
Yeah.
And they've got to the point where they've put forward a motion into the Labour Party conference so that the Labour Party will support the Right to Food message and take that on into Parliament and into the next election. But also there's the white paper, which basically means it's going through Parliament as well. And when those MPs that are those non-Labour MPs start to see the need for the right to food in the UK, fifth richest country in the world, hopefully that community organising will really start to turn around. And if you are thinking about getting involved in some community organising, I've mentioned that we've got community organising training here at the festival. But, you know, start to look at campaigns like the Right to Food, what they've done, what they've achieved and how they've done it, and really start to think about how you can put that into the work that you do.
And that's the thing, though. Like, it's not, you might not get it right first time, and that's, I think people feel like they have to do it perfectly and everything has to be in place. But with activism, it is literally, you hit the ground running and you learn as you go along. And the second you know, if you find your passion and you get into it and you start moving with it, you'll find people who have been doing it for a while, like-minded people. And like, you know, Dan said about Ian, you'll find your way and it'll kind of build. But the key step is to just take that first step and get into it. If you see something that needs doing and you feel like you can do it, do the work, because that's the only way we're gonna change this. Like you said, the fifth wealthiest country in the world. You wouldn't think that looking at the situation with young people and children at the moment going to bed hungry. And it's incredible what Ian Byrne is doing in Liverpool. Just so much pride.
Yeah, definitely. Like the other one I think that we need to further support is just to mention the Bakers Union. We had Sarah Woolley on yesterday. They have now disaffiliated from the Labour Party. And we have to have a think about what's happened there, because they were in full support of the £15 minimum wage. And that's not being supported by the shadow cabinet. And I think in terms of like some of the basic necessities of working class people, I don't know if you agree, but £15 minimum wage is like just the start of in terms of what we need in the workplace.
Definitely. Well, if we look, you know, gas has gone up, electricity has gone up, petrol prices are going to go up. Year on year on year, the cost of living goes up, yet our wages don't go up proportionately. So when we look at proportionality, no wonder people are struggling. And I feel like, you know, the Tories and a lot of people in positions of power act like these issues have just sort of come out of thin air. Why are so many people using food banks? Why are there so many children who need all this food from schools? And what is Marcus Rashford going on about? And it's like, yeah, it's a symptom of the fact that wages aren't quite cutting it. It's not okay for families to be working not one, not two, but 3 jobs, like 60 to 70 hours weeks to exhaustion just so they can feed the kids. That's not okay in the fifth wealthiest country in the world, allegedly. It doesn't matter how wealthy we are as a nation if kids are going to bed starving, if anyone is going to bed starving in this country, because that's, you know, we should be judged by the people who need the most support and how they are being given that support. And if we were being judged by that, there'd be a lot left wanting, because there's so many children and so many families, working families struggling, and even if they weren't working, we should have a safety net that is sufficient to support people.
100%. There's no question about what you said there. And like, just carrying on the conversation really, in terms of right to food, £15 minimum wage, I think these are the basic principles that we need to start thinking about what we're organising on. This is just like my reflections after the last few days of all the different sessions. We need to find those things, those issues that we really care about, those issues that will make a difference and that we can actually win on. Right to Food have paved the perfect example on how we do that. But also we need to be realistic. I mentioned before about how it didn't just happen when Ian became an MP. He was like, right, we're going to do this. This was like years and years ago. They started looking into it, started listening. And we need to be realistic about when we want to make change in this world. Yeah, we can have a week-long festival about, you know, transforming the world. But let's start to think about, you know, in three festivals' time, how far do we want to be on what we're doing? Earlier this week, we had Will Strong talking about the 4-day week and the work how they started to think about these ideas at this festival many years ago. But where they want to get to in terms of being able to actually see that as policy. We got a little bit close in 2019. You know, we all got a bit excited about that.
Lockdown life and all that.
But yeah, no, talking about excitement though.
Go on.
Oh, go on. Are you ready for 6 o'clock?
I'm ready.
Oh my days. Oh my days. So, all right, listen guys. Yesterday, we got this T-shirt. Do you want to hold it up for us, please? We've had a few very, very good friends of TWT TV have signed it. I think there's...
We got?
Ian Byrne signed it.
Yes, Ian.
Sarah Woolley.
Incredible.
I think Owen Jones has signed it.
Owen's there.
And Ash Sarkar.
there.
Done no heart signs up for Ash. And
Who added this little bit we've got in?
oh yeah, that's the exclusive, right? So you can go to the worldtransform.org and go to the shop and buy yourself Keir Starmer is a wet wipe t-shirt, but this is an exclusive. This one is Keir Starmer is a used wet wipe.
Used.
So that's the exclusive. But what we're going to do is there's a bag here. Now I'm not allowed to touch this bag yet, and you guys can't see it. It's off camera.
Okay.
But there is a bag full of goodies. We've got signed books. No, it's fine. We can keep it off camera. There is signed books. I think Don McJohnell has signed it, one of the books. It's a book by a guy called Seth Wheeler, who was on just yesterday. We've got a book from Pluto Press. We've got magazines. We've got Young Labour merch. We've got posters. We've got all kinds of good stuff. And between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. today, in the run-up to the Socialist Campaign Group rally, which will be live streamed here on this link that you're watching right now.
Tune in, guys.
Yeah, so tune in at 6 p.m. and what we're going to need you to do is make sure you're set up so that you can make a donation, and every single donation counts as one entry into the opportunity to win this signed t-shirt and that bag of goodies. Now, that's not all the signatures that will be on the t-shirt. And that's not all the goodies that are in the Young Labour bag there. We're going to have loads more. And we're going to have a shed load to get a big surprise.
Yes. There's going to be a lot of surprises in store for you tonight, guys.
Oh, my days.
So keep tuning in.
Yes.
And keep donating. You want to see more of this? You want to see more of this grassroots action? You want to see more? Keep donating.
It's coming on. It's live. It's a vibe. It's the time. Now, next up on your TV, on your phone, on your computer, on that box in front of you, we have got a very, very special event coming up. It's a session called Borders, Imperialism and Capital. We've got a special guest coming in from Canada, Harsha Walia, who will be live streamed into the studio and on your screens. And this is from our special friends at Red Pepper. Shout out to Red Pepper, by the way, who have donated 3 magazines to the fundraiser tonight.
Thank you, Red Pepper.
We're going to be getting those signed by a few exclusive people. We understand that some people can't sign the shirt for, job reasons and stuff. But
if you can, come and see us. We want your signature on there.
No. Looking at you, Jeremy. No. But Red Pepper, they've given us 3 magazines and also their latest magazine for the fundraiser. So big up them. But the Red Pepper editor, Siobhan McGurk, is going to be in conversation with award-winning author and campaigner Harsha Walia, a Canada-based immigration rights activist whose work focuses on the intersections between borders, capitalism, race, and migration. We haven't had the thumbs up yet to say that this is okay to go ahead yet. I think we're just waiting for some connections. Are we good to go?
Are we ready?
No problem at all. That's absolutely fine. By the way, I know Siobhan's in the room, so she's going to be signing our t-shirt as well. Siobhan. No, Siobhan.
Get your pen ready.
Yeah. We're getting everyone to sign the shirt. We've just been running around the festival gardens.
Chasing people.
Yeah.
Sign our shirt.
Sign the shirt. Trust me, it's going to have the blood, sweat and tears on there as well. Yeah. You're going to see it all. We're going to get some extra goods coming in as well. Was that?
I thought someone was looking at you, trying to casually knock you.
What it is the buzz is here right now, guys. I know you guys can't feel it at home. We're just trying to let you feel it. So every time someone moves in the studio, we're like, who is it? Is it someone comes to sign the shirt? Honestly, what's been the highlight for you then, other than Nina Turner this week, Chantel?
I really enjoyed the socialist think tank conversation with JC and Sasha. It was just so profound, especially, Sasha speaking about how inclusive movements and activism became during the pandemic, because basically everyone was having meetings at home and a lot more women were getting involved, especially women of colour, because they were able to bring, you didn't have to find childcare and all of those kinds of life and social obstacles that prevent women from being in places outside of the home. They were taken away, and it was Sasha and JC highlighted the importance of keeping that kind of sentiment going forward. So when we are hosting meetings in person, because we can, and COVID legislation, COVID social distancing's gone away a little bit, although COVID hasn't. Please keep testing. Ensuring that there's still that kind of inclusivity by having a Zoom link as well, having an online option so you can continue to include people, especially people with disabilities, because speak on.
No, I was listening, yeah.
Speaking to people with disabilities, a lot of people said they've never been so included as when we were in lockdown, because, there was this digital world that they've always been a part of, but now everyone else became a part of it, and it was so much more intersectional. So it is important to keep that momentum and ensure that events and activism, conversations and meetings remain inclusive going forward. There's good and there's bad to take away from the coronavirus lockdown, and I think that's one of them. It was a lovely conversation.
Yeah.
What was your fave?
I definitely did enjoy that, actually. Socialist think tank, if you guys don't know, get on Twitter, Socialist Tank, and follow
Big
them.
up Socialist think tank.
I love what they do, because their work is about not just the people on the panel, but also the people who are watching online. And I love that digital inclusion, just to add on to what you're saying, to be honest. But my favorite moment, right, and it's not specifically a part of the program from The World Transformed, but we'd just done some stuff with ITN or Sky News, I don't know, one of their mainstream bomber clots. And they were all right. They were
You're
cool.
live on Channel 4. Swear.
You're live on The World Transformed. Keep it real. But they was asking about, is it inclusive? And I think the last thing I'd said to them was the fact that The World Transformed was set up to be more accessible than the Labour Party conference. And they're like, but some people would say that you're woke. And I'm like, well, is woke a bad thing? The right winger, do you know what I mean? The right winger media are trying to make it sound like this is a bad thing. But at the end of the day, we're not saying we're a woke festival. It's a socialist festival. That's what we do. But then and I didn't even realize it until afterwards. 10 minutes later, I was talking to someone, and there was a young little boy on the floor. His name's Finn, and he's 10 months old. And I got down on the floor. Yeah, man, big up Finn. But I jumped down on the floor, and I was just rolling around the floor with Finn, making a mess and doing all kinds of silliness. And it's that's what this festival is. You can bring your family along. Yeah. You can bring your 10-month-old baby, and people will be friendly. They will love to have a chat. Well, I will anyway. I don't know why I wasn't in the creche this year, honestly. Because I would love that, just hanging around with I think, and that's at this festival. It's not old people, it's not young people, it's everyone, isn't it? And I definitely do think children have the greatest minds in this world, because they question everything. And I think when you have that innocence and you can question everything, it's beautiful. But this festival is specifically a place for everyone to have an opportunity to have a conversation, have a say, or in Finn's case, just to chew your way through the world. Just a vibe through life as a 10-month-old. It's I'm rolling. Honestly, Finn has made my day. But the other highlight for me, and it always is, and everyone knows this, is the dance floors. For me, there is no socialism without dance floors. There is no socialism without music. There is no socialism without good vibes. Until you have them things, boy, what is socialism? Do you know what I mean? Getting down on the dance floor with good comrades that I haven't seen in so long. And good music as well. The music has been a vibe. A little bit of lack of garage, but we'll work on that next year in Liverpool, won't we? Yeah, we'll make sure we have garage. But when it comes to Liverpool, we'll sort out the tunes. Trust me. But no, it was fun getting on the dance floor yesterday. Yeah. I was the music, it was a bit of 90s throwback. Yeah, there was. A little few minutes. Hey, Macarena. Yeah, so Macarena. And then Saturday night, it was remember that album you used to get when you were younger? Now 96 or now 50. It was literally Now 50 from my school disco in the 90s. I was here's the Macarena. Here's the Spice Girls. It was fun. I think I said it earlier. Zara Sultana's a sick DJ, bruv. Yeah. I did not know this, honestly. She brought the tunes. She brought it. She brought the vibe. Zara. Yeah. I'd say, saying that, talking about, CW, go on. What was it? Sorry, there was a message just came up there. People's were and headlights, what did it say? For the record, our producer here has sent us a message and done it as big as possible, but with my bad eyes, it was still too small for me to see. Do you want me to read it out slowly? I think I saw it now, it's okay. Anyway, no, but CW, there's a fly here now. It's all going off. I know. The fly wants to be talking about CWU though, what's really good about the festival as well is that we do have so many people from different backgrounds. We have trade unionists, we have activists, we have people who just care about the world, some people who have just come along for a good time and to hear a few speeches, and hearing about all different people's different experiences, different backgrounds. Like, you sit down in the cafe area of the gardens and, you know, you could be sitting next to someone who's written a book, or you could be sitting next to a nurse, you could be sitting next to a politician, or it might be someone who works in a call center. There's just every kind of person from every kind of walk of life. And
it's got that lovely energy though, hasn't it? It's like you just sort of walk over there and like everyone's just kind of dead friendly, and there's just like this creativity to it and really this determination to change things. And it's like that festival energy, do you know, where you leave a festival, you're like, I wish the world was like this. And it's like we really do need to transform the world.
yeah, massively. Imagine if the world was like the world transforms. Like, hopefully next year, you know, we can bring that vibe even more online for you guys. I suppose thinking about the festivals, they're powered on their own kind of magic, but we're powered on socialism. We're literally powered on the fact that we could make this world a better place.
Because
in all of the things we've spoken about, like, you know, right to food, the £15 minimum wage, universal basic services, all of these kind of things, you know, we can achieve them. And when you vision that world, you start to feel better about the future and what can happen. Obviously, to be able to put on more festivals, to be able to actually
some shmoney.
Give us that money. I want to see that money. Yeah,
Shmoney.
Real talk, man. Head on over to the website. I think there's a, yeah, it is.
Isn't it? Go on.
bit.ly /
I'll do a point to it.
like this. Just like that. Right there.
Donate. Click the link, guys, and donate. Keep us going.
Yeah,
Keep the vibes
bit.ly
coming.
/ TWT21 donate.
Can we have that link again? I think we were talking one. Hit me again with it.
bit.ly / TWT21 donate. I should have memorized it by now. But, you know, if you can spare just £1 a month, then please do. Put your hand in your pocket or finger on the
Click
fingerprint scanner on your phone. You know, make a donation. Super chat, you can put a payment in, or you can go on the website. Just give us your money, people. Help us keep doing what we do. Help us keep putting on these amazing festivals. Next year, maybe we can put in more parties for you as well.
Yeah, definitely.
The politics behind fun, you know what I mean?
I want to see more DJing MPs. Like, that's what I want. To be simplest.
Who would you be your favourite MP that you could see DJ?
I feel like Ian Byrne would be a G if he was DJing. You just kind of, I think he'd have a bit of some Liverpool classics on there, some 051 vibes, Pretty Green Eyes,
come
all up
on.
in the place.
Do you know what we should try and do next year? Have you heard of a boss night?
A boss night?
Yeah.
Like as in I had a boss time?
No, it's an event called a boss night.
Okay.
Right, so basically there's this group of people after a Liverpool game,
Yeah.
they put on these nights called a boss night.
And boss?
Yeah, it's boss.
Does everyone know, like, Liverpool slang? I feel like sometimes you say words.
Yeah.
Like, does everyone know what boss means?
Boss is like, well, go on, what's boss?
Boss is boss. It's good. It was boss la.
It's boss. What's a busy?
A busy
You
is
said
a
that on
police
there.
officer, and one we're trying to revive in honour of our dear departed Scylla is a lotta. So we want a lot of donations. I sound so skulls when I say it. We want a lot of donations today, guys.
I know,
a lot of love. A lot of socialism.
I know there's questions about Scylla's politics, but she still brought the Scouse vibe.
She
so.
brought that Scoutness. Was she a Tory?
I'm not sure. Like, if anyone wants to let us know in the chat, like,
Yeah.
I believe she was a friend of the milk snatcher.
What?
I don't know for definite. I don't know.
Can anyone confirm this in the comments, please? Because, like, my whole memories of Scylla are tainted now, and I need to know this. Was Scylla a Tory? Hashtag Scylla possible Tory?
Hashtag Scylla possible Tory. I can guarantee someone's going to be tweeting you mad
a
right
lot
now.
of Tory love.
Thing is, though, when these people die and people, like, mention that they are Tories or that they supported the Tories, like, there's some Tories that get really wound up about it. It's like, but they were a Tory. Why are you annoyed that we're pointing it out? It's like, what's the problem?
Yeah.
What, because people are going to know that they were Tories now. But
It's one thing I can't kind of overcome anymore, like Tories. You know, like when you're out with people and someone will go, this person's a Tory. Can I remember being out with someone
you
and them
messing?
saying this person is a Tory?
Yeah, it was. We was actually out.
Yeah. And my whole night was ruined, Dan. My whole night was ruined.
He was with us all night as well.
He
Wasn't
was, and it was dead awkward because I was like, I can't talk to you. Like, I was just like, look at all these homeless people. Why are you voting Tory? Do you know what I mean? It's like, look at me £10 an hour. Why are you voting Tory? Look at me 5-day week, Tory.
You missed the persuasive conversation training with Beth Foster-Ogg, didn't you?
Yeah.
We
Would
need
that
to
have
get
helped
you-
me out?
Right.
Just
So if
shout
you sh-
Tory
if you sh- If you struggle to speak to Tories, join the World Transport.
Do you find yourself thinking of the F word when you see a Tory?
Do you find yourself turning to violence when you meet Tory? No.
Is this your Tory face?
We encourage no violence against Tories. We can't do that for the
No,
purpose
no
of
violence,
YouTube and basically our careers. But if you do find yourself in that position, maybe you should check out some of our online training. It's called Persuasive Conversations. But that's just a perfect example, really.
Yeah.
Like here at the festival, we are really trying to change the way in which we interact with, Tories. But like in general, we don't have to do everything through the Labour Party. Campaigning for a new world or a transformed world is about looking at how we get there, what steps we need to take, how we interact with other people, how we bring people on board with what we're doing. It's so important that we're conscious about these things, and these are the kind of things that we're offering. I got to give, I mentioned her before, but Beth Foster-Ogg, some of the former community organisers from the Labour Party have been here running training every day, one-to-ones, power mapping, all that kind of stuff. Really, really important things, just so that you can put that first step into organising in your communities. We've been talking about the Transformed group. Shout out, many of them have been here this week as well. Bristol Transformed, Southampton Transformed. Those guys, when they put on their events, they use a bit of community organising and how they make sure that they get people attending to events, make sure getting people involved. Just here this week, actually, on Sunday, there was the TWT demonstration. Now, what was it? 300 people? 400 people?
Yeah.
400
Powerful.
people marching through the streets of Brighton to the TWT offices. If you don't know, TWT have been working with the Home Office for the chartered deportation flights, which, we could have a whole new conversation about what's going on there. But TWT, as a private company, they have a decision to make about whether they really want to be involved in this kind of fascism or just involved in fascism, really. And there's the moral side. Like, if a company came along and said that they wanted to use TUI for transporting, I don't know, let's say a group of male strippers, they go, oh, that might go against our family values.
Yeah.
But deporting innocent brown and black people isn't against their family values. Do you know what I mean? These are the kind of things that these companies do. That I'm using that as an example, obviously, but that's what they do. They put out these family values. They talk about how they support all their employees. Like, I'm sure some of their employees are the children of, or even are, immigrants themselves.
Exactly, and while we're on that line, so you don't me mention them,
Go
just
for
stop
it.
me if the Liverpool Arms Day is like an example of
Yeah.
that. So in Liverpool, we've got this sort of council owns and run arena, and we also are one of the places where a lot of refugees and migrants come to, and we absolutely welcome refugees and migrants,
All
and
day.
there's like so much support and love for them. And at the same time, our city council took it upon themselves to book an arms fair in this city, for people to sell the very weapons that are destroying the lives of those who are coming to our city for refuge. And it's like, who signed off on this decision?
Yeah.
Like, who thought that was appropriate? It's not. So if you get a chance, check out the LLAF, and it's Liverpool Against the Arms Fair. They are a campaign group of warriors. They are doing so much to fight against this arms fair. It's due to take place on the 12th of October. We hope it doesn't. But yeah, if you want to offer them any support, that would be incredible. I know, what was the band who cancelled the the gig there.
Oh, I didn't know though. There was one. That's brilliant news.
Massive attack. It was massive.
Oh, yeah,
attack.
yeah.
Cancelled the gig there. So it's that kind of collective action because all the campaigners have just like got in touch with so many people to support it. Not the TUC. Oh, who's the one for the students?
NUS.
NUS have said they won't book again if this arms fair goes ahead, and it's kind of that people power and businesses and organisations kind of using whatever sway they have to do something good and to kind of, that not all organisations are the worst. And so it's really important that those who can, use that moral compass. So, TUI, use that moral compass and do the right thing. If your policies and practices are causing harm, then you have the power to change that.
Yeah. If you want to see more about what happens, some absolutely fantastic video. Our video team, the camera operators and the editors, we've got an amazing team here this year. Just like every year, they get better and better. But check out our Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. The videos are on there.
Like us.
Now, I believe Siobhan is in the building. Siobhan McGurk. Is Siobhan here? Yeah.
Woo!
And you've got a new book you wanted to tell us about?
Come on down, Siobhan.
Come on, Siobhan. This is your moment. Come true. Join the team. I think I need to move over a little.
Okay. We've got space. We're all good.
Yeah.
Am I in the middle?
Oh, yeah. Go on, get in the middle.
Go in the middle.
Go on.
Salmon's Shan
I
sandwich.
think we're waiting for is it Harsha to join us?
Yeah.
The brilliant Harsha.
Oh, here you go. Do you want to grab?
Mike. There you go.
My name's Siobhan, and I'm was waiting for the wonderful Harsha Walia, who is author of this book, her new book, Border and Rule. And she was going to be zooming in today to talk to us, but we're not quite sure what's happened, and so I'm still here to talk about borders and nationalism.
Yeah, definitely. First of all, I take it you've read the book.
I have read the book, and then I'm also co-edited this book.
Oh wow!
So this is a book from PM Press called Asylum for Sale, and also looking at how capitalism really is the problematic system that we should be talking about rather than thinking about migration crises as happening, looking beyond that and saying what's causing people to move, and that is the in many ways not the crisis caused by capitalism, but the outcome of capitalism, the outcome of racial capitalism and exploitation. And so Harsha Walia has been campaigning. She's one of the founder members of No One Is Illegal.
Oh, right.
And is such a awesome activist. And then this book, Asylum for Sale, has got voices from all these different activists all around the world. And I think it's really important that we bring those conversations together, so it's not just an academic analysis or a theoretical analysis, but really we're having conversations that say, well, what do we do about this? What kind of action do we take to stop people from being exploited, from suffering in the ways that we're seeing right now?
Can I be really cheeky and see if we could get a signed copy of your book for our fundraiser?
Yeah,
I'm asking you on camera, so
absolutely.
I hope you didn't just bring one.
Absolutely. That's my last copy. But
are you sure?
I don't
want to put too much pressure on, but will you sign it?
TV, if you don't ask, you don't get it.
I know.
That's
all
how
I heard today is, can I be cheeky? But what you're saying about that first person experience, it's so important to kind of draw upon the people who are actually impacted by it, and that's something I'm seeing more and more of, in campaigns and protests and getting out on the streets. It's amazing, for academics to have that interest and for academics to champion it, because everyone's got different levels of platform and privilege, but also the key driver behind that has to be the people who are being displaced, and also having honest conversations about, well, why are people moving? Why are people having to leave? Why are people having to flee?
Absolutely, and I think it's just a really important general point is that most of the time people don't want to leave their homes. People don't want to leave their lives behind, but systemic forces put you in the position, whether it's because of an imperial war that's pushing you away from your land, whether it's economic forces that are meaning that your wages at the local level are being pushed down so much that you have to move elsewhere in order to get even just a little bit more, and probably under still exploitative conditions. The reality is that people don't want to move, and we're sold this lie for the most part, or they want to move for just kind of regular reasons. And we're sold this lie that, you know, people are going to come here.
Health tourism.
And they'll take your job, come here, take your health service, come here, be a threat, change what your streets like, change what your food like, and all those things. It's like, well, why are people really moving?
What do you think about the media though? Because it baffles me. You know, we've got this like how many years ago was it that we saw that little boy, you know, coming off the beach in the person's arms, and everyone realised, you know, this is awful, we have to do something. Now we're at the point where boats are being turned round in the ocean, and you can go to, there was a captain of a ship, wasn't there? She was a woman, and she got fines, or she got a jail sentence for actually going to rescue people in the ocean. And it's like, how are we at the point where we've dehumanized people to the point that you can turn them around in unsafe boats and say, you know, go back or go somewhere, we don't care? How have we limited fellow human beings to something that we just don't care about, and we've rationalized that as, well, we've got to protect our borders? What is that about?
Well, I think it's not new, and it's based in historic racism.
Yeah.
And the construction of borders are all about saying some people are included and some people are excluded.
Yeah.
And those lines of inclusion and exclusion in the nation state are so often built around race and racialization, right? And so people racialized in order to be exploited. So the white supremacist system that exists for hundreds of years is based on this idea that some people are worth less, and so you can care about them less. And so if it is a group of black people in a boat, then that's not a problem if they're turned away and turned potentially to their death. And at the moment in the UK, we are facing a Home Office and a government that is trying to criminalise those who would save and rescue people who are crossing the channel. And again, it's based on this idea, this construction over decades and decades and decades, that migrants are criminal, that migrants are a threat, that migrants are other, that don't belong. And all of this is not only media, I think I completely agree, the media is really at the forefront of that, but our politicians are doing the same thing.
Definitely.
Our conservative politicians, but also our Labour politicians. We've seen the Labour Party talk about the need to be tough on migration.
They've
you know,
stepped away from the kinds of support.
I mean, Keir Starmer promised in his leadership campaign that he was going to call for the shutdown of Yarl's Wood, that he would be at the forefront of a humane and compassionate response to people crossing the channel. And yet, when Priti Patel is saying we're going to start pushing back boats, and we're going to do something about the so-called crisis at the channel, the best the Labour Party can say is, well, this doesn't seem like a very competent response from the government. We'd like some more details about exactly how you're going to push away those migrant boats. And you think, what's in a matter of a few months, you've lost, you know. How are you going to prove your inhumanity? We'd like some details. That's the best the Labour Party can come up with at the moment.
I think it scares me a lot because, and I use this story a lot when I was a kid. I said, coming out the voting booth, I think I was about 10, and it was a general election. And I said to my dad, who did you vote for? And he said, we don't talk about it, son. And that's now I know it means he's a Tory. I didn't realise at the time. But I think his wife's changed his mind now. But anyway, my mum, I turned to her and I said, and my dad's second generation immigrant. My mum, she migrated here to work in the NHS, and she said to me, I vote for Labour. And I said, why'd you vote for Labour? And she said, because the rest of them will just send us home. And it's scary now that, like, you know, what we say in there about the Labour Party, they're not the ones that will protect us.
Yeah, I think we have to protect each other.
Yeah.
You know, it's people coming together and opposing the kind of solutions to crises that don't exist, or the idea that migrants crossing the channel is not in itself a crisis. It is the consequence of, as Harsha makes the point, as other scholars have argued, it is the consequence of capitalist expansion. And I think it's really important to think about this. A lot of my work has been around how not migration itself, but the demonizing and the imprisoning of migrants makes some people very, very wealthy. You know, the private immigration detention or immigration jail system is filled with lobbyists who are telling the government, you know, we will build you a detention centre, we'll run that for you. When immigrants are detained in the UK, they can be paid as little as £1 an hour to do the work that actual workers would be paid minimum wage for, right?
Yeah.
And so these companies are exploiting the same people that they are paid to hold in jail cells. And those people have just moved out of necessity.
It's horrendous though when you think, like when you see those scenes, and obviously reporters don't always get too close to see those scenes, but when you see those scenes of, like, you know, children split from families, people held in cages in detention centres, or camps would be more of an appropriate term, because they're just harrowing.
Yeah.
It's harrowing, and you do think, in 50 years are people going to look back and go, how was this like a part of society, and what were people doing about it? You know, it's absolutely horrendous. But I think there's, like you say, you know, people power. There was like a really inspiring scene. I think it was either the beginning of this year or last year in Scotland. You know, they tried to do, when the Dawn raids first came out, they tried to do a Dawn raid. And literally every neighbour came out and just blocked the van. They wouldn't let these officers take the neighbours away. There was someone underneath for about 6 hours. So, like, when you talk about people power, what can people do? You know, people who don't want to see this, don't want this to become normalised.
Well, I think, you know, the anti-raids networks are an incredibly powerful and important thing in the UK, all across the UK, local community groups that are opposing raids and having basically a community defence. But I think not only the kind of the outcome, the tangible outcome of someone wasn't detained that day, it was a really important message being sent that the people that were being put in the back of a police van were part of a community. They were members of a community, and they had friends and neighbours coming round together to you know, defend their rights, but also say, this person belongs here.
Yeah.
You can't take this person away. So having conversations and refusing the kind of indoctrination that we're being presented with, asking those difficult questions of our political leaders, of our colleagues, those people who are involved in their local political parties or their local political groups. You've got to be asking, you know, what are my local representatives doing? And if they're not doing enough, what am I asking them to do? And then what kind of action am I taking? Because actually one of the immigration policies that was really introduced and spread through the Labour Party, the new Labour, was this idea of dispersal. So people who were waiting for their asylum claims to be decided upon would not be put in communities where they might feel comfortable, they might know people. They would be dispersed all around the UK, and that was explicitly designed to make life uncomfortable for them. Right. So before the hostile environment, there was already efforts to make people feel unwelcome. Yeah. Right. And so we've got to be able to push back and say, you know, people are welcome here. You are a member of my local community, you know, and so those are the two ways. I think even a small conversation has a huge impact, and ultimately I think we should be demanding I guess you know, it's the Labour Party moment with the conference here behind us. We should be demanding and demanding that people live up to their promises. You know, if you said that you were going to call for the closure of detention centres, well, do it. You said that you would, so do it.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Go and do the thing. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Talking about claiming spaces and being unwelcome, I think Chantel and I have claimed our space a bit too long.
Sorry.
But we are going to do a handover. Thank you so much, Siobhan. Honestly, absolute pleasure to meet you. Thank you for offering your book to our fundraiser. So the book's going to be
co-host.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure.
But you guys should see a holding card in a moment. While that holding card's up, there is right there. There we go. There we go.
Where was it? Where is it?
Little donation button. Go on the website, bit.ly/TWT21. Donate to the team. Come on, guys. Help us out. And in a moment, you will have Peter Rees and the beautiful Amar on your screens with Siobhan talking a bit more about all of this. And enjoy.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Hello, darlings, and welcome back to TWT TV. It's quite difficult to take over from the last host, but I'm going to do my absolute best. So my name is Amardeep Singh Dillon. I am TWT's program coordinator. I'm also a political journalist, a migrant solidarity organizer, a trade unionist in hospitality, and I'm here generally for style advice, should any of you inevitably need it. We were due to be joined by the fantastic Harsha Walia tonight. Unfortunately, Harsha can't make it. So I'm incredibly grateful and incredibly happy to say that we are being joined by Peter Rees, who is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Aberystwyth, researching migration, human rights and citizenship, and Siobhan McGurk, my own editor at Red Pepper magazine, and an incredible author herself, writing and researching on migration too. Now, with the spirit of Harsha looming over us, I want to take a step back and kind of look at things at a slightly macro and maybe a bit more abstract level to start with. It might sound like a dumb question, but I wanted to get your thoughts. What is a border? When we think of borders, what should we be thinking of? How should we be understanding them? And how does that differ from mainstream understandings that we see in the press and in policy?
Shall I go? Is this mic working? Yeah, so, I mean, I think the first thing is that borders just aren't lines on maps, right? I mean, maybe those are more like boundaries. So borders are these like complex systems that sort of, I mean, as we know, separate different nation states, but there's also like a whole complex around them. And I think in the contemporary sort of moment, we're looking at sort of the way in which as migration has often been like securitized after 9/11, for example, and then illegalized in the hostile environment, as I think you were saying before. Borders have become these sort of huge detention and deportation apparatus. And so the first thing, they're not borders, they're not lines on maps, they're sort of like a whole complex and an apparatus. And in that sense, then they cut across into like political space, so they're internal as well. And I'm sure, everyone knows that, for example, the hostile environment that, if you are criminalized for doing, the things you have to do just to survive. And obviously they're heavily, they're racialized as well. So in that sense that the hostile environment doesn't just pick up like irregularized migrants, but it will also pick up, people of color. And, so if you are a person of color, it's much harder to rent, for example, in the UK. So I think, they're complexes, they cut across political space. And I also think they do important work in sort of just organizing the global population as well. So, for example, they hold, there's a very famous sort of ethical philosopher, Joseph Cairns, who sort of related almost to like a form of feudalism where they're sort of holding, your birthright, your chances are done by sort of where you're born rather than, it's a lottery about where you're born rather than your capabilities or anything like that. So I think they have a lot of functions, and I guess that's, I'll let you take it away from there.
Yeah, I think that's very true, that it's important that we remember that borders are not just lines on maps, but at the same time that we remember that they are just lines that people drew on maps, and they drew them for reasons of imperial expansion, of reasons for exclusion, of geopolitical competition, for colonial reasons, for just imperial expansion. I think we need to remember that these are constructed, right? That they were made up. The world does not appear when you walk over land. There are not literal lines in the sand. They're made, and they move all the time, right? So you hear news stories of a country has annexed a different country, or there's a skirmish, or there's a new state being made. That new countries come and go. The United States is seen as this. It narrates the own story of its existence as being there over lots and lots of time, but the US is made up of that border, the border between states, the borders at the edges of the United States to other countries, were pieces of land that were either violently taken or violently claimed or bought from someone else who had violently claimed them for their own. So That's part of US history. You know, Louisiana Purchase is part of US history, and it's important to think to what indigenous activists are saying in the US and Canada, all over the world, which is the border moved over us, right? Mexican people in the north of Mexico, in the south of the US, around the US border region, use the same language as well. We didn't move. We didn't migrate anywhere. The border moved, right? And so it moved, and we became people who were differently racialized as not belonging to the nation state that draws the lines of the border, that excludes us, or if it incorporates us, exploits us as a racialized, less deserving outsider who is given kind of a temporary allowance to remain. The UK has, for the most part, sea borders, right? So if it can feel very much like a natural, always having been there, this is the UK, right? Because at a certain point it stops being land, it becomes sea. But then you think about Northern Ireland, the line that was drawn there. My grandfather, when he was asked, and he used to be asked, you know, which island were you born in, or where are you from? He said, well, when I was born, there was only one island, right? The line was drawn over him. We've got Gibraltar, we've got the Falkland Islands, we've got all these overseas territories, or external territories, and these just reveal how nebulous the idea of borders are. I mean, you might have seen in the news recently, in I think Morocco, in north of Africa, people crossing over into a piece of land that's technically owned by Spain, that is Spanish territory. And I think it really just highlights the arbitrarily drawn lines that Spain can say, we want a little bit of this land so that we can have some power and control and exploit people there and have influence there and put our little fort there. But we're over here, and the people who cross that line that we drew over them, they become the problem. And so I think, yeah, that's a really important way to think about borders as both kind of completely made up and extraordinarily powerful. And I think for Harsha, who was going to be joining us today, one of the most important interventions that she makes in the book and in her broader work is this idea of bordering regimes, right? So the regime that puts in your mind this idea of the people who belong in and out, or the edge of the state, the edge of the nation, actually is extensive and is psychological. It's structuring the way that you work, how much you get paid, where you can travel, if you can travel, and it's the kind of questions that you get asked by your doctor in the UK. You know, can I see your passport, please? At the Labour conference at the moment, can I see your passport, please? Right? That is how the bordering regime exists far beyond the actual border.
Yeah, of course. And I think in that regard, especially during the Trump era in the US, obviously, there was loads of coverage, as there should have been, about kids in cages and about the need to abolish ICE in the US, which has been, like, in many ways a really, really inspiring campaign. I know that you've got, you're about to start a new research project on the Abolish ICE campaign. And before we start talking about that, though, one thing, as someone who's been involved in organizing on the ground at exactly those intersections in daily life at which the border regime becomes really apparent, and at which its violence has become apparent as not existing somewhere in Dover, as not necessarily existing in Hastings, and not necessarily just restricted, for example, to Napier Barracks or to Yar's Wood, but also to, as you were saying, kind of the daily grind for migrants and refugees and asylum seekers. But I do worry sometimes from an activist perspective, as someone who is in favor of the abolition of borders, how different and how similar are the bordering regimes that we might encounter in the UK or in France, as countries, you know, in what were or what arguably still are the imperial core, countries that have been historically empires for longer than they've been nation states in their current form, versus the settler colonies, of which Britain is often considered the mother settlers, Govinda Bambra said in a talk earlier today. So compared to, say, Australia and the detention systems there, the suspension of racial discrimination laws against Aboriginals, and the kind of kids in cages that has continued under Biden, how necessarily does that relate to the organising we do against borders in Europe? Either of you want to take that?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing to say is, like, it is actually really important to understand the different historical context, right? So, and that also helps us, like, denaturalize the border a little bit, like, which I think is what you were getting at, because, so take the US, for example, obviously it's a settler colony, but also they had, like, open borders until the late 19th century, and it was only when they wanted to sort of keep out Chinese migrants that they started to have immigration policies. So, you know, the border, even in, you know, up to, like, just over 100 years ago in the US was open. And it was, you know, a nation of migrants. So, and I think that sort of different history, like, means that there are different opportunities. And then, so when you look at it in the UK as well, right? So, you have to understand it in the post-colonial context. And, you know, I think Nadine Elanoni has this amazing book, Border in Britain. And I think she just does an amazing job of, like, denaturalizing the border. So again, what you were kind of saying, the border is there and it's in our minds and it makes us think in a particular way, and she talks about sort of having a pedagogical function about how we think about borders. But then she goes through this incredible, like, detailed work of going back to sort of like the 1948 British Nationality Act, where there wasn't even a conception of British citizenship before 1948. And then when they brought it included everyone in the Commonwealth. And then slowly, as they couldn't keep the empire, they, you know, through the 1971 and the 1971 and 1981 acts, they slowly created this, you know, this new nation that excluded racialized subjects. And basically, you know, according to Nadine, and I think this is pretty reasonable, that's just an act of colonial theft, really, right? So we come to your land, we take what you have, and then and then you're welcome to come here, but as soon as you want to come here, oh, well, we're going to close the border. And so she, you know, Nadine is saying very specifically, you know, borders aren't legitimate. You know, the UK border, for example, isn't legitimate. And I think then that gives us, like, different opportunities about how we think about the politics. So someone like Govinda, I think, would, you know, so Nadine would say, well, we have to sort of reject the language of citizenship, you know, it's what she calls recognition politics, which is, you know, if this citizenship is unjust, there's no way our claims to justice can be sort of incorporated into it. We need to reject it. And I think someone like Govinda would take a sort of more middle view of that. So she would sort of look and say, well, actually, look, we've always been British citizens, you know, we were here, we fought for you in World War II, you know, mobilise all those tropes of nationhood. And I think that shapes the possibilities of, like, migration politics, you know, in the UK and in the US. So I think, to sort of answer your first question, I think you would have to attend to the sort of specificities of what's happening in that country. And in the US, again, like, say, the post 9/11 context, like, migration's really been heavily securitized. The Abolish ICE movement is there to take migration management out of, like, out of the framework of security studies, of security. So, like, one of their main claims is that, like, after 9/11, the Department of Homeland Security was created, and ICE and also Border Patrol sat underneath that. And the problem is they always were in a security framework, so it's always like migration's always a threat. And so Abolish ICE is actually about saying, well, we can change this whole discourse on migration, and we can do that by taking migration management and making it a matter of, like, community development or human rights and getting rid of it from a security framework. So I think attending to those are really important to how we, you know, in each country are really important.
Yeah, I think that's very true. At the same time, you know, calling to abolish ICE is not that hard when you can easily rename an organisation, right? ICE is quite recent, and there's been other forms of the same other named organisations or named bodies doing the same work. That renaming doesn't change the function that they do. I think that the Abolish ICE movement is very, very important, but we have to recognise that it came after another kind of hashtag campaign, or a very long-standing campaign, which is No Borders, right? And so when people chose to start saying abolish ICE, they were also choosing not to say No Borders. And so maybe it's not as radical a position as we might think it is, because there's understandably, people don't want to see the kind of border violence, the spectacular border violence that we saw, you know, in the last week with Border Patrol agents in the US on horseback, rounding up Haitians, a lot of Haitian migrants. We don't want to see the spectacular violence of boats crossing the channel and being tipped over. But in not seeing that, in abolishing the kind of violent arms of the state, we're not doing enough to abolish or address the less spectacular but nonetheless violent ways in which borders and nationality controls make some people, as we were discussing earlier, some people seen as less valuable, less grievable, less vulnerable. And so I think whenever we talk about borders and migration, we have to recognize that for some people, they are not a barrier. For some people, they can be easily strided over with the right passport or with the right investment visa. If you have enough money, you can travel anywhere in the world. Borders are meaningless to you. We are living under neoliberal capitalism where the idea of frictionless travel is vitally important. Frictionless travel of goods, of trade, of commodities, but also ultimately of labor. And so the creation of zones in which labor can be easily exploitable, categories under which labor can be easily exploitable are just as important. So if we only focus on abolish ICE or shut down Yarl's Wood, for example, then we're not focusing enough on the ways in which temporary worker visas, seasonal worker visas, which, you know, Keir Starmer is also currently backing, the ways in which they create easily exploitable categories of worker who are defined by their inability to access what the kind of services and ultimately rights and protections that citizen workers would be able to access. So I think, yeah, Abolish ICE is a really important campaign. It's inspiring in many ways. It is different from the kind of campaigns that we'd be having in the UK, whereas a no borders position is one that, yes, different context, but can provide a much more internationalist view, and especially because we're living in a moment where nation states and politicians are looking across borders and shaking hands across borders and saying, oh, Australia, we really like what you did with your offshore detention. Tell us a little bit more about that. Bring that back home. We can sell that. Let's do offshore detention, right? Seasonal, temporary, foreign worker visas, same kind of thing. Oh, how did that work out for you in Canada? Great. Okay, we can bring that over here. The same. So always being mindful of the specificities of the local context, national context, but certainly learning from each other, because you know we can't say that we are interested in transnational, no borders transnational movement, but not actually be talking to our comrades, in France and Germany and Canada, all around the world.
Yeah, I mean that. I think a lot of people in the UK would recognise the Abolish ICE campaign in the US, but like, just riffing off what you were saying about the name and the importance of that and the hashtag, we have an organisation called ICE in the UK. It's the Immigration Compliance and Enforcement, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Siobhan, station officers in police units, right? Oh yeah, I mean the whole. I think this idea of the kind of the border being beyond the passport control. It's an expansion into every aspect of lives, right? So it's noteworthy, in the US, there's in some ways kind of a long-standing better protection for undocumented people. So high schools, for example, in schools, children cannot be expected or asked to prove their documented status. Whereas, in the UK, there's no such protection. So you start seeing teachers as potential border agents, right? Doctors as potential border agents. So we have here the Docs Not Cops, Patients Not Passports kind of campaigns, because we were seeking to remove, whether it's the official badge of the agent or the mindset of I too should be a border agent, I too should be policing our schools from those undocumented people, that we have to be challenging that. Yeah, I mean, it's called it's carceral cosmopolitanism, isn't it? That process by which nation states facilitate increasingly contingent migration for the purposes of precarious and easily exploitable labour, but without offering any real security and denying citizenship, right? And it's gone.
As I say, yeah, I totally agree. I just, what when we talk about this, I just think it's always really important to remember that like there is a risk of falling into that narrative that says that migration drives down wages, and we should, and like obviously sometimes that's sectoral. In some places it does slightly, but like it doesn't. And then, you know, what we want to do is, so we want to sort of like not slip into that narrative where migration drives down wages, and then we want to say something like, when it does, or why do we have this exploitable white workforce? Why do they have this zone? And it is the border which, you know, creates precarity that makes people unable to access their employment rights and things like that. So we, you know, we do want to just avoid making that sort of conflation. And also I think just go what you're saying, we need to understand like migration in terms of like a materialist analysis. We need to understand it in terms of class, right? Like in many ways, you know, there should be some solidarity amongst sort of low-paid workers, and that's what migrants and many people across the UK are. So,
I mean, you mentioned Labour Party conference, so let's bring it back to that very, very briefly. I promise. It's obvious that we cannot expect like a no borders or a border abolition perspective from anyone, any politician involved in electoral politics, right? Whether it's the Labour Party or the Greens or any other party. In that context, like, what are the non-reformist reforms, or what are the steps that we can put in place through electoral politics that might facilitate aiming towards the abolition of borders and of citizenship as an unjust category in the first place?
Yeah, I think pushing back against that idea of migrant workers or foreign labour pushing down wages or stealing jobs, that kind of thing, is vital to just interrupt that conversation. That's something that under the Corbyn years as well, the Labour Party seemed to really struggle with saying assertively and convincingly, and we've not seen perhaps enough kind of education across and within unions on that point, that it's the conditions, the system creates problems, not the people, right? Yeah, so I think that to answer the second question there about, you know, what can actually be done, I kind of mentioned this yesterday at a conversation I was having on the Labour Party Fringe event, but one of the contributors to, or someone who's interviewed for the book Asylum for Sale, Jamila Hamami, is an incredible activist in the US and immigrants' rights activist, among other things. They refer to action as necessary action as reform to revolution. So you take reformist moves, but always with revolutionary change on the horizon, or as the future endpoint. And so what does that look like? That looks like saying we want to be abolishing immigration detention centres. If we start with the idea of abolishing indefinite detention and saying that we will impose a 28-day limit, we must be already looking beyond that and saying, after the 28 limit is in place, we'll remove that as well, and there'll be no more detention. The same with the idea of vulnerable people, right? That we won't put vulnerable people, or we won't put children in detention, as if one day over 18 makes you more adjustable to having your liberty and freedoms deprived and sitting in a cell all day. So we have to challenge those ideas at the same time as providing protection. So let's take away the idea of child and family detention, but as part of the move towards abolition of detention centres and ultimately the abolition of borders.
Yeah, so same question for you, but also maybe considering your research, I'm interested in like what you think the role of like the category of like human rights plays in that. We had an incredible activist, Shamshed Singh, on a panel about citizenship a few days ago, and he made the really important point that the category of like human rights is to make a body legible to the state that confers those rights, in return granting some political entitlements or right to democratic participation, and the implications that has for the relationship between anyone on the land to the land as something to be claimed and owned, rather than something to be interacted with in maybe a different way that we can currently imagine. And human rights and human rights violations are often the tools that we use and the terms that we use when we talk about abuses of migrants' rights, right? But those human rights, of course, are themselves often like talked about and prioritized by the United Nations and by the European Union, and the European Union responsible obviously for the most dangerous sea border in the world, the Mediterranean, right? What utility do they have? How can we use them?
That is a really good question. So I think the thing to say, like, first is that you're absolutely right. I mean, like, human rights, haven't, really the sort of the birth of the human rights regime came after the Second World War, and like the atrocities, the Holocaust, and things like the Refugee Convention are there to sort of try and mitigate that and stop some of that happening. But obviously, as we've seen, like, governments run roughshod over it, like, the pushbacks in the Mediterranean and the Channel, all these things, the sort of wholesale deportation of Haitian migrants in the US at the moment. So, like, that's really under threat. And so I think one thing is, it's not working very well, even if it was good. then there's this whole other question, right? Like, what does if you haven't sort of like, again, taking the UK as an example, if you have this sort of country which is sort of in a sense unjustly rich and illegitimately bordered, I don't know, something like, say, like the Refugee Convention does fall into this problem of, the trap of recognition politics again, of like, you say, well, okay, we're going to give you through this little tidbit, but we're going to keep the whole unjust apparatus in place. And so then you're left with this question, well, what is the utility of human rights? And I think what some people are talking about now, and I guess this is a position I sort of hold, is there is some advantage to them, but it's actually really about not what they are, but what we do with them, right? So how do they inform our political practices? How do they help us expose injustice? If we had to sort of live in democratic societies, like, maybe there are a way in which we can practice, like, acting democratically. But I think, that requires quite a different sort of conception. And I think there is an ambivalence where they can often sort of, reinforce violence rather than challenge it. So I think there is a place for human rights, in my opinion, or rights in general, but it's much more limited, and it's much more as a sort of a political practice rather than sort of in any one institution, because that's always, often buttresses injustice. And I guess to your other point, the non-reformist reforms, which I think is like the question, right? I've always sort of thought of it in my mind, there's this gap between recognition politics, which is like all appeals to citizenship and using, like, I don't know, litigation and legal methods for migrant justice. And then you have a no borders politics on one hand, and you sort of, and I guess what you're saying, and this is something I just totally agree with, is how do you navigate the present with an eye on the horizon of what that can be? So, for example, I'm very much like ethically on board of like a no borders politics, but this is politics, not ethics, right? And we have to figure out, like, map how this is happening, what are the reasons, and so what is a non-reformist reform? And so I agree, like, abolishing like detention centres is really important. You'd have to have your horizon on like deportations and what's the next step. And I think, there are things that, the hostile environment, I do actually think is an interesting one, because it does shape how people think, right? When you deputise border control to regular citizens, like myself as a sort of a university lecturer, right? When I take a register and I hand it into my department, they give that to the Home Office, right? And then if someone misses like 10 sessions, they could be deported. And so we have to understand the way in which this does shape people. So, like, why landlords, why doctors might, deputise them as migration officers shapes like sort of a racialized politics. I think things like abolishing that, which are sort of somewhere between the sort of the maximalist position of no borders and the minimalist position of recognition politics, we want to sort of have some kind of transitional demands. So we're mapping our route to what we want. So again, yeah, I'm really in favour of no borders politics, but you have to do the politics of it, I think, is definitely what I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the human rights is an excellent example of this as well, how we can discuss things, the utility, the extent, and at the same time recognise that the power, the government, the party in power in the UK is very interested in just ripping up the Human Rights Act. And so we might have to defend something that is imperfect in order to, worse than imperfect, but in order to provide the groundings for some people's humanity, dignity, rights to be protected in some way. There's some really important groups active in the UK at the moment, like Social Workers Without Borders. They also contributed to a chapter to Asylum for Sale, where they're discussing this challenge of working within the state, but against the state at the same time, and how you can refuse that kind of complicity, but sometimes this inescapable position of having to go along with things the way they are in order to defend someone's right to remain. For example, lawyers or migrants' rights defenders making a claim about supporting a claim that maybe demonizes somebody's country in order to get their grant of asylum rubber stamps, because going into an asylum hearing and saying, well, actually it's more complex, and the construction of this country as inherently homophobic disguises homophobia in the UK and all those kind of things. That's useful in a different context, but at that time it wouldn't. If it's going to prevent someone from being deported, if it's going to get someone indefinite leave to remain, then those are decisions that people make all the time. So it's a constant negotiation between working with the conditions and frameworks, legal, moral, whatever they may be, that we have, and fighting to reshape more perfect ones.
I completely agree, and it reminds me, over the pandemic, lots of us, and by us I mean queer people, but also some heterosexuals, credit where it's due, did a lot of work in terms of food provision, in terms of building up networks to try and pick up prescriptions for valuable and vulnerable people. As well as all sorts of other things. And we created these networks that were, again, imperfect, have power dynamics, overwhelmingly white as well. But at those junctures, because this was being led by people who had experienced different forms of that kind of bordering of the imagination and bordering of the subject of what someone should be, and because many of us are also involved in organising, it was a real struggle and a fight to make sure that local mutual aid groups weren't sending casework over to the council, because casework is just the names and details of people in Peckham and in Nunhead, where I live, a few of whom are undocumented, right? And Rye Lane has experienced at certain points in the last 4 years a couple of hotspots of immigration raids as well, quite specifically because obviously the high street is becoming gentrified and land value is accruing, right? But my point is that there was a local campaign of education and a lot of resistance that meant that we didn't share that information with the council and put pressure with 15 other groups on the council to institute and continue a firewall with the Home Office. And that was the basis on which we then did that work. Similarly, when the cops came along and asked if they could hand out food, we resolutely and very politely stated why maybe that wasn't actually a very good idea. I would just urge anyone watching this that we need to really try and build that practice into our daily lives. It's really good to have the politics of no borders or of border abolition in our minds, and it's important to kill the border guard in our minds and in our hearts. But I think we also have to do that killing, if I can extend the metaphor a bit, with our hands and actually get involved on the streets. Thank you so much for joining us, especially at such short notice.
You're welcome.
And Harsha, I'm sure, sends her love, and I hope we've done her proud.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I just want to say very quickly before we wrap up that this is Harsha Walia's wonderful, wonderful book that is available from Haymarket Books, and that everyone should get their hands on a copy as soon as possible. And then this is the book Asylum for Sale that I co-edited, and it features lots of activists, journalists, people who've gone through the immigration systems all around the world themselves, writing about ultimately why we must all be abolitionists. So thank you for having us, and it was a great conversation with you both.
Thank you to everyone watching. Someone who is not me will be back very soon.
It is the absolutely maddest thing watching yourself on YouTube on your phone live while also talking to the camera at the same time. I've just been doing it. If you ever get the chance, it's just like, whoa! Anyway, guys, listen, that was a vibe, man. Big up Peter, big up, I've forgotten the names now. Siobhan and Amar, thank you so much, guys. What an in-depth conversation. And on something that, you know, like, I think we need to have these conversations in this world. We, you know, borders are there and we just grow up getting told, well, you need borders. Why? Well, because you need them. Why? You know, keep asking why, man. Like I was talking earlier about the little, what was his name? Finn. I've forgotten all the names today. It's been a long day. Bear with me, people. But I was hanging out with Finn. When Finn gets a little bit older, he's going to be saying, why? Why do we do this? Why do we do that? Think like a child and just keep asking why. Listen, guys, this is TWT 21 TWT TV. Oh my days, there's a lot of T's in there. I miss out all my T's because I'm from East London, but I'm loving the vibes we're getting. Thank you very much to those in the comments who let us know, by the way, that Cilla Black, it was a Tory. That's a shame to hear. Also, big up Nicola Curtin. Thank you so much for your donations. We really appreciate it. It helps us keep doing what we're doing here in the TV studio, but also the festival all year round. The festival itself is coming to an end very, very, very soon. We have still got the Socialist Campaign Group Rally. If you are in Brighton, we have also got the closing party tonight. I haven't actually got the details of it yet because I've been so focused on providing quality content for you guys. You know what it is. But right now, you know what, right? So a couple of weeks ago, there was this announcement where basically Keir's team, the leadership, had not replied to Young Labour. And the Young Labour team, they're awesome. I love them, you know. And they wanted to put on events, and then they were given misinformation, and it went round the block a bit. So TWT turned around and said, yo, we're the inclusive place for the people. So they came on over and they've done a few bits with us. We've had them on the IG. We also went out with them the other day. They had a little bit of fun, speaking to people in the festival grounds, asking them, well, I'll tell you what, let's run the video and let's see what happened. I had a real good time. So big up Jess and Shannon. We had a real good time on this one. Plug the video, DJ. DJ.
Today we're going to be playing a game called Who Tweeted It? So far too many of us spend far too much time on Twitter, and so do lots of MPs, especially after a gin or two.
We're going to be asking people today if they can identify who tweeted the very questionable tweets. Most of them are Labour MPs. We've got a few other interesting characters in there, so let's see what people have to say.
First, they gentrified Whatsits. Now it's fruit pastels. Spotted tonight at the cinema. Embarrassed faces.
Give it a go.
Go to the cinema.
MP goes to the cinema.
What about Siobhan McDonough?
Oh, that's a rogue one, yeah.
I'm not good at this game, am I?
Would you like a clue?
Yeah, go on.
So also had a leadership campaign, historically, is a woman.
Jess Phillips.
What's the face? Duffield.
No, not quite.
Don't even mention her name.
We don't.
I thought it was a bit out.
Not the time of day.
It was, in fact, Stella Creasy.
Oh, it's my MP.
Your MP!
It's gentrifying.
Ask it next CLP meeting.
Taking that home with me. And it's very ironic because Walthamstow is one of the most rapidly gentrifying parts of London.
There we go. There we go.
Cat just pissed in my suitcase, so if anyone would like a cat.
Give it a go.
David Lammy.
Oh.
Really? One more guess. Okay. Cat just pissed in my suitcase.
It's even better when you repeat it.
Who would? I'm just trying to think like who'd have a cat. I know Corbyn's got a cat, but I doubt he'd let the cat piss.
No, El Gato would never.
Game, is it really? I don't know, but I do want to find
0 out of 0. It's been a rough run.
Cat just pissed in my suitcase, so if anyone would like a cat. Who said that?
I know this
Mum, I have spent years warning local people that these fat old racists won't stop blaming the EU when their shit hits the fan. Here they come blaming others. Absolute shitbag racist wankers. Who said that?
It's a man. Alistair Campbell. Oh no, he's a current MP, didn't he?
Current MP.
Gordon Brown.
Not quite. I can't imagine Gordon Brown saying wankers.
Shitbag racist wankers.
I thought it might be like a continuation from The Bigoted Old Woman. Yes. I thought it was like, okay.
I see.
Is that close?
Getting there.
That era?
Not quite. Quite
current MP. Current MP. Alex Sobel.
No, but that is something that he would probably say.
Further right. Jack Straw.
Oh no.
No.
Lisa Nandy?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Matt Hancock.
No, Labour.
Oh, he's Labour.
Labour.
Okay, cool.
Final guess now.
Keir Starmer?
Oh, I think that would be the juiciest thing he tweeted. If so, it's not.
Is it Angela Rayner I'm thinking of? It was not Angela. A few people have said Angela Rayner for this one.
She's
quite sweary. She often says it how it is. I don't think I've ever heard her say quite that. Yeah, she's been told off today for saying that Boris was a
scumbag.
A scumbag? Or scummy?
Didn't she do like a massive editorial in the Times yesterday?
She did do a massive editorial. It was interesting. It was interesting.
There was a paywall.
They're fluffing. They're trying to buy time.
Yeah, you're trying to buy time. No guesses?
There's like a major Remainer. I'm going to guess they wanted another vote count. Don't have it.
It was only Neil Coyle.
Neil Coyle seemed related to Nadine.
Who is Neil Coyle? Well, that's really the question on everyone's minds. Thanks so much for your time. I mean, you know, we touched on some MPs. Who would you say your favourite MP is? Who do you like?
Zara Sultan.
Yeah. I think, yeah.
Big fan.
All agreed there. Big fans of Zara. Cool. Well, I was a paperboy too, and a milk monitor, and worked in a shop and delivered paraffin and lemonade. So there. Who said that?
Peter Kyle?
It's not.
Boy, delivered milk. It rings a bell.
It's got to be someone quite posh who's pretending not to be posh, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Clue is in the milk part.
Yeah, that's what's... Yeah, milk.
Okay, we'll pass on that one. That was Mike Gapes. Okay. Famously known as Milk Gapes. Okay.
If you don't think Keir Starmer will advance the class struggle, you're possibly not understanding social democracy correctly from a Marxist viewpoint. Not an MP.
Not an MP.
Not an MP. Someone notable.
Someone here.
If you're not
today at
Someone
TWT.
here. At TWT.
If you're not supporting Keir Starmer, you don't understand class struggle.
Yeah.
From a Marxist perspective. Can we get a hint as to like what their occupation is? They
Fountain shitter.
Now that's an allegation, unproven for legal purposes.
That is a...
If you don't think Keir Starmer will advance the class struggle, you're possibly not understanding social democracy correctly from a Marxist viewpoint. Who said that?
Or ramen body.
What, Paul Mason?
That was correct. It was
we
Paul
need the ramen story, I think.
We've got a little tradition of coming to the World Transformed, and we once saw Paul Mason tucking into a Shogun ramen. So now we go there every year.
Good enough for Paul, good enough for us.
Good enough for
Fair
us.
enough.
He's got a...
Again, I found it.
Oh my days.
Welcome back.
Hey, do you know what? Them guys are hilarious. Honestly, I think, you know, if we're not careful, we'll be out of a job.
For real? For real?
Oh my gosh. I couldn't believe as well, like some people were like, they couldn't figure out, so they just said the first MP's name in their heads.
Yeah.
I was like, are you sure?
Do you understand the game?
Like, I don't know, if you're an MP or, you know, like someone in the political world, I think you have to think about how you use your Twitter, like what you're saying, because, you know, you are, at the end of the day,
in a public position of authority, and those tweets will come back to haunt you.
Talking about cats pissing in your suitcase, like, I don't know. Like, sometimes I think they just think they're going to go viral. And this is why most MPs probably shouldn't be allowed near social media, really.
Hashtag cringe.
Isn't it just? Now, before we get into our fundraiser time, I just want to, I mentioned earlier, Nicola Curtin, who's made a couple of donations already. I'll make sure, Nicola, your donations are added into the draw. Just to read out the first comment: thank you very much for streaming these very interesting discussions, which are giving me hope and inspiration. I love that.
That is lovely.
I proper love that.
That's what we want to do. We want to inspire. Go on.
Yeah, exactly that. Also, Nicola said, do people think we are heading towards a time when the population abandon politics and we cease to have parliaments? Nicola, I would be very interested to know what you think a world would look like without parliaments. You know, I know there's a few kind of models out there, or people have done that, but you know, what you think that would look like. So please do keep commenting. Now, this is how things are going to work, guys. Basically, for the next hour, we've got a few of our good socialist friends coming in to say hello and remind you.
The studio.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Live in the studio.
They're joining us. You're live. You're live.
live. They'll be in here telling you why you need to donate to the World Transformed. Now, the way it works is we're going to have a competition. I'm just going to reach over to my right here.
I'm going to reach to the table here.
And basically, in the comments below, there is a button. I think it's a $sign. And you can hit that and you can make a donation to do a super comment or just a donation to us through YouTube. And if you do that from now until 7 p.m., including Nicola's 2 comments, you will be added into a prize draw where you could win all of these. Oh, wait, there's one missing.
Oh, wait. This is the best one.
The t-shirt, right.
T-shirt.
As you know, we do have, if you would like one of these t-shirts, obviously not the used wet wipe one. This is the used wet wipe t-shirt, which our guests who are going to be coming in are going to be signing it. We've already got Ash Sarkar, Ian Byrne, Owen Jones. Who else is on there? I think that's everyone so far. Oh, Sarah Woolley as well.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Sarah.
Down the Bakers Union. They've signed that already, and we're going to be getting the rest of our guests to sign that T-shirt. But we've also got some extra bits. Chantel, do you want to take us through them? So, first of all...
What's in the bag, Dan? We've got this book, which is Asylum for Sale, and it's by Siobhan McGurk, who, if anyone was watching earlier, was on the show talking about the experiences of migrants and asylum seekers. If you haven't watched, rewind this, not now, later, after you've watched our fundraiser. Have a rewind and have a watch, because it was a really powerful discussion. Go on, Dan.
We've got a Stop, Fire and Rehire poster. I'm guessing we'll ask our guests to sign this as well. If anyone's online, tweet Barry Gardiner right now, right? Just tweet him and say to him that we've got a poster in the TWT TV studio, and he needs to tweet us and find out where we are, and he can come and sign this and help us raise loads of money for the World Transformed.
We would like a signature. Come on, Barry.
Barry Gardiner now. Come and tell him to come through. What else have we got?
We've got some Momentum t-shirts. Big up Momentum. Absolute legends. We were with someone from Momentum earlier. We're going to big them up.
Momentum people are coming up soon.
Oh, we'll big them up when they're here.
Definitely coming through. I think we got a couple of our Momentum friends.
Epic.
Another poster. This is our Young Labour poster. The cause of Labour is the hope of the world. Oh, I love that. Nice little poster for your office or something.
We have a magazine, Red Pepper magazine. We had some people in earlier. Yeah.
Okay, so Red Pepper magazine. We have actually got 3 other Red Pepper magazines here. Got this leaflets and everything.
What we got?
So we've got these extra copies. These are historic copies, one from 2016 and two from earlier this year. I say historic, I mean past. But basically, these are all free. These will all be in there. And we'll be asking our guests to sign them as well. They get to choose what they want to sign.
Come on, let's get that one. I want to burst that balloon. Who is that? Who even is he? He's been cancelled. We cancelled him.
Some old faces on
Who
there.
is he?
Oh, by the way, the book, Asylum for Sale, that has been handled by the man Jeremy Corbyn himself.
What?
Yes.
And speaking of Jeremy Corbyn, we have some lanyards.
He put these in the bag. He actually,
Put 'em in the
he
bag.
pulled them out and he went, yeah, take these guys. I was like, really? He said, yeah. I said, okay.
We have another book. You were speaking to the author of this book yesterday, weren't you? Do you believe?
Don McDonnell has signed this. Look, inside this book right here, I can't open it now, but I won't bend it. John McDonnell and Seth Wheeler, the author of this book, have signed this. It is the In and Against the State Discussion Notes for Socialists, new edition, brand new, picked up today. Seth brought it to us, so that is in the bag if you want to. Keep those donations coming in. We want to see them coming in right now. Just use the chat there if you want to get yourself in the prize draw. I'm waiting for it to load. What have we got next?
We have another book. It's called Veteranhood by Joe Glenton. Has he been on?
This is, no, he hasn't been on, but this is fresh from Repeater Press or Repeater Books. They donated this as a special one. They are selling it, or they have been selling it at the festival. So, you know, brand new book. You can get your hands on there. It's Rage and Hope in British Ex-Military Life. Joe has been speaking at the World Transform this week. So if you have seen him speak, I believe some of that might have even been filmed. You might be able to catch it later on when we upload it to YouTube.
Momentum have come through strong. Every time I go in, there's a little momentum. We've got badges, we've got flyers, momentum here in the bag. You're going to get a lot of momentum goodies if you donate.
I'll tell you the truth, right? Momentum weren't at their stall, so we just grabbed a load of stuff and chucked it in the bag.
Throw it in the bag, okay. I owe you momentum.
I think Momentum might be in the house.
They're here, Momentum in the
house. Come on. Who have we got here from Momentum? Round of applause for the Momentum guys.
Woo!
We've got Darren. We've got Callum. Woo! Come on up, guys. Come on up,
guys. Come up, say hi.
Come on up and say
Find
hello.
a space on our couch full of trinkets.
Here we go. We got Alan Gibbons.
Hey, Alan.
Darren McLaughlin.
Hey, Darren.
And Callum Bell. I was about to call you Bull, and I was like, no, that's not right.
Have enough mics? Do you have enough mics?
There's another mic there for
There
you
we go.
guys.
Grab a mic, guys.
We'll just move right on
We'll
over.
move up, move up, move up.
It's live TV. And Gaia, what's going on, Gaia?
Hey.
Yes. Don't sit on the goods. We nicked them from your stall. We nicked them from your stall. Do not break them.
We're taking them as a donation, if that's okay. Dan has a way of asking for things that's like unlike anyone else I've ever known.
Can we have a clipping of your beard, please, Alan and Callum?
That would be fun.
What's wrong with my beard?
No, we want to clip it.
It's
great. We
we
want
love
to give
it.
it away in the prize draw. Right, so basically, we've got members of Momentum's NCG here.
Hey, guys.
Momentum have obviously been fantastic supporters of the World Transformed since its inception back in 2016. And Momentum, you know, they're here every year. They've been massive in building the movement behind Jeremy Corbyn, but also around the socialist ideas of politics in the UK over the last 5-6 years. So we really appreciate you guys coming along.
Thanks for coming.
What is Momentum up to? What are you guys doing at the moment? What are the big campaigns? How are you all? Have you been enjoying the festival? What's been your favourite bit? You know, just let us know. Pass the mic around.
Pass the mic. Who wants to go first? Go on, Alan.
Well,
go ahead, La.
Go on, La.
I mean, for me, you know, at this conference, I think a lot of people thought we'd be dead and buried, and we haven't gone away. We're still here. We're still fighting, and I think that most important rule change, you know, because it was wafer thin, the win, after all the shenanigans, after all the manoeuvring, you know, about Unison not voting the way that they were meant to, there's a hell of a lot to fight for. And I think the other thing that really impressed me is, again, Michael Walker said it last night on Navarra, that they were expecting, TWT to be a bit hollowed out and a bit sad, and it was ebbing and we'd lost come. Didn't feel a bit like that. It was vibrant, it's been energetic, new ideas, exciting, I thoroughly enjoyed the sessions that I was in, and loads of them, people couldn't get into the tent.
Yeah.
That's what you want from a fringe festival.
Epic. What sessions were you in, Alan?
What?
I missed. Tell me about your sessions.
Well, I'll tell you what, do you know what? The session that really impressed me was we had one about strategy.
Yeah.
Now, if something says momentum strategy, you think... that is just so not exciting, and yet it was a fantastic debate.
Really?
And, there was another one about kind of grassroots socialist ideas and organisation, and they didn't look that great, but people were being... What really impressed me, people are being serious.
Yeah.
In a period where you've had something of a retreat, where you've had setbacks, you either cry on the bed or you do this kind of Spartacus thing, we will not take a step back. Neither are satisfactory. You need serious ideas, you need debate, and you need patience.
Definitely.
And all of that has been evident.
Amazing. So channeling that energy from a place of kind of, obviously broken-hearted despair with the past few years, and it does feel like there's a proper vibe at this festival, doesn't there?
Absolutely.
Gaia, you've travelled a long way to be with us, right? Home is New York for you, right?
What?
That's right, Dan.
International
I hear you're
socialism.
friends with Bernie now, so...
Oh, that's a flex, Gaia, that's a flex.
No, but like, real talk, on a level, you see politics on the American scale. Last night, Chantal was talking about Nina Turner, and it was like, she does that American vibe, come together at the end of every line, and everyone's hyped, and it's all big. The world transformed is, I don't know if there's anything like that in America. From an international perspective, what's it like to come over to the UK? I know this is naturally home for you, but coming over here and seeing politics done in this way compared to other places, and also what's been your favourite part of this week?
Well, I was just thinking about the fact that, because I was told, can you say something about TWT here? And I was like, there is...
Soon, because in the UK there's a bit more of an internationalist perspective and more of an anti-imperialist kind of class-driven perspective than you might get in the US.
Definitely, and that's just inspiring stuff, especially how you've taken what you've learned at TWT and gone out and been proactive in your community, that exactly what we want people to do, and made that difference. Just amazing, Darren. Callum, tell people why they should donate to TWT.
I think just what Guy was saying there, this doesn't exist, and I think my experience of being involved in the Labour Party is similar to Darren. You turn up to one thing and then all of a sudden you're getting more and more involved. And these things just don't happen. There's not an institution, there's not an organisation behind all this. This is just people giving up their time, giving up their energy to help deliver some fantastic training that's really energising the left and building socialism in the UK. It's just tremendous, and honestly, chip in, guys. It's just a couple of quid or whatever, and honestly, it sustains this thing and just builds something really, really special.
Incredible. And what happens if you donate today before 7, Dan?
Listen, right. So if you donate before 7 p.m. in the YouTube comments, you will have access to the raffle where you could be the winner of all of these prizes that Darren, Gaia, and Callum are sitting on. There's a pen there. You guys, if you want to sign the T-shirt or if you want to sign the poster, feel more than welcome to. We'd love to have your names on there. Yeah. I don't know if you heard, but we definitely did rob basically all the Momentum stuff.
If you want it back, though, please, no.
I went to the Momentum stall, right? They're sharing it with Young Labour, and... I said, where's the Momentum guys? And they were like, I don't know, some guy called Darren's meant to be here. I'm not even joking, right? They literally said it, some guy called Darren's meant to be here. And I was like, okay, Darren won't mind. And there was 2 T-shirts left, a bag of badges, and some posters. So I just took them. Your son's calling me right now, Alan.
Hey, shout out to Robbie.
We keep socialism in the family.
Trust me. So yeah, get your donations in the YouTube comments. Keep them coming in. You just hit that donate button. Any donation will enter you into the raffle so that you could win all of these prizes. Make sure you guys get your names on there. And while you guys are just getting yourselves onto the next part, 'cause I'm sure you're going to be at the Socialist Campaign Group rally, right?
Yeah. Cheers, 7 o'clock, guys.
Yeah, everyone's so
Cheers,
tired now.
everyone. Socialist campaign rally. Hey!
We'll let you guys get on your way. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
for dropping in.
guys.
We know you've been busy spreading out that socialism, that community.
Alan
organising.
Gibbons is a celebrity. I've been like, every time I try and get a conversation with Alan Gibbons, he's surrounded by people like autographs and organs. I'm like, Alan, do you remember me from Liverpool? Alan will be staying in Brighton. It's epic.
Could never forget Chantal once, honest to God.
I just want to say a massive thanks to both of you and all that you've done. It's been incredible.
Thank you. Oh, lovely now. Can we play some lively music? Because I feel a bit sad. But no, thank you very much, guys. Keep up the fantastic work. We love, the current NCG. You guys have continued some of the amazing work that was being done before. But the stuff to do with housing, challenging the current leadership of the Labour Party, getting that socialist message out there. It's been fantastic. So thank you very much. Can we have a big round of applause for the NCG members in the house, Alan Gibbons, Callum Bell, Gaia and Darren.
Woo!
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Now, the work that we do here at The World Transforms would not be possible with our staff team. We have a fantastic staff team here, and one of them is actually in the house right now. It is Jamila the Squire.
Jamila.
Round of applause for
Come on up, Jamila.
Jamila, listen, honestly, when something goes wrong in TWT, people naturally just go, call Jamila. It's either you or Charlie. And Jamila, you do so much. Like, sometimes I'll come down to London and we'll be having a drink and I'll look over and there you are on the TWT Twitter just keeping an eye on things. Like, round the clock. Seriously, if I was your union rep, I'd be having words with TWT. I'd be having words with myself. No, on a real though, you do so much and you do it out of love. You do it because you care about it. Obviously, we're doing this fundraiser. We want to get people to support The World Transform. But could you just give us a little bit of I suppose, backgrounds to what really goes on all year round? Because a lot of people, they see The World Transforms, they see that the festival happens over 4 days, and then they might not see the other things. Could you just tell us some of the ins and outs, what your kind of job involves? Tell us it all.
What's the backstory?
Well, there's a big story. It's good fun working for TWT, but it's a small team. I think when you come here and see the site like we just saw in that video, and you see we've got Bernie Sanders and this amazing studio, it looks like there's so much behind it. And I guess relative to the scale of what it is, there's not a lot of resource. There's, I think, 6 staff members year round. Only 2 of them are full-time.
Wow.
About 95 of the people you see here in their T-shirts are unpaid volunteers. And every year they come in the summer and they go above and beyond and take on some of the biggest jobs because there's just so much to do. A staff team can't do it. So it's been really amazing, this festival. And when we're not doing the festival, well, the festival actually takes a long time to plan. So a lot of the time we are doing the festival, but there's been some really exciting developments over the past couple of years as well.
Yeah.
Darren mentioned it just now, the Transform group. So there's 30 of those around the country, which is amazing. And we've got a staff member who's dedicated to kind of building that network. So talking to those people, doing trainings with them, skill shares, bringing those groups together to share experiences, which has been really important post-COVID. A lot of those groups obviously, understandably, really struggled when things moved online. It's really hard to keep up that community and keep that going. So she's done a great job of making sure those groups still meet regularly and talking about what they're doing and how you can do things online and what the plans are for when things open up again, which has been great. We've been doing loads of online events. Earlier today here, there was TWT FM, which is our new podcast.
What?
We love the TWT FM.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm a big fan of TWT FM. I was saying, haven't got to go to many sessions at this festival. I've been to maybe 2 or 3, but by far TWT FM live here was my favourite. They're such a good
After TWT TV.
Sorry, yeah, obviously. Don't be ridiculous. Live audience.
Yeah.
This obviously takes precedent over anything else.
No, we hear you.
There's a lot of love. There's a lot of love.
this is exactly why I asked you to explain, because there is so much that goes on, from, you know, just running the social media accounts to making sure that we're supporting and doing the best we can for the transformed groups all across the country, and then even just getting a podcast out, which has been fantastic. If you haven't checked it out, please do check it out. Again, that's done on a volunteer basis. Like, everyone who's involved, except for Jamila, who obviously helps out with it, it's all voluntary. It's all people who just care about socialism and want to get it out there. We obviously put money into wages, but we also put money into resources so that more people can get involved, use those resources to be able to put out political education, and also, like I said before, make sure that there is a dance floor wherever we put on an event, or the majority of places. So what do people need to do, Jamila?
What do they need to do? Please donate. Please, please, please. It would be amazing. Coming out this festival, we don't know what the financial situation is going to look like, if I'm totally frank. And we've got people's wages to pay. We've got our first ever permanent office, which is a huge, huge deal for us. And we've got so many plans. We want to do more trainings. We want to do courses online after this for people that attended and want to learn about things in more depth. That's something we really want to do. But we can't do it if people don't donate. So please do. That would be great.
Please do donate. Use the YouTube comments below. Pete, who is on the comments, said, go guys. You go, Pete. We like you too, man. Go, Pete. Thank you very much, Pete, for donating. Appreciate that. You are now in the draw to win some of these prizes. I believe, Jamila, there is going to be a TWT mask in here, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna gather some. Oh,
see,
the
we
set's
definitely
falling apart. See, we need to donate. Yeah, after this, I'm going to run and gather up all the TWT merch I can find. So there'll definitely be a face mask. Maybe a program for this year's festival, which might sound redundant, but it's not just the timetable of events. It's got loads of lovely things in there for people to read.
It's a piece of history. You want one?
Yeah, it's a piece of history, exactly. Need to collect every year's program.
Jamila, will you sign it?
I'll sign it. If people, I mean, I'm not sure how much of a selling point
like
it'll be, but I will sign it.
Hey, trust me, people know you. Trust me. Especially after today. We've got 560,000 million viewers.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on.
An official statistic?
My eyes? I can't see. Listen, Jamila, I know you've got so much going on. You've got to get over to the main tent now because the Socialist Campaign Group rally is about to begin in just over half an hour. So thank you so much for popping on. Really
Thank you
appreciate
guys,
it.
and well done for TWT TV. I've loved it. It's been
so lovely. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. We will see you soon.
See you later.
See you later. Bye, Jamila.
Now, talking about the background, I'll tell you what, someone who is in the background right now, who has been a massive supporter of the World Transformed since early days, is the one, the only, the man behind the communism in space, is Aaron Bastoni.
Welcome.
Before we begin, I believe a congratulations is in order.
Thank you very much.
Novara is now 10 years old.
Oh, right, yeah. No,
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, obviously, you've got a dog.
We've got a dog.
Yeah, and you're married. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Absolutely fantastic news. I'm sure nearly all of the left were Google-eyeing over the lovely pictures that you put online. So very, very, very lovely. Listen, Aaron, you've obviously been a supporter of the World Transformed. I remember you doing the interviews outside of the Blackie in Liverpool for Novara. And then in 2017, I remember seeing you guys in Synergy. Yeah, it was Synergy. You were doing the parties with Jeremy, and you've been a massive, massive supporter. For you, what does the World Transform mean to you guys at Novara in terms of like the movement, political education? Why is it so important to you?
Well, I think meeting people face to face has obviously always been important, and that's as old as human history. But I think in a digital age, in particular, it has an extra value. And I think, of course, you can reach a massive audience through podcasts, through videos, through just digital content. But those face-to-face interactions have a special value and a special purchase. And they build trust. You can't build trust with somebody on Twitter. You know, they might seem fine, but they're not. And so if you're trying to build comradeship and solidarity and the basis for meaningful organising and powerful movements to change things, you have to talk to each other. You have to know one another. And so TWT providing a regular space for that is invaluable. So it's brilliant. It needs to grow further. We say that every year, and it does grow further. I think pulling off what you've done this year in the context of COVID, and a general, you know, there has been a demoralisation on the left, and I think people have come to this and they've said, oh wow, there's still hundreds of thousands of people in and around Labour who agree with my politics, and they're not going anywhere. And had TWT not done this event, they wouldn't know that, because they'd be at a computer screen and moaning and getting angry and getting upset. So if that doesn't confirm the importance of what you're doing and why people should fund it to continue to grow, then nothing will.
Definitely. And like you say, there's a different energy, isn't there? You know, I know we all went online in the last year, and we kind of know because we were online, there's nothing quite like meeting people, meeting like-minded people, people who are committed to changing the world. So you do need those spaces, and it's amazing that TWT have created this just energetic, vibrant space where people can come together. And like you say, when, you know, the aim of this current kind of cabinet is to make people feel isolated and powerless and alone. So just being here, you can see in people's faces what it means. What's your favourite thing been about the whole festival?
Oh, about the festival?
Yeah.
I have to be
Tisky sour.
Predictable and say it was the panel I spoke on. Because, I'm just kidding, because I'll tell you why, you always worry when you do an event that everybody agrees, and it was saying Starmer out, and everybody seems to agree.
Mm-hmm.
But even though there was a great deal of agreement about that and how terrible he is and deeply dishonest and apolitical and anti-democratic, there was still a really powerful conversation about what to do next.
Yeah.
When you all agree with the central question, that can be quite hard. And that was a very productive disagreement about people's role in the Labour Party, what do we learn from the last 6 years. And so for me, the disagreement and the input from the floor was really, again, invaluable, because I thought when we said, I said people should stay in the Labour Party. I left as a journalist so I could continue to hold people like Keir Starmer accountable. But when I said people should stay in the Labour Party, I think a surprising number of people went, yeah. Again, I wouldn't know that if I wasn't... So that for me was feedback.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know that if I stayed online. And what I can say is, doing that event really put a smile back on my face, because it's very easy to be behind the computer screen and see the worst in people and get angry at people and pious. And actually, when you talk to them and you see their point of view, even if you disagree with them, you can work constructively with them, and you're sort of rehumanising that person who you disagree with on the other side of the computer screen.
Definitely, and that dialogue's so important, because the only way we're going to create new kinds of ways and visions and hopefully a new world that's a little bit kinder is through that dialogue. And, you know, we can't all, and that's what social media does with those algorithms. It puts us all in these kinds of little glass jars with people who just echo chambers of people who agree with us, and like you say, and then people who are challenging are also just doing so in kinds of really hostile ways that you probably wouldn't see in real life. When it's in real life, it's that humanising, isn't it? And it's like, let's find a common ground, and also let's listen and hear each other out. So
yeah, you know, the thing is, one thing I'd say to TWT is you have to be incredibly ambitious.
Yeah.
You need to be 10 times bigger. And it needs to go beyond the Corbyn moment. It needs to go beyond the Labour Party in the 2020s. You know, there is a huge political rupture coming in the 2020s, 2030s, 2040s over climate, race, the economic model, demographic ageing, the global south, the rise of China. The world is going to change so dramatically, and we've all got to be part of fostering a conversation which pushes that in a good direction. So yeah, be ambitious and keep it up.
Aaron, I'm a cheeky guy. You're going to sort us out with some Novara goods for our prizes?
Oh.
I think we can do that, yeah, for sure.
Yeah? You're going to send us some bits? There you go. Keep the donations coming. Matty B5, thank you for your donation. We really appreciate it. There's no comment there, so you just get a shout out. Big up you. You're a big, big person.
Big up, Matty.
We appreciate it. Look, you said it once, but please tell the audience, give them one big reason why they need to donate today.
Which camera?
Which camera have we got him on? This one here.
Camera one, yeah. Okay, so you should donate to TWT because they're doing something quite unique in the political space in Britain, which is to foster meetings and events between people in real life kind of matters. It's not cheap to do. It takes an immense amount of work. It's very labour intensive. So help them do it, give them money. People feel demoralised and they feel like they've not got agency. The number one thing you can do, and it's not the answer to everything, but it's something, is a direct debit to an organisation like TWT. So if you're feeling powerless, it's a really quick corrective to precisely that. So what's the website they need to go to?
It's in the comments below your face right now.
It's on the screen.
There you go.
Just like on Tiski. So yeah, hit the donate button, get those donations coming in, and you can win all of these prizes. Ooh. We have Aaron. Are you going to sign our T-shirt?
Our T-shirt?
Keir Starmer is a youth wet wipe.
Yeah, there you go.
Wicked.
Got another signature.
While Aaron's doing that, I'm just going to run through the prizes that are there because the viewers are going up. We have got Asylum for Sale by Siobhan McGurk. We've got Momentum posters. We've got Red Pepper magazines. We've got Momentum t-shirts. We've got Young Labour merch. We've got Peace and Justice Project merch handled by Jeremy Corbyn himself.
Oh,
Wow. It's big. We got books. We got everything. Like, it's all there and it could be yours. All you've got to do is donate. One other thing we need you to do is hit share. Tell your friends on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, whatever social media you're on. Let them know that we are live. We are taking donations and you could win one of these amazing prizes. I think our social media team have got the stuff up there on our socials as well. They're putting their thumbs up. So head on over, follow us and share the posts as well. Aaron, can we have a big cheer for Aaron, please?
Woo!
Aaron, hope you have a lovely evening. I'm sure you'll be at the Socialist Campaign Group rally. We'll be watching you from the cameras over here.
Great, and I'll give you a book as well, a signed book of mine, first edition hardback. It's not valuable, but there you go.
Chuck in some stickers in there as well.
We will,
like
t-shirts and all sorts.
Hey, see, you don't ask, you don't
there
get.
You go.
Socialism in action.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Aaron.
Bye.
Have a fantastic evening. Big up, Aaron. Be like Aaron and donate to the World Transform.
Aaron's a G.
Make sure you get your donations in those comments. We're going to keep going until the Socialist Campaign Group rally this evening. On the lineup tonight, who's in the Socialist Campaign Group? Who are you excited to see? We got
Ian Byrne.
Ian.
He's cool. He's cool.
Who else we got? There's is Ian Lavery in? I haven't seen Ian Lavery yet. Has anyone seen Ian here? Like, I'm hoping he's going to be there. Also, there's that guy Jeremy Corbyn. That guy Jeremy Corbyn. I know him. He'll be there. Who else do we expect to see? John McDonnell. I haven't caught up with John yet. Although, just a reminder, In and Against the State by Seth Wheeler.
It's his book.
Has been signed by Seth and John McDonnell. So if you want this, get your donations in the comments.
Donate, guys.
Right here. Can't open it again. See, that's how hard it is. You can't even open it. I'm not going to fold it. I won't bend it. Don't worry. No. There you go. We'll.
If you want all this and more, guys, click donate today.
Like, listen up, guys. The world transforms. Like I've said it many, many times this week already. We do what we do because we want to transform the world. Look at what's going on right now. Children are going into school hungry. The government are wasting money on contracts with companies that don't even do what they say they're going to do. The House of Lords is an absolute mess. We've seen it in the independent media recently, where they've been investigating into the Lords, their business interests, and they're not declaring the interests. And the government are letting this kind of corruption and stuff going on right now.
Oh, it's the mates, isn't it? Come on.
Sorting out their mates. And it just keeps going on and on. Chantal mentioned before about the arms fair in Liverpool later on this year, where they're going to have an electric arms fair. That's just scary. They're talking about a whole new wave, a whole new level of weapons that will be used in other countries. And this government's just allowing it. This government are profiting off of those weapons that are being used to bomb black and brown children all across other parts of the world. And it's unacceptable. When we look at the fact I mentioned earlier, the HS2 railway that's gone over 60 to 80 billion pounds over budget, 122 billion pounds now projected to be spent on that railway. Meanwhile, we've still got people who went out to war and fought sleeping cold on our streets this winter. We've still got people, families, homeless. Look at what's happened to the victims of Grenfell. Just think about exactly the fact that it's been how many years, 4 or 5 years since Grenfell, and still there's no justice for those people. The fact that after the bombings that we've had in this country, the terrorist attacks, there's people still suffering and they're not getting the support that they need. The work that's been put in by the local authorities to try and support people through COVID, they're not getting the support they need to try and cover those funds. This government needs to know that we want rid of them. 100%. And we need to be able to, if we want to do that, have the ideas, have the policies ready to put in place. We need to start inspiring the next generation of leaders. We need to start inspiring the next generation of doers, organisers, and that's what the World Transformed are doing. So that's why we appreciate NCIAM or NCIAM. So thank you so much. Solidarity and love from Yorkshire. Big up the Yorkshire Massive. Also, Gavin said he's done a donation, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Gavin.
The donations just keep coming on in. Thank you so much, guys. You're helping us do this. The community organising training, helping us get speakers across the country so that we can get them on your screens or on stages. And talk about the ideas that are going on. Like up in Preston, we have the Preston model. The work that Jamie Driscoll is doing up in the Northeast in regards to community wealth building, bringing people together around issues so that they can organise themselves to fix them, but he can also use his powers as the Metro Mayor there to support them. We want to spread those ideas. We want to spread that, and we want to make sure that people who are doing things in their communities are able to have a platform, educate others, agitate, and organise. That's what it's about, right?
Definitely. And when you think what is socialism, what's socialism about? Like an example, let's go to COVID times, it's your neighbour taking food around when you've got to isolate and your community looking after you. One of the, awful, obviously, what happened with COVID and kind of having to isolate and what happened in the UK. But out of that came some incredible community spirit. They were completely community organised groups, which were all about getting help to the vulnerable, visiting neighbours, doing that shop when your elderly neighbour was stuck inside, sharing resources, sharing food. And without that level of community spirit and community engagements and community support, people wouldn't have got through COVID if we were relying on government kinds of initiatives alone and government support alone. People wouldn't have got through COVID. People would have starved. People would have been really, really unwell. So when you think about, what is socialism, what's this word everyone's throwing around, that's what it is. It's that pulling together as a community to support each other. And that's why we need the world transformed. So, Dan, what you have to do is to support the world transformed.
You want to support the world transformed right now. And if you want to win all of these good stuff, plus a signed book from Aaron Bastani, and some T-shirts and other bits from Novara.
Oh, my
I can't wait. I'm kind of jealous. How do I donate on my phone?
I'm donating. I've not even got my phone. Throw one in for me, lads.
All you got to do is just there in the comments below us right now, right there, just below us.
Are they near me?
To do, there is on my phone, it shows up as a $sign, right? So hit the $sign.
Let's donate, guys.
And make a donation. Any donation is welcome because any amount helps us keep doing what we do. And so far, the feedback I've been getting is that we've done it really well.
Yeah, you know what? People have been showing us a lot of love, right?
A lot of money.
I know still is a Tory, but I want to bring back a lot of. So thanks for all the love. We want a lot of money. So please click donate, and you could win this.
It's all there. Keir Starmer is a used wet wipe.
Oh, what?
What I'm going to do is after this, right? We're gonna see if we can get the poster. I think what we'll do is we'll get the Young Labour poster over to the Socialist Campaign Group rally, and we will ask the SCG members if they can sign that poster. So this one here. Is it
this
on
one
camera?
here?
There we go.
This
Yep.
one? This one? Here we go.
We're going to get that signed by the SCG members and anyone else that we can, obviously, make sure that their names are on there. On the T-shirt, we've already got Aaron Bastani, we've got Ash Sarkar, we've got Ian Byrne, we've got Sarah Woolley from the Bakers Union. Is it Owen Jones as well? Did he sign it?
Yes, Owen Jones signed our T-shirt. And someone made it kind of unique.
Yeah, it's a used wet wipe. I'm loving this tote bag though. I just love the colours. Young, what does it say? Young Labour's got life and soul. Don't know. I like that. The colours, the vibrancy. Yeah, man. Just think back. You can make that your gym bag. Take that down.
Yeah.
When you, I don't know.
You carry your breakfast in it. When carrying breakfast, use a tote bag. Don't use a paper bag. I may or may not have dropped mine and Dan's breakfast on the floor because the beans leaked in the bag split. It's a whole story.
Big thanks to James, who's also made a donation now. Thank you. And to NCM, yes, we did find out if Scylla was a Tory.
She's a Tory. I'm sorry. I know.
This is the who's who of Tories.
Anyone else, guys? Please put the names of people who we might not know were Tories in the comments, because I just feel like I should create a directory, warn people, this person's a Tory.
Yeah. We should have a directory of dead Tories, just so that we don't mention them on TWT TV.
Or try and bring back a lot of Tories.
Brilliant. Or a lot of money that you could donate. Ooh. If you're a Tory, leave your money and then go.
Yes.
Real talk. Yeah, we want the money, definitely. Is that another?
What? What's happening? Dan's froze. The comments coming through. We all right?
Yeah, sorry.
I was like, whoa. I thought our pizzas arrived.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Where is the pizza?
I've just had some really sad news come in.
Oh, go on.
Oh no, this is bad.
No.
This is really bad.
Who?
Craig Davids.
No. Oh my God. I've gone weak. He's not. Dan's left. Craig David.
I can't handle this. Craig David is a Tory. No, he did a music video for them. Do you remember?
What? For the Tories?
He did a music video for David Cameron, I think. I remember now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Because he thought like it was a good idea to get young people into politics, but apparently it was really bad, I think. I don't think I could find. I think he's
Stormzy all the way, guys. Just stick with Stormzy.
Yeah,
like, you know, he's got it going on. He loves Corbyn. Craig David, what?
I didn't think he's actually. I thought he was
Met
just
the
stupid.
story
doing
on
a
Monday. Did a video for... In 2010, he did that music video.
Taking milk off of kids on a Tuesday.
Oh, no, Craig and Scylla. Who else? Give us some more names, guys. People with Tories who we don't know about.
While we're looking for more Tories, Rita Marley, thank you very much for your donation. Ali Canals, thank you very much for your donation. Keep them coming in. You guys are all in the prize draw. You could be winning some of all of these prizes.
And more. We've had some more pledges for prizes, guys. Like, this isn't even it. This isn't even half of it.
Basically, what we're going to do is over the next couple of days, we're going to try and get as many, a lot of presents. Yeah, we're going to get loads.
I'm just too scarce for this show.
We're going to fill up the Young Labour bag. And once that's full, we might even try and get another bag and fill that up. Jamila's already said we're going to get some TWT merch.
Jamila, shout out Jamila.
We're going to get the Novara merch in there. Boy, we're just going to take a minute now. Obviously, as you guys put your donations in, I'm sure you're busy banging those in there. A big thank you to the people that helped make this festival happen. In the studio, obviously, right now, we've got a lot of our camera operators,
incredible
people, photographers, we've got editors, we've got our comms team, we've got people who...
Legends?
Like
legends, a lot of legends. I'm going to stop. I'll let myself up. I'm sorry. Oh, well, J.K. Rowling, she was cancelled about a year ago.
Yeah.
Very, very quick. Who? Oh, Jagger? No, not Mick Jagger.
No one is ever singing Moves Like Jagger to me again. No? I do not want to be moving like a Tory.
I'm not moving like a Tory. Forget that. Who? Kate Bush. I don't think I'm young enough to know who that is. Or am I too young? I'm not sure where I fit in the spectrum for. I'm too young to know who she is, okay? Kate Bush, for all you, I don't know, how old? Like 50 to 60-year-old?
TT Mac, though, you're a big person, TT Mac, because you have just donated. And you've put on the end there, wish it could be more. Listen, do you know what, yeah? It doesn't matter how much it is.
No.
Even if you give us a penny helps us. Do you know what I mean? Doesn't matter how big your donation is, just your donation means the world to us, so that we can transform your world.
I've got an idea. So, like, you know the way we're having a takeaway because we're awful people, and Peter's nice. If you're thinking of having a Tuesday takeaway and you're thinking, I just need a sign that I need to, like, not have a takeaway, this is your sign. Use that money and donate instead. Don't have the pizza. We'll have it for you. It's coming soon. But donate, guys. And you can win all this beautiful merch. Look at that.
Check out the merch. Yeah, man. Continuing with our thanks, though, to all of our volunteers. It goes to every measure. You know, when people need help getting from venue to venue, if they have accessibility needs, our volunteers do it all. I heard that a phone fell down a toilet last night.
Oh,
one of our team was there with their hand down the
no.
toilet.
Well done. Legends.
That's the kind of legends we have in our
That's above and beyond
team.
that. That's like hero level state. If I see that person later, I'm buying them a drink all day long.
But yeah, like, you know, our volunteers go to every measure to make sure that everyone has a good time. We have a welfare tent so that, you know, if you're feeling like you just need a bit of support, mental health or physical health, you can head on over there. You can meet our welfare team and they will look after you, help you get yourself back to 100%. We have people who are out there, you know, collecting the rubbish. My favourite volunteers, though, I have to say, before I do say, Dr. Sami Panarbazi said, hello, Chantel.
Hey, Sammy!
You're a natural on the TV.
Thank you. I hope you're doing well. I miss you.
And Caroline, at 7 p.m., the final event, the Socialist Campaign Group rally, is going to be live at 7 p.m. on this channel. We will be flicking over. So unless there's something else that you want to see. That's definitely going to be on the Socialist Campaign group with, you know, some of those guys. Was it John McDonnell, Jeremy Corbyn, Richard Burden,
every
Ian
politician you love's
Dan
going to be
Carden.
there. We're going to be there getting our merch signed. So,
I
like,
know.
tune in, guys. Tune in, show up.
Tune in.
Turn up.
As long as our pizza comes in time.
Where is that pizza? It's been a while. Did you order it though, like, for real? Let's just
For real.
pause the live stream a minute. Like, me tummy's fully rumbling. I'm going to hold the mic there so you can hear it in a minute. I'm like, oh.
But on that exact point though, my favourite volunteers at the festival is our cooking team.
Oh,
the
yes.
food team.
Yes.
Because do you know what, right? We'll be all in here bustling away, planning what's going to be on the show later on today, or we've just finished filming and the editors are editing, the camera operators are operating, all of that kind of stuff. And you'll look up at someone walking in the door and there will be this glorious
halo of light around them, and you're just like, oh,
bringing that vegan goodness.
Yes. Chocolate brownies earlier, they were gorgeous. Who made them again, though? AJ, you are a G. Oh my God, they were so nice.
AJ and the team do an amazing job. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you very much. Obviously, the video team is the most awesome team, but my favorite has to be
food team.
Yeah, the comms and video all around are like the most awesome. But the food, the people on the food, man, like honestly, and I mentioned it earlier, like these guys, Ian Burns said yesterday, right?
What did he say, Dan?
When they talk about free meals for kids in schools, right? Every child having access to a free meal, which I think is, in the 5th richest country in the world, is absolutely fine, like to do that. And the argument that comes up most often is, oh, well, we can't afford that. And it's like, what? Are you mad? Like, you know, these guys, we've had like thousands of people attend this festival.
Yeah.
We've got hundreds of volunteers, and they have managed to make sure that everyone's had some food. All of the food, basically, most of it is like, for the brownies, it's like 50p minimum donation. For a cup of tea, 20p minimum donation. You know, we've done it literally at cost. It's not with an aim to make any profit. It is simply there to make sure that people are fed good, healthy, and scrumptious food.
Gorgeous food. Incredible.
I get all the names wrong. The other day I was calling couscous risotto or something.
What? Like the opposite of couscous. What's going on with you, Tom?
I have no idea. I just eat it, and if it tastes good, I'll eat more. That's the vibe.
Oh my God.
But yeah, and they've proved a model. You know, when we talk about community wealth building and people supporting each other, this is one of the subjects that have come up here at the World Transforms, is people just being able to actually get access to vegetables, you know, local farming, using those vegetables to be able to cook communal meals. Like, absolutely fantastic. It's brilliant. And these are the ideas that come up and out of the World Transforms, which is why they should do what, Chantel?
Donate! Click the button, follow the link. The link's like somewhere here. I can't like find it without looking. Let me see. The link.
It's in the comments. In the comments.
It's in the comments, but there's the words are there somewhere. Find it. Donate. Click the button, guys. And what can they win on?
Pardon?
What can they win?
Look at the prizes! Listen, guys, we're going to be, after this, heading over to the Socialist Campaign Group rally, and we will be getting them to sign the Young Labour poster. Amazing. But we have our brilliant Keir Starmer is a used wet wipe t-shirt exclusive. You can't get the ones with a used wet wipe on there. You cannot. Paul Mason has not been near it, by the way, just for the record. Paul Mason has been nowhere near this t-shirt, but he might sign the poster. We've also got Momentum merch. We've got Momentum t-shirts, Momentum badges. We've got In and Against the State, the new edition signed by John McDonnell and Seth Wheeler.
Big up
We've
John
got
McDonnell.
Asylum for Sale by Siobhan McGurk.
Big up Siobhan.
We've got the latest Red Pepper magazine and also 3 previous magazines. What else have we got? We got a big poster here from Barry Gardiner about Stop, Fire and Rehire. This is a big campaign. Like, if you ain't already supporting this, then support the thing, man. Just look up the hashtag Stop, Fire and Rehire. I know Laura Smith has been doing a few bits. We've got stuff. Some of this stuff's been given by Jeremy Corbyn as well.
Yeah.
The Peace and Justice Project.
Thanks, JC. You can have a lanyard.
Nice lanyard. We got Young Labour goodies, Momentum badges, and a Young Labour bag. I love the bag. The bag is just brilliant.
The bag is gorgeous.
Young Labour's got life and soul. Don't know.
Young Labour's got style? Like what? That bag's epic.
Yeah,
Go on, Young
I love
Labour.
it.
We love you.
Come on, definitely. I'm just checking if there's been any more donations. There's a few comments coming. Thank you very much,
here's a friend.
everyone. And
here's a friend, might be bringing someone amazing.
Oh.
Something might be happening, guys, and it's amazing, but I can't tell you. Oh, it's not happening. Hold on. Cut to ads. It's not happening.
Ads.
Something amazing could be happening.
If you want more socialism in your life, then donate now.
Tell them about socialism, though, Dan. Let's talk about socialism. What happens if you're a stranded Scouser with no money for board and no way to get home until, like, I don't know what was going to happen. What's socialism about? How do you get home as a stranded Scouser?
What happens is an honorary Scouser and a Scouser give you a sofa bed and make sure you're fed and give you cocoa butter as well.
Yes.
Because you got to keep yourself buttery
If
smooth.
you're the black stranded Scouser and you're gorgeous.
Thanks.
Gorgeous. Mixed heritage friends sees you in distress with dry skin. You're going to get some cocoa butter. You're going to get a couch to sleep on. You're going to get a lift home on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I better get a lift home on Wednesday. Otherwise, Brighton, you've got a bit of a situation. Oh, I feel like I should do the chant. We've got a special guest, guys.
He's dancing on the Tories.
Oh, Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn's in the house.
It's the guy, it's the brother from another. It's the man who walks socialism, talks socialism. It's the guy, JC.
Hey, JC.
What's up,
How you
big man?
doing? We are. We're me and Dan have been left alone with the mics. I don't know what's happening. What's happening here? What are we doing?
It's a rehearsal for Liverpool, isn't it?
It is. Whenever JC is in Liverpool, we love JC. So, JC, we are trying to fundraise, and people could win all of this, including some peace and justice lanyards.
Okay.
Tell them what they have to do.
You
though,
got any of
please.
my jam in
Oh,
there?
go on.
Yeah.
What have we got?
Can we have a jar of your jam, Jeremy?
Have you got jam?
Will you send us some jam so that we can give it away in our prize?
I
Please.
promise, as a politician, jam today.
Jam for the many people.
Jam for the many.
Jam for the many. Well, actually, it's not. It's for whoever wins this.
Do you make this jam? I'm like really intrigued. Do you make this jam?
You believe me?
No, I've made dandelion honey, but I'm like, do you make jam
Dandelion
like
honey.
this?
I hope the bees got involved.
It was amazing. Yeah,
no,
the bees were
I
out
do
there.
make jam. I love making
That's
jam.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Cool. You're going to do
Laura
this
and I
jam?
make jam, you know. Yeah.
Laura.
Is Laura
Is
here,
Laura
by the way?
here?
Laura is here. Yeah.
Laura, come on up.
Venga.
Because Laura, we want to hear about the work that you've been doing. Jeremy mentioned it the other day, and
On the international front with our work there, yeah.
yeah, we would love to hear about it. So please do come on up.
Come on down, Laura.
Oh my God! Here comes the jam.
You see?
Oh, we've got some jam. Let me give you
Here
the mic
comes
and I'll
the
take
jam.
Here comes the jam. Jam.
Check it out, people. We've
It's
got Jeremy
amazing.
jam.
Is it signed
Jeremy
jam?
and Laura jam.
Is this for us? Can we put it in the... Oh, my goodness. Donate today, guys. We've got signed Jeremy Jam.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
All right, before we ask Laura about your work, I just want to make sure that everyone knows, right? Obviously, number one, hit share. Hit share on this stream. Make sure that you are sharing it on your social media, that you are sharing it everywhere. If you're in any WhatsApp groups, let them know. Copy the link and share it. And then once you've done that, you need to go into the comments and hit the $sign in those comments and make a donation to the World Transformed so that we can continue doing what we do and we can make sure that the World Transformed continues all year round.
Yes.
Now, we haven't got a lot of time because there is the Socialist Campaign Group rally.
Yeah, well, we're just about to go over there now because they're waiting probably on
We're about to switch over to them. So Laura, please tell us about your work, your international work. We'd love to platform it. We've got hundreds of thousands of millions of people watching. Please tell them about what you've been up to.
Okay, one of the areas that is about international justice is just to give support around the world, not just in Europe, not just in Latin America or Middle East, it's around the world. So we want to try to give support to people who doesn't have social justice, for example, social care. They don't have as many, as Jeremy was mentioned, years and years, minimum wages, and we want to make sure that refugees are welcome in this country. We want to make sure that we don't support international interventions. We don't want people displacement, and we don't want immigrants, they treat him badly, because I think all the refugees and migrants that they come into this country, they give huge contribution, and that's why I believe that this country is very rich, because there are a lot of immigrants and refugees that they are so intelligent, they give us a lot of support, and this country is very rich. Thank you to the immigrants and refugees. So we need to recognize that, and also we need to change the narrative together, not just in UK, not just in Europe. So we need to change the narrative, and we have to tell the mainstream media, stop. Stop giving this bullshit and stick in the real issues. And the real issues is that everybody deserves to have a better life, everybody deserves to have a better accommodation, better jobs, and they can succeed as everybody wants to succeed in this world. So we need to share this world for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Jeremy.
Definitely. And, you know, obviously, the World Transform will continue to support what you're doing. When we're up in Liverpool next year, we'll get you up on a platform. You can talk more about the work and everything. You know, Chantel and I know for definite, we're the product of immigration, and we're bringing the good vibes, people. Dan know we love immigration.
Yes!
If you don't like immigration, get the hell out of here.
Get out of here.
You get out. You get out. Not me, you. Real talk. Listen, like I said before, we are tight for time, so want to keep things flowing. Jeremy, what's big right now? What's going on for you? Anything at the Peace and Justice Project?
Two things I want to say. First of all, thank you to the World Transformed. Originally formed in 2016, which I was really pleased about, there in Liverpool, in that zany, crazy, wonderful building you were in, and the whole spirit surrounding it is just fantastic, because it, to me, is the epitome of what the annual gathering of the Labour movement should be about. Big, diverse, inclusive, imaginative, hopeful, musical, artistic, political, intellectual, economic, and all the things that we have to be as a movement, because a movement is not just this policy point, that policy point, this person, that. It's about the spirit of how we do things. It's about inclusivity, and it's about inspiration to get particularly young people motivated to change things politically. Because I think it's young people, I'm going to say more about this at the Socialist Campaign Group rally, it's young people who get the worst deal in our society at the present time, and we've got to reach out. So I want to say thank you to the World Transformed. Please support the World Transformed, donate to the World Transformed, win these wonderful prizes. You've got books, you've got posters, you've got... Jam, yeah, you mentioned that.
JC
Yeah.
poster as well.
You got a poster. I've just signed a poster. You could see me sign it, so you know it's genuine.
There are fake
genuine.
Yeah. And thank you. And I want to say a huge thank you to all the volunteers that have put the World Transform together on that great spot there with the big tent and everything else. And we'll be here again. Well, obviously not here, but in Liverpool next year. And I look forward to, if you invite me, to being present next year as part of that. Just briefly, on the project for justice and peace, it is a political space and home for people to campaign on media ownership and reform, which Laura mentioned, international solidarity and justice, which Laura mentioned and has worked brilliantly at in the Project for Peace and Justice, and economic solidarity. And Artin's here, who's put so much work into community organising and mobilising in support of food cooperatives, clothing cooperatives, and, of course, union recognition rights and supporting the campaign against fire and rehire. Practical, day-to-day politics that wins, that mobilises, that motivates, that enthuses and brings about hope for a better future. And we've had some great times together in Liverpool and other places debating and discussing all these issues. And so the space for us all. And the other area I'm reminded, I'm sorry I should have said, is the environmental justice, hence the Green New Deal, which I was very pleased we got so comprehensively in the 2019 manifesto. Big thanks to Becky Long-Bailey and Barry Gardner for the work that they put into developing that at the time, because it was fantastic. And so there's so much we can be doing. So get together in your community, spot the issues you can campaign on it. And you know what? Win a small thing, you win a bigger thing. Win a bigger thing, you win an even bigger thing. After that, we get the bakery. Thanks a lot.
We're coming for the bakery. We are coming for the bakery.
Yeah.
Jeremy, Laura, thank you so much for giving us your time. I know you need to get to the Socialist Campaign Group rally, so have a great time there. We'll be backstage trying to get your friends to sign other bits of our merch, so you'll see us there as well. But just thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. See you
See
in
you in
Liverpool
Liverpool
as well. See you soon.
Definitely. I'm sure you'll be back before next September, though.
Definitely. Yeah.
Boom.
Oh, see you in Manchester. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Manchester.
see you in Manchester.
Yeah. See you next week, JC.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Laura.
Big round
Bye,
of applause
Arjun. Woo!
for Laura and Jeremy. Hey.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. There's a piece of pizza there. It is vegan.
Oh,
If
is that
you're
our
on the way
pizza?
out, the pizza has arrived. You know what that means,
We've got to
guys.
go.
Listen, I've got to do a couple of shout-outs. First of all, Joe Simpson, thank you very much
Joe.
for your donation. Also, Valerie Camru.
Thank you, Valerie.
The donation time has ended. We are about to end this part of the stream, and in a moment, you will be seeing live pictures from the big tent in the TWT Festival Gardens. If I can just ask my producer Ribs, are we ready to move over?
Ribs, are we ready?
Are we ready to move over? Or
Ready.
are we ready? We don't know.
I'm ready for pizza. Come on, guys.
We've been sitting here.
Oh, no,
we've just
don't
been like
show me
doing an
in
argument
there.
over Jeremy and Laura.
Here's the pizza. Oh, don't let me drop it like I dropped the breakfast stand. Whoa.
You can't trust her with food in her hands.
No, I just throw it. I don't even know. It's like I see it, I want it. I throw it on the floor.
We're ready to move
We're
on.
ready.
So listen, guys, thank you so much for all of your donations today or tonight. These prizes plus some more signed by Jeremy, signed by Ian Byrne, signed by all kinds of people. Aaron Bastani, Ash Sarkar, Sarah Woolley. It's a vibe,
Owen
man.
Jones.
Owen Jones.
Yes,
oh
man.
my days.
I just got sauce on my finger.
One of you guys, we will be announcing the winner in the next couple of days.
Yes.
I don't know for definite when.
Keep an eye on the socials. Keep an eye on the socials.
Don't know. TWT _now. Check me out.
Sign it out.
_become. This is Chantel Lunt.
Yes.
My name's Dan Lewis.
Follow me, guys.
Real talk. We have loved it. This has been amazing. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Now,
And I tell you, I don't know any time in the 25 years I've been an MP that I felt I needed hope more. You don't believe that politics is about rule books. You don't believe that politics is about scheming. You believe that politics is a moral crusade. You know that what matters is that we can change things through our action. And if you look what's happening in our country, queues for petrol, no meat on the shelves in the shops. Sorry about the vegans, sorry. You know. But you know, I tell you what, I remember when Margaret Thatcher used to say, that was what the Soviet Union was like. Well, it's Tory Britain, 40 years on, Boris Johnson, stick it. You know, but sometimes our party seems to be carrying on as if it's just business as usual, business as usual, business as usual.
Peace and Justice Party!
Yeah. Well, you're sick and tired of business as usual, aren't you? Because you know what business as usual means, don't you? It means you can't feed your kids, you can't pay the rent, and you can't feed your homes. And there's one more thing that business as usual means. It means your boss can call you in and tell you that you're fired. But of course, if you want your job back, just come and sign the new contract. We'll take 5,000, 10,000 off your pay. We'll give you a different shift pattern so you can't see your kids. But you'll still have a job, and you'll be one of the lucky ones. So I just wanted to ask you, because I've run out of time. I just wanted to ask you, will you back Barry's bill?
Thank you so much, Barry. And as you can hear, I think a lot of people do back your bills. That's a great start. So thank you to our special guests. We are going to go now to the Socialist Campaign Group of MPs. But before we do, I want to say a few words about why we're here tonight, why we fight for socialism, and why, despite the difficulties placed in our way by some in our own party, we must fight against this terrible government, because we do want to fight this government. We do. And now it's time to do whatever some might tell you. There are, to be quite serious, there are 150,000 reasons we need to fight this terrible government. That's the number of people who have died from COVID in this country as the government let the virus rip. Altogether, 1 in 500 people in this country have been allowed to die, and the numbers of cases just keep getting worse. Overwhelmingly, our people, the lower paid, people living in deprived areas, Black, Asian and ethnic minority people, disabled people and the elderly have suffered the most. Or how about the 700,000 people who have been made unemployed? Or the millions facing a cut to universal credit? Or the people suffering the effects of fire and rehire? Or the millions affected by rising fuel and energy prices? Or the people around the world who would have benefited if Jeremy Corbyn had become Prime Minister in 2017? just imagine the wars we would not have participated in, hot or cold, the refugees who would have not been turned away, the people who have lived here all their lives who have not been rounded up and deported, the people who have not died when aid from this country was cut. The genuine hope that we would have been given from a well-prepared and honest COP26. So there is everything to fight for in the struggle for socialism, a world to win, and the consequences for humanity and for the planet too are too awful to contemplate if we don't win. So, now after that very sobering intro from myself, I'm going to move on to our first set of speakers, and I can't tell you how proud I am to introduce this particular group, because actually one of the things that people criticise the most about MPs is that they don't represent their communities, and I'm proud to be a member of the 2019 intake of the Labour Party, the most diverse. And I can tell you from personal experience what a difference socialist leadership makes, because that intake was 50% black, Asian and ethnic minority. That intake was 80% women. And most of all, that intake was working class. And so we've got a lot to be proud of in this intake. We've got a lot to be proud of in our socialist MPs. But the first MP we're going to get up today has already blazed a trail and been able to make such a massive effect around the country in terms of the right to food. He has made sure that we won a major, really important motion on conference floor today. And that MP is Ian Byrne, the member for Liverpool West Derby.
Ta, Bell. Look, before I make my short contribution, I want to just say about Barry's bill, because my brother was a British gas worker who was fired, and it's had a huge impact in his life, a really detrimental impact. So it's had the thousands of people that are affected by this. I've seen it personally. We've got to back that bill. It's got to come into law, and we cannot let this attack on the working class continue. Great to hear you support it. I want to start by just a couple of words of solidarity to Andy MacDonald, one of the most principled men. Since I came in this position in 2019, Andy's been one of the most decent, principled men, and someone I look up to. What a loss he is to that shadow cabinet, but what an amazing job he's done, so we all appreciate that. And also I'd like to add on words of solidarity to the Bakers Union, who've been absolutely magnificent in the Right to Food campaign. They are a proper trade union, and again, a huge loss to the Labour movement. Now, I didn't know what to say tonight. I was umming and ahhing, and I sat in the place down the road on Monday, and it felt like being back in the COP in 2010 when Roy Hodgson was manager, and all the dreams and optimism had been sucked out of us. But today, I want to talk about today, because today was an optimistic time. The Right to Food motion went right through unopposed. It was spoke brilliantly on by two fantastic young activists from the Liverpool and the Wirral, Michael and Luke. And for me, the Right to Food campaign is something which does give us optimism, because what it is, it's a collaboration of people, it's a collaboration of movements, and it's gone from within 12 months when we originally envisioned it, when we pushed it forward. And I always forget, I just want to read out actually what we've achieved, because it's a huge amount really. The cities that have signed up to the Right to Food: Manchester, Greater Manchester Combined Authority, Liverpool City Region, Rotherham, Brighton, Haringey, St Helens, Preston, Lancaster, Durham, Newcastle, Portsmouth, Sheffield, Birmingham, Lancaster. The trade union movement at the TUC, every affiliated trade union signed up to the Right to Food motion. Today it went through unopposed. We can now fight for it to be in the manifesto. It's a coming together. It's a coming together of ideas. But more importantly, it's a coming together of people. Yous are the ones who will end the 11.5 million people living in food poverty in this country. It's got to be a movement of saying no more. Outrage about what's happening in our communities. We've got a £20 universal credit cut which is going to devastate so many more people. So I'm imploring you, back the campaign. Drive it through every council, drive it through every local authority, write to every MP you can. Push this campaign, because this for me is the most important reason why I'm in politics. It's to stop the attacks on my class, because if people are hungry they can't fight back. And that's a hugely important message which we've got to put forward. So thanks for all the solidarity. The comrades on here have been magnificent in supporting the Right to Food campaign. But let's use this as a left to unite around, to push forward, and to actually do something to fight back. Solidarity, sisters and brothers.
Thank you very much, Ian. So we're going to go straight on to our next speaker. And again, another star of the 2019 intake. I love this sister so much. When I tell you what she has been able to accomplish against a really, really wicked onslaught against her from her own local council has been amazing. So, Afsana Begum, the member for Poplar and Limehouse.
Thank you so much for that very warm welcome, and Belle, that doesn't get taken from my minutes, does it? I'm so delighted to be here today with you at this rally. I think it's important to start firstly by acknowledging how difficult the last few years have been for everyone. So many working class people and so many ethnic minority people in particular have been disproportionately bearing the brunt of the hardship and suffering of the pandemic. And I know that people feel demoralised and disempowered by the state of things in the party and the future of the party as well. I know that we have powerful enemies in the media, powerful enemies in big business, and powerful enemies in the right wing. We have to recognise that the establishment hostility presents big challenges for us, of course, and that the lengths that the right wing and the party are prepared to go to defeat the left are frightening, as I know more than most. As a survivor of domestic abuse, facing vexatious charges, the last 18 months of false accusations, online sexist, racist and Islamophobic abuse and threats to my safety have been exceedingly difficult. And I'm still having to cope with such things on a daily basis. As such, it's been really hard for me to speak out actually, and about what I've had to go through, and it goes beyond this summer actually, and it goes beyond the last few years since being elected. I felt like I've been on the run and at risk around a decade now. I know what it feels like to feel powerless and constantly afraid. And I've known what it feels like to feel completely alone. But I don't want to tell a story of victimhood or hopelessness. Because around 5 years ago, I heard this person called Jeremy Corbyn saying things that made sense and offering an alternative vision for the future, talking about socialism. And comrades, it's this solidarity that has kept me going. It's this solidarity that has inspired me. And it's this solidarity that I know that we will all come together and overcome. Because I know that the Labour Party wasn't founded to represent big business or the elite. It was founded to represent people like you and me. And it's only those that fear democracy that resort to undemocratic measures. But remember that the taken, the greater the fear that those in power are ultimately feeling. The recent Back to Blairism essay, Long and Winding Road, with lots of roadblocks, from Keir Starmer actually shows that the mainstream political elite are struggling to find the political answers to the challenges we face. And it was the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership that provided a glimpse of the future possibilities of mobilisation and empowerment. It was a politics based in the grassroots, exciting, dynamic and democratic. And like I say, it inspired me personally to get involved in the party and to go on and have the honour to represent the area where I was born and raised, becoming the first Bangladeshi woman to be Secretary of the Timeless Labour Party and the first hijab-wearing MP. I'm now among a number of Labour MPs who've consistently called for party democracy, for the end of the attacks on our membership and the wave of suspensions and auto-exclusions. It's not just because it's the right thing to do, but it is through democracy that in the end the best outcomes will be achieved. So never forget the extent of your power. You, the membership, have driven progress forward from the grassroots up and are so often ahead of the game in terms of political perspectives. Ultimately, it was you that placed the central questions of public ownership and control back on the political agenda for the first time in a generation, standing up against the tremendous opposition, including a parliamentary coup in 2016. There's no doubt about it that socialist ideas are popular, from public ownership to the Green New Deal, to workers' rights, to national education and anti-imperialism. I, like you, come from a tradition of solidarity and community action. Here in the East End, where I hail from, as history demonstrates, we have been at the forefront of progress in the UK for some time. Our match girls standing up against oppression and exploitation against the odds in 1888, our feminist and socialist pioneers founding the East London Federation of Suffragettes in 1914, our councillors being jailed for the Poplar Rates Rebellion in 1921, our Jewish communities and allies opposing fascists at the Battle of Cable Street in 1936, our Bangladeshi communities leading the way on anti-fascist mobilisation in the wake of the murder of Al-Tabali in 1978. It's this tradition of socialism, internationalism and socialism that define us, inspire us and teach us that hardship can be overcome. Now is the time to stand together and show what we can do as Labour Party members and as socialists, because this is our party and we can't be going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Apsana, thank you. And on to another start of our 2019 intake. And you know, it's been a lot of pressure for us. We've been, don't want to have a whinge about being in 2019 intake, but we're essentially COVID MPs most of the time. But you know, we've been put under a lot of pressure, asked to vote for things which we really fundamentally do not believe in. And this individual is one of the ones that would stand up for his community and you know, not be forced into a corner, not be forced to vote for disgraceful bills like the Chiz bill, the Spy Cops bill and all of the others. And I think that's important to applaud our socialist MPs who don't think about themselves but think about the people that they represent. So I'm really pleased to introduce Nav Mishra, the MP for Stockport.
Thank you, Bill. Please be assured, everyone, I won't go on for ages. So proud to be back here at the World Transformed. I remember the first World Transformed session back in Liverpool in 2016. I volunteered, and it was brilliant to see so many people from so many different parts of the UK and abroad come together to take part in politics. I've been coming to Labour Party conferences for close to 10 years, and I've always been told that the real politics takes place in the fringe events, and World Transform has gone from strength to strength, and it's wonderful to see that. 2 just before I make my key points and shuffle off for the highlight, the speakers that are the main highlight, I will. My gratitude to all the volunteers and staff at the World Transform. They do an incredible job, and it's not been easy during COVID for anyone, but to put on an event like this with so many people, to offer tickets at no cost to people who can't afford them, is incredible. And let's make sure that the World Transform next year is even bigger and better. So thank you. I joined the Labour Party back in the day because of some fundamental values that I believe in. Things like public ownership, collective bargaining, trade unions, fighting climate change and bad bosses. But also some of the really fundamental things. The 192 bus service, it's a local bus service in Greater Manchester, infamous for not so good reasons. And good housing for everyone, absolutely everyone. People who are employed, people who are unemployed, people who have documentation to be in this country, perhaps people who don't, who have arrived here as refugees. And that's why I'm in the Labour Party. And all of you, each and every one of you, will have a reason that made you join the Labour Party, and please don't forget that. And just the last couple of points that I will make is, if you're thinking of leaving the Labour Party, please don't. Please stay. Let's be honest, politics isn't the easiest of things to partake in. It's difficult for, and it can cost you when it comes to your health, your time, your well-being. But I've always believed in that if you don't speak for yourself, someone else will speak for you, and we can't allow that to happen. So these are the fundamental values that I believe in. That's why I'm in the Labour Party. That's why I choose to be a member of Socialist Campaign Group with these people. And I will make one last shameless plug for the 2019 intake in the SCG, which and Belle is a long-suffering victim of all my questions about parliamentary procedures and all those things. So the other speakers will also talk about hope, but what keeps me in the Labour Party is I'm hopeful that we'll be able to deliver this in the next Labour government. Please stay in the Labour Party and fight for our values. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nav. And on to very much one of our hopes for the future. And I say the future because our next MP is called the baby of the house. Now, I think that's a really strange title, given that she could teach some of those old dogs a thing or two. She's absolutely fantastic. Nadia Whittam, the Member of Parliament for Nottingham East.
Thank you so much for that, Belle, and I just want to say what a privilege it is to follow on from you, Afsana. We all love you, sis, and the whole room stands with you in solidarity, and everyone in our movement does. I know many people will be coming away from conference this weekend feeling demoralised and deflated. The left have faced huge attacks, democracy in our party has been undermined, the Bakers Union have been voted off the NEC and disaffiliated, and Andy MacDonald, our incredible shadow employment secretary, felt that he had no choice but to resign because he refused to argue against the most basic workers' demands. Yes! £15 an hour minimum wage and statutory sick pay at a real living wage is not a radical demand. That is the bare minimum. But even though it feels justified in this moment, despair will get us nowhere. So we're here to offer some hope. And how appropriate that I'm talking about hope at the World Transformed, because there is no other place that gives me so much hope as TWT, and everyone who has been involved in this remarkable project should be so proud of themselves. TWT proves that we, as the left, have the bold, radical answers to the huge crises that face us. The climate crisis, the rise of the far right, soaring, obscene levels of poverty and inequality. None of these can be tackled by tinkering around the edges of a system that is fundamentally rigged. It is socialism or bust for this planet. So giving up for us is not an option, because this is a fight for our very survival, and we have no choice but to win it. So to those of you who feel like leaving the party, I urge you, please, to stay. What would have happened if all those years ago, during the Blair years, if Jeremy Corbyn had left the Labour Party, if John McDonnell had left, if Diane Abbott had left, if all of those members, some of you who will be in this room today, had left the party, but you stayed, despite decades of the left's isolation, we wouldn't be standing here today. We wouldn't have had the Corbyn leadership. We wouldn't have had the most left-wing manifesto to take into the 2017 and 2019 elections. So this is the long game. The right of the party want you to leave. They want all of us to leave. Don't play into their hands. As socialist MPs, we're only as strong as our class. Our job is to empower others, to amplify their struggles and their voices and demands. And it's not suited and booted politicians that make change, it never has been. It's trade unionists, it's community activists, it's social movements, it's all of you. And I promise you, reinforcements are coming. All over the world, young people whose lives have been defined by insecurity, who've grown up with the climate crisis looming over us, have realised that the system has failed us, that capitalism has failed us. My generation is political. My generation is radical. And mark my words, my generation is going to change everything. As Arundhati Roy said, she said, another world is not only possible, she is on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. So hang in there, comrades. Keep fighting, because we've got a world to win. Solidarity.
Thank you, Nadia. And you know, Nadia mentioned one of our comrades, Andy McDonald. Andy McDonald's not here, but he has something that he wants all of you to hear, and I'm gonna read it out now. I'm sorry not to be with you tonight, but I convey my heartfelt thanks for your support and solidarity. Earlier this week, the party set out a paper from my office and the trade unions, a new deal for working people. I'm proud this work, which sets out how we would deliver full rights from day one of employment for all workers, introducing fair pay agreements across the economy, repealing anti-trade union legislation and other reforms to help workers get a fair shake in our economy. But it was overshadowed because the leadership decided that forcing through rule changes to disenfranchise our party members was more important than telling voters that we are the party of workers. So, I decided I had to resign from the shadow cabinet when the leader's office told me to argue against a national minimum wage of £15 an hour and against statutory sick pay at the living wage. This, comrades, is something I could not do. After many months of a pandemic, when we made commitments to stand by key workers, I simply cannot look those same workers in the eye and tell them that they are not worth a wage that is enough to live on, or that they don't deserve security when they are ill. And this is not just wrong, it's bad politics. The failure to be clear and stand up for people we are here to represent is why the leadership have failed to lay a glove on the worst government I have ever seen. I agreed to serve in Starmer's front bench team on the basis of the 10 pledges that he made in his leadership bid. I kept my end of the bargain, but he did not keep his. Our movement is more divided than ever. Members and even trade unions are being driven away, and we are desperately far from power. My message to Keir is that he must return to the 10 pledges on which he was elected to the leadership by Labour members. Comrades, if he fails to do so, he should go back to the membership to seek another democratic mandate as a matter of integrity. And if the leadership has any respect for democracy and for our members, I call on them to honour the decision conference took this afternoon for a £15 an hour national minimum wage and statutory sick pay at a living wage. The message from conference is loud and clear that this movement will never cease in its demand for a better deal for working people, for a better, fairer, more just society, and it will never cease in demanding a Labour Party that can live up to the task. Solidarity, Andy McDonald, MP. Fantastic, thank you. So, I'm just going to take a moment because just to tell you, one of the other fantastic things about the Socialist Campaign Group is that, people talk about, London elites and all of us being from London, but the Socialist Campaign Group is truly stretched right across this country, and it's a fantastic thing. So I want to name some of the other members in the Socialist Campaign Group who couldn't join us today, but are very much here with us in spirit, just so that you know that these are your Socialist MPs. So we have Beth Winter, MP. Cat Smith, MP. Claudia Webb, MP. Dan Carden, MP. Dawn Butler, MP. Diane Abbott, MP. Graham Morris, MP. Ian Lavery, MP. Oh, and Ian asked me to tell you that they don't call it the struggle for nothing. Ian Manns, MP, co-chair of the Socialist Campaign Group. Imran Hussain, MP. John Trickett, MP. Kate Osborne, MP. Kate Osborne, MP. Kim Johnson, MP. Marsha de Cordova, MP. Mary Foy, MP. Mick Whitley, MP. Olivia Blake, MP. Paula Barker, MP. Rachel Hopkins, MP. Rachel Maskell, MP. Sam Terry, MP. Tahir Ali, MP. As you can see, we've grown just a little bit since the last time, and we have grown so much that we now include our Socialist members from the House of Lords, and I'm just going to go through some of them now because they have been doing fantastic work. Bryn Davies. Christine Blower. Who have we got here? John Hendy. Hello, John. Shami Chakrabarti. Pauline Bryan. Prem Seeker. Rachel Hopkins. No, sorry, Rachel Hopkins is an MP. Ignore me. Next one. Tony Woodley. Katie Clark. I've really got them all now, haven't I? Yeah. Oh no, Zara's on her way. So what you're going to hear from her. So, we are going to move on to our next section, and I must say I came into Brighton feeling very lucky. I got out of the car on my way to the Well Transformed tent and a seagull shat on me. Apparently apparently that means I'm going to win the lot. Yeah, Lloyd had arranged it. The next MP I'm going to introduce is one of my oldest comrades, and he has welcomed us to his great city. Although I'm not sure if he welcomed us, we have descended upon him, and he has been very welcome for us to be here. He's absolutely fantastic. His name is Lloyd Russell-Moore, and he is the Member of Parliament for Brighton and Kent Town, and one more.
Thank you, thank you. The list, any of you who are mathematicians will have counted that list number up and worked out that there are 36 members of the Socialist Campaign Group who are serving members of Parliament. Now, we need... Yeah, the audience have already got there before me. We need 4 more. And the task is, for the Barrys of the world, or for whoever you want, we need them. And we need you to make sure you are selecting them in the future, because this has been a goddamn awful conference with a goddamn awful leadership. And the problem is, he might be a very nice man. But he is not a politician for the Labour Party. And I'm afraid that is a reality, because we saw that at this conference. No politician worth their salt would waste the whole of conference trying to introduce rule changes like they did. No politician worth their salt would wage an internal war on a party when we have one of the worst governments in the history. But I come back to that 4 number. One of the rule changes we did get through, that was positive, was the role that you play in selecting your MPs. No longer can the NEC in snap elections or by-elections like they did in Hartlepool select and parachute candidates in. Now the decision is done by your local branches. So they can try and gerrymander the electorate, they can try and set it at 20% and need the 40, but I tell you, if we organise, if we prepare, if we stay in the party and we select the right candidates, next time that 40 will be with us and we will have new leadership. And sometimes I hear people, and I've spent most of this conference not on party floor but sitting at the back of this tent or other tents just listening in, because I think sometimes that's the role of a member of Parliament, to listen. But some of the complaints that I've heard is that people have said, well, who could we have as running for our leader? Oh, it's so difficult. We need a woman, but who is there? Where is there? Well, I tell you something. In the campaign group, we have got a plethora of amazing women. And Wait for it. Look, it's being built up. Don't ruin the end handover. And we have Dawn, we have Nadia, we have Becky, we have Belle, we have Olivia Blake, we have Beth Winter, we have Kat Smith, we have Kate Osamore, we have Kate Osborne, we have got Marsha Di Cordova, who, before I continue on the list, who I want to... No, look, come on, let me wait until the end. Who I think actually needs praise as well. 2 weeks ago, she resigned from the Shadow Cabinet. She resigned from the Shadow Cabinet saying the bullying, the racism, the nastiness, the determination to destroy the left in Starmer's team was so much she couldn't stay anymore. She deserves praise for speaking truth too. We have Rachel Hopkins, we have Diane, of course, we have Paula Barker, and we have Zara. So don't you tell me we've not got fantastic women that can lead this party and take us to victory. So as the Tories, So I've lost my place now. So we have a party that keeps trying to say that, oh, we'll wait till the election until we tell you our policies. It does, flip-flopping one way or another, not sure where we're going to go. It sounds a bit like what we did on the EU, and who led that part of our policy? So, as the Tories dismantle our country bit by bit, they no longer represent even business. They represent extraction, extracting capital, extracting communities, selling it off to the highest bidder in tax havens around the world. What we will do is rebuild communities. But that starts from you, comrades. That starts from all of us. That starts with us building a strong, resilient local parties. And I want to tell you something, and I want to apologise. I want to say that I was struck by members who have told me that they feel alone in our party at the moment. And I want to apologise from all of us, but me in particular, because if we have made you feel like you are alone, if we have not reached our arm around you enough in these tough times when you are being purged or set up with false allegations, I not only apologise, I will endeavour to do better, because we have to support each other. We have to support each other, and we have to stay in the party. Because when Jeremy came in last time, the reason, or one of, that we didn't manage to get to victory is because the bureaucrats in our party deliberately destroyed our chances in 2017. And that was because so many of you, understandably good activists, left in the Blair years. You left. This time, we must stay. And don't just go into hiding. We need to work the CLPs, we need to work in the bureaucracy, and so then when? And our time will come, comrades. When the phoenix rises again, we will be there and win the general election.
Thank you, Lloyd. Thank you. Now, our next speaker is that very fantastic woman leader that should have been, that wasn't. Now, could you imagine? And I know, you know, the current leader was democratically elected. It was what it was. But one thing that I will say is there are those people that joined the party because of Jeremy Corbyn, thought that Keir was a Corbyn continuity candidate and voted for Keir, and then they left. You need to come back. You have left us in a situation which you say that you can't bear, and I don't understand how that works. So you need to come back, you need to rejoin the party, and you need to fix what you're saying is wrong. What we have to remember is that everything that we've been able to achieve, we've done in our numbers. Look at what happened with the Labour Green New Deal motion. Look at that. Look at what happened with fighting the initial rule changes. I know it's a little bit funny, but yes, in our numbers we were able to achieve that. So we need to keep fighting, and we should have elected this woman the leader of our party. If we had elected this woman the leader of our party, things would have been very, very different now. And I'm still proud to say that. So I'm very pleased to introduce to you Rebecca Long-Bailey, MP for Salford.
Thanks guys. Now what a conference it's been so far. And I was looking at my tweets this morning, and on my timeline it said, on this very day in the year 2000, Nelson Mandela addressed the Labour Party conference here in Brighton. He said, "May this century be one where the poor and marginalised come into their own and the gross social inequalities of the past at last eradicated." Well, little did he know that 21 years later on this day, poverty in this country would be at levels we could never have imagined of 10, 20 years ago, and set to get worse as a callous government cuts universal credit even further later this month. Little did he know that we'd be in the midst of a COVID crisis with one of the most incompetent governments presiding over one of the worst death rates in the world. 160,000 lives lost. Vulnerable people discharged from hospitals into care homes amid staff that didn't even have PPE, wearing bin liners. And they did pursue herd immunity, despite what government spokespeople say. And little did Nelson know that this is all bad enough as it is, but we'd be facing a fuel crisis, an energy crisis, a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and of course, the climate crisis. So what do you think Nelson would say to us at this party conference? Well, he was a kind, nice man. He wouldn't say the things that I would say, probably in private, put it like that. And I think he would have given one of his famous quotes. He would have said, "Be the script writers of your destiny and feature yourselves as stars that showed the way forward towards a brighter future." Now that's what we should have been doing this week. We should have been setting out that radical vision. We should have been attacking the Tories with a ferocity and a viciousness like never before. But instead, and it breaks my heart, instead we're portrayed as a party that's more concerned about gerrymandering internal election policies than offering our communities better lives. Now things have got to change. We have got one more day, and I'm ever the optimist, I'm ever for giving advice to the leadership. We've got one more day to turn this around. We've got one more day to outline that radical vision. And we've got the ideas already in abundance. We've got a whole range of policies that we were working on before the last general election. We've all been working on policies since the last general election, despite most of us not being in the shadow cabinet. So we're here to help. If that promise of unity was true, you might not have the ideas, but we do. So tomorrow I want us to talk about some of those fantastic ideas, like the Green New Deal. Don't water it down. It's the biggest economic lever we've ever had to instigate real systemic economic change, as well as saving the environment. I want us to pledge, again, to commit to public ownership of rail, mail, broadband, energy, water. And don't get confused in interviews and say, well, it's an ideological thing. It's not an ideological thing. Public ownership is necessary. Firstly, to instigate the change we need at the pace it needs to happen to be with any chance of tackling climate change. But secondly, we've got to be honest with our communities. I mean, they know it already. Privatisation has been a failure. As people's energy bills skyrocket this winter, many of our energy companies will report record profits, and their shareholders will line their pockets as every day passes. And at the same time, these companies won't be investing in the critical infrastructure that we need to really boost our chances of reversing climate change and to boost our economy. And you know what else I want the speech to say tomorrow? I want us as a party to say that we guarantee that no one will ever live in poverty again under a Labour government. And that means guaranteeing a real living wage. It means guaranteeing statutory sick pay at the real living wage. And it means supporting our trade unions when they fight for these things. Because today is a very dark day. Some commentators might dismiss it as, well, it's just factional infighting. Well, one of our oldest trade unions that's been with the party for over 119 years has decided they can't stay in the Labour Party anymore. That is not good news for the party. Now finally, and I'll come to it because I've been talking for quite a long time, I'd say that, look, our communities deserve much better than we've seen this week. We need to be the stars that forge ahead with that bright future, and we can if we actually unite as a party. So the leadership has got to restore our trust that the 10 pledges they made when they got elected, they mean them, and that they're going to build on them. Because demoralisation won't win the next general election. And I've got a message for those who want to continue to demoralise us. Whether it's the Tory party with their policies that attack our communities, or whether it's those within our own party who think that stripping away rights from our members will send us all home with our tails between our legs. There is no rule change that will stop the progress of hope. There is no rule change that will stop us fighting for a better life for our communities. There is no rule change that will stop us from standing up when you kick us to the ground. Because this isn't about a few annoying people that you might want to kick out of the party. It's about a Labour movement that was set up to fight for a quality of life cradle to grave for every single person in this country. That's what the Labour Party stands for, and that's what we're all going to fight for. So have faith and fight for that future. It's hard, it's upsetting, it's depressing, but look, our ancestors have been through much worse. Remember that. Solidarity.
Thank you, Becky. Now I think you all get a delight from our next speaker. I'm very pleased to call her a long-time friend. And do you know what? The most important thing, I think, for MPs to have is some consistency. Yeah, some MPs will come in and say X, Y, or Z, and then, you know, when they're coming out the other end, they're talking about A, B, and C. And I think that's really problematic, especially if you're trying to sell yourself as a socialist. But I will tell you that this young woman has been a socialist from the cradle. She has not changed. She's one of the stars of our 2019 intake. Blessed to call her a sister. Zara Sultana, Member of Parliament for Coventry West.
Thank you so much. You'll be relieved to know that I'm not going to be singing Backstreet Boys' I Want It That Way this evening. But I might be doing a karaoke session in this tent next year, so be there. I'm so proud to be here this evening alongside you all, alongside my comrades in the Socialist Campaign Group. This is our first in-person rally, and what an honour it is to be here in Brighton with you all tonight. Thank you so much. When us in the 2019 intake were elected in those dark, depressing days of December 2019, one of the things that gave me hope was joining the Socialist Campaign Group. It was one of the first things I did to join that beautiful tradition and join political heroes like Jeremy, like John, like Diane, and such an honour to be with them here today. And I did that because I know what the tradition of the Socialist Campaign Group represents. It is unapologetically socialist, it is unequivocally internationalist, and it is steadfastly anti-racist. From the great Tony Benn and Bernie Grant to the great comrades we have here today, our political tradition is needed now more than ever. And I want to begin by giving a quick message of solidarity about those comrades. Firstly, Andy McDonald, can we give him yet another round of applause? Andy is a fantastic member of Parliament, a great friend, and he is honest and principled, which you can't say for everyone in the party. He proved that again yesterday, refusing orders to argue against a pay rise for our lowest paid workers and a livable sick pay. So let's give our solidarity to Andy once again. Andy! And second, it's nearly a year on since the party leadership disgracefully took the whip away from Jeremy and still hasn't restored it. Here is time to stop betraying your word, and you need to restore the whip now. This conference has been quite an interesting one. Let's have a bit of a rewind. Let's look at what's happened in the run-up to this conference. The party leadership obstructed young Labour members and shamefully suspended Jess Barnard, our wonderful chair. Then they suspended our fantastic comrade, Member of Parliament, Kate Osborne. Shame on them for doing that. And then they tried to rule out the Green New Deal motion out of order, only to be forced into a humiliating U-turn. How shameful, and how I want to congratulate the Green New Deal organisers who have worked relentlessly to get that passed. But there are many members members and delegates who don't have platforms like we do and who do not have access to lawyers who have been unjustly suspended. So let's send another, we're sending loads of messages to the leadership, let's just add another one to that. Instead of waging war on the left, instead of purging members, provide real opposition to the Tories. Do your job! Even with the leadership suspending delegates, rigging rules, and trying to bounce unions into accepting their changes, let's look at what conference has passed. A socialist Green New Deal, a program. Yes, let's clap that one more time. Let's go. A socialist Green New Deal, a program of economic transformation, rapid decarbonisation, and bringing mail, rail, water, and energy into public ownership. A right to food, which my amazing friend, I love Ian Byrne, who's been in the forefront of the Right to Food campaign, that passed. That motion highlights the injustice that shames our nation, where there are more food banks than McDonald's restaurants. And it also passed solidarity with the Palestinian people. Free, free! Free, free! Palestine! 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 And today it also committed to end in-work poverty once and for all with a £15 national minimum wage. Friends and comrades, the right of the party need to rig the rules and deny members a fair say because they are not strong. No. Fundamentally, they are weak. They don't have the answers to the crises we face, so they can write tens of thousands of words and still say absolutely nothing of substance. I'm happy to offer services to Keir and his team. If they do want to write some stuff of substance, I can help with that. We can all help with that. Because while they don't have the answers, we do, and our answers are popular in the party and in the country. The public want to tax the rich. They want to raise taxes on the wealthy. People want rail, mail, energy and water brought into public ownership. People want to end the rip-off landlords that are destroying our communities, and they want real action on the climate emergency. So, let's set out that bold and hopeful vision, a socialist vision for Britain. They attack us, they attack you, they smear us, they smear Jeremy, they try to lock party members out of our democracy because of what we represent. We represent a threat to the power and privilege of the few, and we give hope to the many. So we came within a whisker of winning 2017, and we can and we will win again. Solidarity.
Zara touched upon something really important. I just wanted to mention our colleague Kate Osborne and the disgraceful way she was treated by our party. Now, we see things coming at us as socialist MPs on social media about how you should be doing this and you should be doing that and, you know, you're not doing enough. And I think to myself, there are MPs like Kate who are working so hard. She was elected by her constituency. She is a Labour MP, and to treat her in that way is disgraceful, but absolutely disgraceful. And it's so unfair, I think, the way in which we are intimidated in our party. I know many women behind me in particular felt intimidated at one point or another because of the way in which they may have voted or because of something which they may have said, simply because we represent the socialist values which make up the majority of our party, and that is unacceptable. We will not stand for it. Solidarity with Kate, solidarity with all those people that are treated in a particular, and I completely unacceptable. We cannot see that happen again. And to our left journalists, and you know which one of you I'm talking about, if you think that getting headlines is more important than representing what people say factually, you're completely wrong. I'm not going to call you out now, but we are trying to move towards a socialist future. So you have to be responsible with your reporting. You have to be respectful to these people that take a lot of shit. Quite frankly, they take a lot of shit in order to represent our socialist principles, and we absolutely must not forget that. Now we are pressed for time, imagine that. So I'm going to move straight on to our next speaker. He really needs little introduction, so we can all get up and start whooping and hollering for the People's Chancellor, Mr. John McDonnell.
Okay. Bell mentioned intimidation. Let them bloody well try. Look, over the years at the campaign group rallies, what would happen is that the whole range of speakers, as tonight, would, I think, just express the solid emotion that we have as socialists about the sort of society we want to create, and also express a view about the role of the Labour Party and all the rest. And I used to find it really exciting, and it would be Tony Benn, some of you will have heard him speak. It was so just emotional to hear him sum up all those things. It would be Dennis Skinner, who would, I once saw someone heckle Dennis Skinner. I just want to hope he's now out of hospital. And then of course Diane. I just say this, we all think, as Bell says, we get a lot of crap and all the rest. No one has experienced what Diane has experienced. And she always came through it. And I loved that picture of her having a drink on the tube. To be honest, I'll be honest with you, I did get a bit nasty because I said, why didn't you invite us all? Because we could have had a campaign group carriage. And then, what would we do? And then of course, Jeremy would come on and he'd largely talk about the international affairs and the way in which he had been campaigning with various trade unions and all the rest. And then I'd come on, and I was the hard case, I'm afraid. So I'd have to come on and explain to people, that's all very good talking about these things, well, what the fuck are we going to do about it? And then, so that's what I'm going to do tonight. Because, first of all, the first thing we always do, it's been done a bit tonight, we express solidarity to all those who are engaging in class struggle tonight. And one group are the app drivers and couriers who are exploited by Uber and are striking tonight. Solidarity. In the next... See, We always had a form of democratic engagement unless people interrupted me too much. In a week's time, UCU will be balloting its members across London for a strike action against cuts. Solidarity. And I say this also, the union Jeremy and I have worked with over decades on picket lines on every occasion there's been a dispute. I say to the bakers, even though you've disaffiliated, let me assure you, we will be your voice in Parliament and we will stand with you. We've passed a number of resolutions this week which actually do reflect the dynamism that we had when we developed the manifestos for 2017, 2019, and actually took them further, which was terrific. But you know as well as I do what will happen now. Unless we wage a struggle within the Labour Party, those resolutions will be shelved and ignored. So now the struggle is with the Labour Party. And let me say this, three steps. First, and there's no other way of doing this, and I'm sorry if I'm harsh with people, but you cannot fight the fight unless you're in the struggle. And that means our primary task at the moment is to build the membership. I want a party not of 500,000 but 1 million socialists out there. And the way we build is, yes, it's an intellectual exercise of argument and discussion, of course it is, but the best form of building is to be alongside and part of every industrial struggle, every occupation, every demonstration, every social movement that's forcing progressive change in this country. The second is about ideas. Our struggle is about building the membership and taking action to do that. Our second is it's always best to bear a Gramsci, and we've got to hegemonize the ideological struggle as well. We've got to be the agency of new ideas and policies within the party that we campaign for and develop. The right have not had an original idea for 20 years. It's our role to ensure that we develop that analysis, those ideas, that political education, where all of us become trained as cadres in this struggle. Finally, let me just say this. If we build the membership, if we ensure we're clear about our analysis and our views and what we want to do as we go into government, the third strand of this, and this is a warning to some, we challenge for position at every opportunity we can. Keir Starmer has said today in an interview, they asked him, what do you put about first? Unity in the party or winning elections? He said winning elections. He doesn't understand. The two go together. So it's our job to unite this movement when they fail to do so. That's our role for this coming period. And stand in solidarity in every struggle, in every action that we need to take to ensure that happens. As one movement, a labour and trade union movement, our movement, solidarity.
Thank you, John. Thank you. everyone must stay and fight. But whilst we're here, I just wanted to give a shout. You heard me talk before about how Socialist Campaign Group now includes peers. Now we know what our ideological position is on the House of Lords chamber, and that remains the same. But when that day comes, and I believe it will, we have an elected chamber, I'd be proud to campaign or vote for any one of those fantastic peers that currently find themselves in the Socialist Campaign Group. And we do have one here. Pauline, are you here? There. Big cheer for Pauline Bryan, please. You have to come up. I won't let you make a speech, but you are a member of the Socialist Campaign Group and you should be up here. Right, so we are running rough on time. I'm getting some evil eyes, and the person I'm getting the evil eyes from rather. Now we all know there is a chair. That is me. I'm the figure. Woo! It's only because I'm way better looking than he is. But the person who does all the work and the person who keeps us in line is our fantastic secretary, Richard Bergen, who is the Member of Parliament for Leeds East.
Thanks very much, Belle. And the first thing I want to say to everyone in this room is I've missed you. It's 2 years. 2 years since we've done a public meeting, but we're back together. We're back together and we're getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And I just want to tell the media who are here tonight, who do a good job reporting us so often. The rumours of the death of the Labour left are somewhat exaggerated. The Labour left is alive. The Labour left is winning on the conference floor. The Labour left is winning in the streets, and the Labour left will again one day win a leadership election. So we saw how we started this conference. We started it with the 2 words on the lips of all my constituents in the pubs and clubs and in the living rooms and in the parks. And those 2 words that my constituents say to me most often are electoral college. What a joke. What a joke. But what a sick joke when you see what the Tories are doing, and that's the best we can come up with. The truth is, the Tories, the way they've handled this pandemic, have got blood on their hands. And the best the Labour leadership could come up with was bloody rule changes. And it ended in the grotesque chaos of a Labour leader scurrying around Brighton trying to draft the terms of his own redundancy notice. But you know, now my name's Richard, but you know, leaders come, leaders go, but principles remain. Principles are eternal, principles are immortal, and it will be principles that save our society from and the misery the Tories and the free market capitalist system they serve has put it in. And its principles, an organisation that will save humanity and the globe from the consequences of the biggest free market failure in the history of our planet, which is climate catastrophe. The left has the answers, and the answers ain't rule changes. Let's have some humility from the grown-ups who are in charge again. I remember being told it's so easy to be leader of the opposition. Why is Jeremy having to take so much nonsense? It's easy. Once we're in charge again, we'll show you. They're not making it look very easy. They're not making it look very easy at all. But the truth is, and it gives me no pleasure to say it, the Labour Party leadership in one of the biggest crises of public health and living standards that our communities have ever faced has been missing in action. And that, my friends, is unforgivable. And it's not a good look. We're talking about these 10 pledges. It's not a good look to the country not to be honouring the pledges, not to be honouring the pledges you're elected upon. Now, I know there are plenty of lawyers at the top of the Labour Party, and something I learnt about when I was at law college myself was the concept in contractual law of misrepresentation. Just look it up. So what do we need to do going forward? We need to stay in this fight. They know we can win this fight. That's why they want you to leave this fight. And that's why they're trying to kick you out of this fight. During this crisis, let's put forward the practical solutions, because we know the majority of our party will support a wealth tax on the super rich, and so will the majority of people in this country. We know the majority of people in our party will support a national care service, and so will the majority of people in this country. We know the majority of people in our party will support a Green New Deal, and so will the majority of people in this country. We know the majority of people in our party will support 1 million new council homes, and so will the people in this country. We know the majority of people in our party will support a better deal for working people, and so do people the length and breadth of this country. I was pleased to hear a fantastic quote from one of the great heroes of humanity, Nelson Mandela, earlier. I want to share another quote, a quote from one of my heroes, a person who was an independence fighter and poet in Cuba in the 1800s. Jose Marti said, "Humanity is our homeland. Humanity is our homeland, and that's what drives us. Our common humanity, our love for each other, regardless of where you were born, regardless of what side of the borders you live on. We believe in humanity, peace and love at home and abroad, around the world." And someone from closer to my home than Jose Marti from Cuba, someone called Harold Wilson from Huddersfield, or Liverpool. Liverpool, he ended up with a statue in Huddersfield. So there were no borders between Yorkshire and the Merseyside, it was fine. But Harold Wilson said, "The Labour Party is a moral crusade, or it is nothing." Too many people, thanks thanks to this policy void the leadership have left us thinking and believing that the Labour Party stands for nothing at this time of the crisis. So it's your job to make sure that we're a moral crusade. Are we going to be a moral crusade or are we going to be nothing? We are going to make the Labour Party a moral crusade. We're going to make the Labour Party, in the words of Aneurin Bevan, a sword of democracy pointed at the heart of property power. We're going to build up better society. You're going to build up better society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. And I'd just like to say, as everybody knows, we wouldn't be able to be here without the fantastic World Transformed. Now, the World Transformed is run on a shoestring budget, but even with that, they make sure that those that can't afford a ticket are given one. And it's mainly seen through by volunteers, so please give a hand to all of the volunteers. If you would like to see the World Transformed grow, please consider becoming a supporter for as little as £1. £1, just £1. Go onto the World Transformed website and click on support and give whatever you can. We're so happy to be here again, and we want to keep coming back and holding a Socialist Campaign Group rally every single time there is a Labour Party conference. So please do support the World Transformed. Now, our final speaker this evening, last but certainly not least, I think you've all figured out who it is by now. And we just have to say that for 6 years ago now, Jeremy Corbyn inspired our movement, led our party and set us on a course for a socialist transformational vision of the future. And that was no small feat, because the right wing and the right wing press set on a course of crapping themselves for 5 years. 5 years! 5 years. They were so scared that this man could be the Prime Minister of this country that they relentlessly pursued him in such a disgraceful way. And we are so pleased that up until today, there are so many of you that continue to stand in solidarity with Jeremy Corbyn in every single thing that he stands for, every single thing that he's done for our party. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Belle, and thank you all of you for coming here tonight. Thank you to the World Transformed for putting on this event and giving us the space and the place for the spirit of our movement to be able to discuss, debate, and imagine and work for a socialist future. That is the kind of party I want, that is organised and rooted in every community in the country, where you bring people together, whatever their background, and a huge variety of views, in order to construct a future of peace and social justice. That is the kind of movement I want to be part of. And I want to say a big thank you to my friend Lloyd for his work for the almost local MP. His constituency starts about 77 metres from the edge of this tent. So we're almost there, aren't we, Lloyd? And Lloyd, through you, can I just say a big thank you to the people of Brighton, so welcoming, so friendly, and such a brilliant place. and you're never more than 100 metres away from a cafe selling cappuccino. Absolutely brilliant. But what a great city, what a wonderful place. And I want to say thank you to a lot of people, but one person who has only been mentioned once tonight, but I think we should, because you've probably noticed that members of the Socialist Campaign Group disproportionately go through hell, high water and beyond at the hands of the media, the briefing machines and everything else. We've talked about Nadia, you've talked about Absana, you've talked about the way Diane has been treated. Can we just have a thought tonight in absolute solidarity with our great friend Claudia Webb for what she's going through. Brilliant comrade, brilliant anti-racist campaigner and fighter all of her life. And I want to say thank you to fellow members of the Socialist Campaign Group. I joined the Socialist Campaign Group in 1983. And those days it was Tony Benn, it was Eric Heffer, it was Joan Maynard, later joined by Alice Mann and many, many other fantastic and wonderful comrades. Life wasn't always easy. We were often under attack and often threatened with all kinds of things. And Dennis Skinner used to speak with force and ferocity and length at campaign group meetings, whatever the size of the audience. And one time he's giving it out big time, and so on. And Tony is sitting next to him, braces, shirt, and so on. And then Dennis suddenly stopped, just stopped like that. And Joan Maynard, some of you may remember her, wonderful, wonderful woman, said, "Have you finished, Dennis?" "No." "Have you got more to say, Dennis?" "Yep." "Dennis, it's a little awkward. You've stopped speaking, but apparently you've got more to say, and you appear to be refusing to go on." "Yep." So Joan said, "Dennis, whatever's the matter?" And then he looks at Tony, who was sitting back like this, with his pencil in his hand, and Tony had been writing a lot throughout Dennis's earlier contribution. And Dennis said, "I'll start speaking when he starts writing, because I want my words in his diary." And it was that incredible sense of humour and sharpness of Dennis, Tony, Eric Heffer, and so many other great people that fought so many battles on the picket lines during the miners' strike, the dockers' strikes, and so much else, and of course in Liverpool supporting the dockers there as well. All of that solidarity came out of the Socialist Campaign Group. The numbers weren't always great, and during the depths of the New Labour years, at one point it was John, Diane and me would meet together and we'd divvy up the positions, chair, secretary, treasurer, treasurer, secretary, chair, or we did a job share, or whatever else. But we felt the importance of having that socialist focus within Parliament as Labour MPs. And look at it now. Look at the number that have come, and look at the growth. Look at these wonderful comrades here on the platform. Fantastic comrades. So I want to say thank you to all of them for all they've done. But MPs are only MPs because of a movement. They're only MPs because they've been elected. They're only MPs because of the work put in by Labour activists to get them elected. And that's why democracy in our party is so important. That is why the Parliamentary Labour Party, which constitutionally from 1918 onwards had enormous power over the rest of the movement, the power to elect the leader and so much else. And gradually that power was chipped away, that influence was chipped away. Why? because of the foundation of the campaign for Labour Party democracy all those years ago. And I have to confess, I was there at the original conspiracy to democratise the Labour Party when we founded the CLPD. And so, beware of shifting the power of accountability away from party members and trade union members. A movement is only as strong as the activity and the accountability of its leadership to its members and vice versa. And that is why I'm so depressed that we've wasted so much time at this conference discussing a rule change that nobody wanted, nobody asked for, and nobody demanded, when we should be fighting for the big issues that face this country. And also, because I'm worried about Bell giving me that ominous tap on the shoulder about time. Thank you, audience, you're on my side. I want to say thank you to so many other people, to the unions, both affiliated and not affiliated to this party, for the work they've done, the support they gave us. The Fire Brigades Union, National Education Union, Bakers Union, Unite, Communication Workers Union, ASLEF, RMT, TSSA, and so many others, all those activists in Unison, GMB, and all the other unions that have done so much to energise and enthuse and bring about the policies that John, that Becky, that Diane, and so many others, Andy in particular, were able to develop during our period of leadership of this party. This party was founded by working class communities through their unions and their trades councils. And that is why the future of this party has to be one that is about community activism, which is why I was so pleased that we managed, with the great energy of Carrie Murphy, to set up the community organising unit of this party, and why we have to carry on that work. Because there is no way forward for a left political party in the modern world to pitch up a month before an election, bang on the door and say, vote for us because we look the nicest people. And we'll manage things differently and better, but we'll still manage things. You've got to be there on the high days, the bad days, the good days, and the days when there's utter misery. You've got to be there supporting those fighting for union recognition, fighting for decent housing, fighting for fair rents, fighting for their health service, fighting for secure work, ending fire and rehire, all those other issues. That is why the movement has to be there in the communities 24/7, 365 days of the year. That is the way and place our movement should be. And I want to say a huge thank you to all those anti-racist campaigners all over the country, all over Europe, the USA, and indeed all over the world, that have taken inspiration from Black Lives Matters, challenged institutional racism in every form in which it appears, and challenge the teaching of history in our schools to bring about a decolonised curriculum and a better understanding of where our history comes from. And to recognise the struggles of the past, the struggles of those that ended slavery, the slaves that died to end slavery, those that fought against the anti-Semitism of the turn of the 19th and 20th century, that fought against the fascists in the 1920s and 30s, and of course all those that stood up against the Nazis, which ended in the Holocaust. Next Sunday I'll be with Apsana, with Sharon Graham and many others at Cable Street, commemorating the alliance of the Jewish community and the Irish community to stop the March of Mosley through the East End of London, which had such such a massive impact on that community and our history. And so it is about how we relate to people in their communities, understand how we won an education system, how we won an NHS, how women won the right to vote, how we got disability discrimination, how we fight back against the rolling back of all the advances made by this Tory government. But look around you to our society now. Look around you. When there are more food banks than there are branches of McDonald's in this country, when there's a bigger gap between the richest and the poorest than there's been for decades. Look around you at those living in poor quality, unregulated, private rented sector accommodation. Look around you at those on insecure wages and contracts, fearful of what was going to happen next. Look around you at all those suffering in the mental health crisis, a mental health crisis created by a crisis created by free market economics, which drives so many people to despair and distraction. And so, to deal with these issues, you can't tinker with the economy. You've got to redistribute wealth and power. You've got to challenge the unaccountable. And you've got to empower people in order to bring about the changes that we all know to be so very necessary. And then look at it on the global scale. The pandemic has shown us just what happens when millions, nay billions, are denied any access to any kind of healthcare. The pandemic has shown us how much money can be made by governments handing out contracts to their mates on behalf of their mates in order to enrich them, while not giving a damn about how ineffective so much of that has been. We need an inquiry, a real inquiry into the way this government conducted the pandemic. But the biggest issue is globally the environmental crisis we face. We cannot go on as a people, as human beings, as a planet, destroying the natural world, the biodiversity, polluting the rivers, polluting the oceans, burning the forests, destroying what nature provides and sustains us with. The environment isn't just a set of policies, it's a state of mind of how you relate to the rest of the world. And that's why we thought a great deal. Becky and Barry in particular put a huge amount of energy into developing a green industrial revolution that would not punish those working in industries that pollute, but would instead be a force for change, a force for good quality jobs, and a force for sustainability. All these things stand the test of time, and whatever's been said this week on rule changes, and plenty's been said on that, it's very interesting that party members have seen through so much of that and voted for the Green New Deal and the Green Industrial Revolution. And internationally, where surely to goodness, 20 years on from the bombing of Afghanistan, then the bombing of Iraq, then the bombing of Libya, then the war in Syria, and Afghanistan, a country now left without food, without medicine, and in total devastation in many places. That is 20 years of Western occupation. Can we turn the dial and not go into war after war after war, but instead show solidarity with people in struggle for their own self-determination and their own salvation, and stand up for human rights and peace and justice all around the world? Because the consequences of war do not go away. The consequences of war are the dead, are the grieving families of the dead soldiers, and are the refugees, of whom there are now 70 million in the world. More refugees than there are people in Britain, across the world. And history, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, is not going to be kind to the politicians in the early part of this century who've made it their mission to attack those that seek safety, to attack refugees and drive them away, jail them, imprison them and vilify them. Where Where is our humanity and where is our solidarity when we need it? And I finish with this. Let's not go down the road of more nuclear weapons and the AUKUS Pact and all the rest of it. Let's do something more sensible and put our energies into creating a long-term and peaceful world. And I feel the tap is about to come on my left shoulder. So I'll finish with this. Thank you. I can say this because I'm the oldest person on this platform. I've been around and checked. I've checked everybody's birth certificate, and I definitely am. So, thank you very much. Oh, yes, well done. We look dreadfully old. Thank you, Richard. Comrade. I want to say this about young people and the young generation. Why, oh why, are we as a society and a community moving at such a pace to create such misery for so many young people? I talk to young people in school, in stress because they're over-examined, because of the stress they're put under. I talk to young people going through a mental health crisis brought about by that level of stress, and in the case of my own constituency and that of my comrades on the platform, living in insecure, overcrowded housing. I then talk to young people who've gone to college or uni, and you're talking, 40, maybe 50% in some areas of the population that go to college or uni and come out with a £50,000 debt, which the coalition government, yes, the coalition government, not only increased the fees, but also privatised the debt. And the government is now proposing more to claim that debt back and to lower the income threshold where you would start to repay it. And then to young people, knowing full well the chances of getting council housing are pretty limited unless you have children, large needs, etc. You all know the story on that. Forced to live in very expensive, insecure, private rented accommodation with no chance of anything else because they can't save to buy, they can't get access to council housing. So a lifetime of college debt, high rents, and now insecure jobs and fire and rehire. And the pensions that an older generation were entitled to, not being available for them, and a miasma, a mega storm of advertising about why you shouldn't rely on the National Health Service, you should buy your way into private health insurance. So I want us to stand with young people for decent quality jobs, for an end to university fees, for an end to the debt system, for decent housing, and for real hope for those young people. Because they are the ones that are standing up against the racists. They're the ones that are standing up against the cops. They're the ones that are coming out and giving us that hope. And so our movement is a movement within the Labour Party and stay and fight in the Labour Party, but it's a movement also of bringing people together in that collective hope and that collective ambition. Socialism is not just a set of economic issues, not just a set of policy documents, not just a set of electoral results here, there and everywhere else. It is a movement of hope, of collective aspiration. It is music, it is art, it is poetry, it is culture together. Because, like Richard, I take inspiration from those that stood against the most unbelievable odds to found trade unions, to found this party, to found these social movements of today. And you know what? When we come together through the world transformed, we're emboldened and we're stronger, and we'll go away and be emboldened and stronger. We'll mobilise in those communities, and yes, we will win. We will change the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for literally standing for socialism all of this time. You've been absolutely fantastic audience. Solidarity with our sister Claudia Webb. Solidarity with all of our Socialist Campaign Group members who are at home watching, wherever that camera is. Hi! Hi people, we love you and wish you all here. What's left for me to say is please do follow what the Socialist Campaign Group are doing. You can go onto our website, sign up to our newsletter, follow us on Twitter, but above all, stand with us. Keep instructing us, keep telling us what it is that is needed. We are here to represent you, and unlike some people, we don't believe that leaders should choose who vote for them. We believe that you should choose who... We believe that you should be choosing who represents you. And do you know, what I want to say to you is, yes, we come here to speak to you. Yes, we come here to have this fantastic rally and really kind of lift everybody's spirits on the left, but it is as much for us as it is for you. It is for you. It's been so fantastic to see people coming out today, standing for socialism. And all I would say is, I hope that you have found from this fantastic group of people that I am proud to call my comrades that the future is bright and the future is socialist. Thank you very much.
Let's have a round of applause for our MPs! Woo! MPs! If we could keep all of our MPs on the stage, we're going to have a banner picture for the right to food. If everyone in the crowd could get your phones out and get ready to take a picture, guys, we're going to take a picture. The hashtag is right to food. Ian Bain, hashtag right to food. Yeah, the hashtag is right to food. I'm going to move out the way. Amazing. So big rounds of applause for our MPs and Jeremy Corbyn! And an even bigger round of applause for the Social Campaign Group for putting this incredible event on. My name's Chantal Lunt, I'm joined by Dan Lewis, and we've been presenting the World Transform TV today, and we just want to say a massive well done to everyone for coming along today. Now, what we do need you to do, we need you to go onto the World Transformed, have a little look. Here's Dan, he's going to tell you what you need to do.
Yeah, what's going on, people? I hope you lot have all been tuned into TWT TV on YouTube. If you haven't, go check it out. For the people at home that are watching it, the World Transformed is about you guys. And after tonight, we need you to go to the worldtransformed.org and hit that donate button so we can come back in Liverpool 2022 bigger and better than ever. You need to head to the worldtransformed.org, make sure you're donating, make sure you're supporting, become a part of our network, become a part of our community, and make sure we can keep providing political education all year round.
Right guys, well done, give yourselves a round of applause. What we do need you to do is we need people to leave the tent as calmly and in orderly fashion as you can, because we need to set up for the next event. There is going to be another event, which is a band, Dan? It's a band, they're going to be playing in this tent. So go online, follow the World Transformed and donate so we can bring this back bigger and better in Liverpool. While you're there, follow Merseyside BLM Alliance, follow myself, follow Dan, Chantal Lunt, Dan Lewis. Well done guys, this has been incredible. Woo!
So if you can, please leave the tent, but don't leave the festival gardens. The bar is still open. We've got fantastic volunteers there. Be patient with them. And we've got Collectiva on stage very, very soon. So if you guys can just make your way out of the tent, they'll be able to do their sound check, and we will have live music for you right here to finish off the World Transform 2021. Make sure you hit us up online, theworldtransform.org. Join Momentum today, become a part of the movement. Make sure that you are the future that transforms the world. This is the World Transformed. Big up you guys, big up everyone inside the place. Give us a cheer and we'll see you at the bar.
not allowed to be in DL no more because I'm in there like permanently.